In the pouring rain, countless zombies were drawn by the noise near the tool storage room. A male student, using the last of his strength, pounded on the door and screamed, "Open the door, I'm Jiang Heng. They're all gathered here. Help me, please let me in." Inside the room, 3 female students were huddled under a table, trembling in fear with their heads in their hands. Meanwhile, 3 male students from the class were using their bodies to block the door, each one desperate to survive this hopeless situation. Hearing his classmates' cries for help, our protagonist, Ye Bei, couldn't help but hesitate, unsure of what to do. Just then, the class president, Li Ruoxi, spoke up. "Let him in. Jiang Heng is our classmate. How can we just abandon him?" The B times TH shouted with a completely fake expression. A male student blocking the door heard this and yelled in panic. "Are you kidding me? It's all zombies out there. Jiang Heng is definitely bitten out there. We can't let him in." Ignoring everyone else's opinions, Li Ruoxi stubbornly ordered, "I'm the class president, and I won't abandon a single classmate, so let him in. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." Jiang Heng can still talk and call for help, which proves he hasn't been infected yet. How can you watch someone die and not feel a thing? Doesn't your conscience hurt? After being morally judged like that, the male student from before actually changed his mind. After thinking it over, he turned to Ye Bei and said, "Ye Bei, I'll count to 3, then open the door. As soon as Jiang Heng gets in, shut it immediately." Ye Bei, under immense pressure from both sides, had no choice but to comply. After a count of 3, he quickly turned the doorknob. But unexpectedly, Jiang Heng, who was just screaming moments ago, had now turned into a terrifying zombie. Because he was standing in the doorway, Ye Bei was pinned down by the zombie with no way to escape, while Li Ruoxi and the other students didn't even spare him a glance, instead just scrambling to run away in a panic. In the heat of the moment, Ye Bei was bitten hard on the arm by the zombie. In excruciating pain, countless images flashed through his mind, everything like a slow-motion film reel of the future, where he was old and used a time machine to go back to the past. Now, only 2 things were on Ye Bei's mind: redemption and revenge. When the pain suddenly vanished, Ye Bei realized he had returned to a few minutes before he was bitten. Seeing that B times TH Li Ruoxi pointing and giving orders, Ye Bei sternly questioned her. "Hey, class president, Jiang Heng out there might have already been bitten by a zombie. If we let him in, can you really handle the consequences?" Experiencing this familiar scene once more, Ye Bei couldn't help but shake with laughter. Hey. I'll never forget this day for the rest of my life. I've really come back. The machine engineer succeeded. I'm going to go back and change everything." Seeing Ye Bei acting like this, the female students were scared into silence. Only Li Ruoxi continued to shout, "Ye Bei, do you even call yourself a man? I'm a girl, and you have the nerve to talk to me like that?" At this, Ye Bei slowly stepped forward and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, what's there to be ashamed of? Aren't you just scared? I knew it, you're all talk, making others do all the dirty and hard work while you reap all the benefits. You're nothing but a hypocrite." Her buttons pushed, Li Ruoxi, with her sky-high ego, couldn't take it. She screamed and marched straight to the door. "Enough, what's the big deal? I'll go if I have to. I, Li Ruoxi, have never been afraid of anything. All you wimps, get out of my way." She pushed aside each of the male students holding the door and grabbed the doorknob. With the resistance gone, the door was immediately blasted open, knocking down Li Ruoxi and 2 other male students. Seeing Jiang Heng turned into a zombie, everyone screamed in terror. In this cramped space, the only exit was now blocked. All they could do was clutch their heads and scream. Being the one closest to the door, Li Ruoxi naturally became the first target, but she actually grabbed a nearby classmate and pushed them out as a human shield. It was thanks to this despicable act that she managed to survive the apocalypse, but that was only in her past life. In this life, Ye Bei would make her pay with interest. Without hesitation, Ye Bei kicked Li Ruoxi hard towards the zombie. Just as the zombie grabbed Li Ruoxi and was about to bite her neck, Ye Bei swung the wrench in his hand and smashed its head in. The headless zombie went stiff and dropped dead on the spot. Li Ruoxi was pulled down to the ground with it, and even then, she didn't forget to put on a pitiful act. Ye Bei, save me." Ye Bei said nothing, only staring at her with resentful eyes. "Humph. Saintess Li Ruoxi, you tormented me for half my life. Today, it's your turn to see how it feels." Without hesitation, he picked up the door from the ground and put it back in its frame. The other students were horrified, but Ye Bei didn't waste words, using his murderous glare to command, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me block this." Terrified, all the students pitched in to hold the door firmly shut. Li Ruoxi, after freeing herself from the zombie, began to pound on the door and scream. She was now experiencing exactly what Jiang Heng had gone through moments before, except this time, no one was going to open it for her. The loud noise attracted the surrounding zombies. Finally, after a blood-curdling scream from Li Ruoxi, everything fell frighteningly silent. After a long while with no further sounds, the students inside began to whisper. The class president. I can't hear her voice anymore. Do you think she escaped? Or maybe. I can't believe Yi Bei actually kicked the class president out, and on top of that, killed the zombified Jiang Heng. It's terrifying. Isn't he normally so easygoing? Why does it feel like he's become a completely different person? But a single glance from him made them all shut up and tremble. Yi Bei, now covered in blood, smiled as he asked, Are you all scared of me? Although terrified, the classmates had to lie through their teeth because they didn't want to be thrown out of here. No, not at all. Yi Bei, thank you. I was just being dragged by the class president and I almost died. At the mention of Li Rosi, everyone's reactions turned harsh. The class president got what she deserved. She nearly got all of us killed. Good thing Yi Bei was so quick to act, or we would have been in huge trouble. This kind of bootlicking in the apocalyptic era was truly disgusting. Yi Bei didn't pay it any mind and simply offered a friendly smile. If you're not scared, that's great. Open the door, I'm going to go take a look outside. Hearing this, everyone froze. It was like hell out there, and only a madman would want to go out. Yi Bei then added, Yes, I've thought it over. Kicking the class president out just now was probably not the right thing to do. I'm going out to check on her. Although they were terrified that zombies would swarm in, no one dared to defy Yi Bei, so they obediently opened the door. Without hesitation, Yi Bei grabbed his wrench and stepped outside. The rain had stopped, and the rising sun had driven the zombies away. Li Ruoxi and Jiang Heng's body had vanished without a trace. While Yi Bei was surveying the area, his classmates suddenly slammed the door shut, using all their strength to barricade it. Hurry, block the door. Don't let him back in, that guy is too dangerous. He just kicked the class president outside. If we let him stay, who knows if he'll kick us out next. Look at his expression, he could have been a murderer before. Yi Bei had met plenty of ungrateful traitors like them. He just scoffed, then turned and left without a second thought. Watching through the glass, everyone was stunned by Yi Bei's actions, especially as he headed straight for a nearby zombie. That's a female zombie. He's going right for the female zombie. Has he gone insane? Standing before the zombie, Yi Bei actually grinned. Hey. In his eyes, this zombie wasn't the least bit frightening, but looked more like a walking treasure chest. Before the zombie could even react, Yi Bei lunged forward. He smashed the wrench hard against the zombie's head, knocking it to the ground, and then began to continuously pummel its skull. This crazed spectacle left the classmates gaping in astonishment. No one ever imagined someone would dare to charge a zombie head-on like that. After a session of relentless bashing, Yi Bei only stopped when the zombie's head was reduced to a bloody pulp. He began rummaging through the mess of flesh with his bare hands, and a moment later, he pulled a blue gem out of the zombie's brain. This was the very reason he had acted so recklessly. Holding the gem, Yi Bei's face lit up with extreme excitement. Yes, I got it. Dark gold energy. This is the source of the apocalypse, and it's also something a mechanical engineer absolutely cannot do without. The very thing that helped me return to the past. Following that, Yi Bei began to actively hunt down other zombies in the area, searching for more dark gold energy. Witnessing this string of insane acts, the students began to feel uneasy. They concluded that the cowardly Yi Bei from before had just been an act, and that deep down, he was a psychopathic killer. Just then, one of the male students had an idea to get Yi Bei to come back and fight the zombies for them. Someone immediately shot down the idea, since everyone was terrified of such a frightening person. An argument erupted, with each person arguing their own point. Just then, Yi Bei smashed the glass door from the outside and said with a savage grin, Hey classmates, what are you all still doing in there? Come on out and kill zombies with me. It's a thrill. The male students who were acting tough just moments ago were now trembling and stammering. Yi Bei, you, behind you. It turned out what they feared was the zombie approaching him from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Bei took care of the zombie and then turned to leave by himself. Even though his intentions were good, his classmates were too afraid to follow him. As he walked, he recalled everything that had happened to him and the world. The number of zombies surged, and humanity lived in a state of fear and despair, fighting one another for survival space and food, falling into endless internal strife. This was the Dark Age, as termed by the zombie expert, Professor Jiang Han. The class president, Li Ruoxi, had gotten him bitten by a zombie, forcing him to amputate his own hand to survive. For 5 years, he wandered in misery, starving, thirsty, and enduring endless torment, until the day he finally met the mechanical engineer. Before he died, he used the last of his strength to send him back to the moment the apocalypse began, which is the present time. While walking on the street, Yi Bei was spotted by 2 men, who thought he had run out of food and had gone mad from hunger. Although one person considered calling him inside, fear ultimately won out in this apocalyptic era. Human compassion is an incredible luxury. On his way, Yi Bei passed a park where a horde of zombies had gathered. Unlike before, he didn't actively attack them and simply walked past. But the moment the zombies saw him, they all charged forward like mad, their minds now filled only with instinct and a craving for flesh and blood. The man who had considered letting him in earlier saw this and became extremely worried, as facing that many zombies would mean certain death for a normal person. Contrary to the man's worries, not only did Yi Bei not run, but he took off a zombie's head with a single move. To him, these moves were just basic skills, but in the eyes of others, it was truly an unbelievable sight. While Yi Bei was busy fighting off zombies, a familiar figure was watching him secretly from a nearby window. "Humph, you bastard, I'll kill you sooner or later." Unbelievably, Li Ruoxi was still alive. After a while of relentlessly swinging his wrench, Yi Bei took down the last zombie, but he was panting heavily. Then, suddenly, 3 more zombies, attracted by the noise from the earlier fight, appeared. Yi Bei had no strength left to fight, forcing him to run away. The number of zombies chasing him grew larger and larger, and he couldn't seem to shake them off. Not only the zombies, but other survivors nearby were also drawn in by the commotion outside. In this apocalyptic era, wandering around outside alone like this was basically a death wish. After running for a while, Yi Bei noticed a convenience store and started banging on its door. "Let me in. I'm injured. There are a lot of zombies chasing me. Open the door." To anyone else, it would seem that only a fool would open the door at a time like this. But unexpectedly, the roll-up door actually started to open slowly. Just then, the zombie horde arrived, forcing Yi Bei to fight again, until the door was open wide enough. But upon seeing the zombie horde through a camera, the person inside suddenly started closing the shutter again. Fortunately, Yi Bei managed to roll inside just before the shutter closed completely, successfully blocking the horde outside. As soon as he was inside, he immediately scanned his surroundings. This convenience store was somehow still filled with a lot of supplies, a rare sight in this apocalypse, and in the darkness. A little girl was silently watching Yi Bei. It seemed she was the one who had opened the door for him. Meanwhile, in the building across the street, a group of thugs had witnessed the entire scene. This was the first time they had ever seen someone capable of killing a zombie, so they were completely astonished. The punk with the flashy hair couldn't believe his eyes and frantically reported to his boss, Wu Gong. That student killed 5 or 6 zombies all by himself, and then he got into the convenience store across the street. The boss, Wu Gong, who had a beautiful woman in each arm, burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha. How interesting. It seems zombies aren't so tough after all. If that student can do it, then so can we." It appears Yi Bei's actions had given these thugs some wicked ideas. Back inside the convenience store, Yi Bei realized someone had been watching him for a while, so he said with a smile, "Hey, I see you. Come on out. And while you're at it, hand over the remote for this shutter door." When no one responded, Yi Bei sighed and started putting on a pitiful act. "Ah, it hurts. My wound has reopened. Help me." The moment she saw Yi Bei crying out in pain, the little girl hiding in the dark didn't hesitate and ran out with bandages in her hand. She had only intended to toss the items down and leave, but was suddenly grabbed and pulled back by Yi Bei. Let go of me." It turned out to be such an adorable little girl. Yi Bei gripped her hand tightly, a sinister smile on his face. Hee, it's okay. I'm not going to eat you. Give me the remote control, and I'll let you go." The little girl was so scared she was on the verge of tears, but she still refused to hand over the remote. What remote? She denied it, but the remote was right there in her hand. Seeing it, Yi Bei forcefully snatched it away, only then did he let go of her hand. As soon as she was free, the girl frantically looked for a place to hide. Suddenly, Yi Bei went berserk, kicking over a shelf and yelling, "You idiot! I just said I was hurt, and you believe me? What a complete moron, so easy to trick." At first glance, Yi Bei really seemed like a total scumbag, cursing out the person who tried to save him like that. But there was a reason for everything. In his past life, this little girl was the one who saved Yi Bei at his lowest point, right after he was bitten by a zombie. Yi Bei had to chop off one of his own arms to avoid turning into a zombie. He dragged his battered body out of the school alone, wandering the streets with no one to help him. Fortunately, the little girl led him into the convenience store and bandaged his wound. Her father had gone out for something important, telling her to wait in the store. Thanks to her kindness, Yi Bei's life was saved, but that same kindness led to her tragic demise. Right after she finished bandaging Yi Bei, she opened the door for a group of people claiming to be starving. But looking at this gang of thugs, they didn't look like they were starving at all. "Thanks for letting us in, little girl. All the food in this store belongs to us now." With her chin grabbed, the girl could only try to threaten them by mentioning her father who had gone out. Let go. My father will be back soon." Hearing this, the man named Wu Gong let out a vile laugh. "Ha ha ha, that's right, we already met him. We even used him as bait to lure the zombies away. Now, it's just us. No one can interrupt our little game." Hearing the terrible news about her father, the girl was speechless with despair. What followed was an incredibly horrific and inhumane scene. At that time, Yebei stood in a dark corner, covering his mouth with his right hand, not daring to make a single sound. Hearing her tragic screams, Yebei didn't dare to do anything. He just stood there frozen. He remained like that until the screaming stopped and the villains took everything and left. This apocalyptic world is truly the absolute worst. Now that he had returned to the past, Yebei swore he would save the little girl, but first, he needed to make her realize just how dark human nature is in the apocalypse, even if it meant being seen as a villain. As Yebei washed the blood off his body, he thought about what to do next. Just then, the little girl knocked on the door, making him yell angrily, "What is it? Don't bother me when I'm showering." The girl quickly explained, "Sorry, I saw your clothes were dirty, so I brought you a fresh set." Yebei yelled at her to leave the clothes and get lost, which deeply hurt the innocent girl. Only after she had left did he mutter to himself, how can a straightforward personality like this survive in the apocalypse? It's been a while since I've had a comfortable bath like this. With the increasing number of zombies, there will be more and more clean water contaminated. In a few days, this place will likely run out of water. Luckily, this convenience store has a lot of water and food, so we can last for a while. Next, we need to gather some equipment and weapons. The future route has been carefully calculated by Yebei, who is full of experience. He is determined to live well in this miserable world. He is serious about it, but when he sees himself in the mirror, he suddenly becomes self-absorbed. Wow, the youthful face really makes one nostalgic. Haha. The soft skin is just amazing. No back pain, no leg pain. Youth is truly wonderful. Just lacking abs. I need to train more. Damn, I really have no words for this young man. Oh wait, I should say this old man. After all, before going back to the past, Yebei was already an old man. After finishing his bath and seeing the clothes the girl prepared, Yebei once again lost his temper. Why did that kid pick out Western clothes for me to wear? How am I supposed to fight zombies in a suit? The girl became more and more frightened as she listened. Yebei didn't understand what he did wrong. Meanwhile, in the building across, Wugong, after a night of enjoyment with two beauties, took a knife and ordered his subordinates. Everyone come here and listen to me. Although the KTV has drinks and food, this hellhole is not a place to stay for long. We must establish a survival base to deal with future difficulties. So, let's go out and kill zombies. This is the first step. First, let's take over the convenience store across to secure the food supply. Moreover, there is a sweet and beautiful little girl in that convenience store. If I remember correctly, aside from the little brat who just went inside, she is the only one there. Let's go, brothers. Let's kill all the zombies and bring the food and the girl back here. As soon as they received the order, the subordinates rushed out like hungry wolves. They are truly a bunch of beasts. Yebei returned to the convenience store side. Although surrounded by zombies outside, the girl was not worried at all and leisurely sat eating snacks. At this moment, Yebei approached with the demeanor of a CEO. "Hey, brat, come here. I have something to ask you. Is it just you here? Where are your family?" The girl, scared, hid under the table, timidly replied, "My dad went out to restock. He hasn't come back yet." Upon hearing this, Yebei slammed the table and shouted, "Are you a pig? You dare to let me in while home alone? Aren't you afraid I'll do something to you?" The girl was terrified and backed away, her voice trembling. "You said you were injured. I saw you covered in blood, so I..." Before she could finish, Yebei leaned in closer, shouting even louder, "Can't you see what's chasing me? Don't you know what's happening outside?" The girl hugged her head with both hands, trembling all over. I know. I saw it through the camera. There are zombies outside." Yebei was at a loss for words with her innocent naivety. He could only hold his head and sigh. Your naive and timid nature will eventually become a nuisance for me. It would be better to just kill you to eliminate the trouble. However, living alone is quite boring. I have nothing at all." After saying that, Yebei pointed at the girl and ordered, "Listen here. From now on, you do whatever I say, no objections allowed. If you dare to say a word against me, I'll kill you immediately." The naive girl dared not resist. She could only follow his instructions. Meanwhile, on the other side, the gangsters who were previously full of enthusiasm were ready to set out, had now lost 7 of their men. Seeing their comrades surrounded and torn apart by the zombies, the gang was too terrified to take another step. What is this? How did those zombies become so aggressive? Could it be that the zombies the student kid fought earlier weren't the same as these? Wugong, hiding in the back and sweating bullets, still barked his orders. "Enough talk, kill all these zombies for me. Otherwise, we're all going to die here." But faced with these terrifying zombies, one of the underlings had already turned tail and fled. Seeing this, Wugong grabbed the deserter by his hair and threw him into the zombies in front of them as bait. You have to admit, this Wugong guy is cold-blooded enough, which is probably how he's managed to survive this long. The underling, swarmed by the zombies, screamed as he looked helplessly toward the boss he had always trusted. Boss Wu Gong, how could you do this? But before he could finish his sentence, he was torn into pieces. Despite sacrificing one of their own, the thugs still couldn't escape the zombies. Seeing the horde growing larger and larger, Wu Gong panicked and yelled, "Hey, why are there so many of them? We can't kill them all. Damn it, there are too many, let's get out of here." And so, the whole group ran for their lives. Not only did their plan fail, but they also lost 2 men. Talk about biting off more than you can chew. Always trying to copy our main character. Meanwhile, Yi Bei was experiencing what it's like to be served by a loli. After the little girl brought noodles and hot water to his room, Yi Bei ordered with a scowl, "All right, you're done here. Get lost. When I don't call for you, don't you dare disturb me." The little girl left obediently, without a single word of complaint. The moment the door closed, Yi Bei's true colors showed. He thoroughly enjoyed the cup of instant noodles, something he hadn't eaten in 15 years. Phew, this is so good. The taste brings back memories. If I'd known that in a few years, instant noodles would become the ultimate luxury item, I would have eaten more. While eating, he noticed the zombies outside seemed louder than usual. He was wondering what was going on when a rock suddenly shattered his window. Following that, a trembling arm grabbed the windowsill to climb up. It turned out to be Wu Gong from earlier, who was muttering curses as he struggled to pull himself up. Just as he managed to get his head into the room, he immediately saw Yi Bei casually eating noodles, which sent him into a rage. "You, kid, get over here and pull me up. You hear me? If you don't come here, I'll kill you right now." Annoyed at being interrupted, Yi Bei's blood boiled as he picked up the thermos and walked toward the window. Sensing trouble, Wu Gong's tone softened as he asked, "Hey, what are you planning to do with that thermos?" But it was too late for him to be scared. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Bei poured all the hot water onto his hands. "You want to kill me, so I'll kill you first." Yi Bei's eyes were filled with killing intent and rage. After 15 years of surviving in the apocalypse, he was all too familiar with killing. Just then, the little girl ran up and grabbed his arm to stop him. "Stop, stop, let him in, don't hurt him." Just like in his past life, the little girl was still just too kind. Even Wu Gong was surprised by her words, but Yi Bei was furious and yelled, "Get out, I told you not to come in unless I called for you. Besides, do you have any idea what kind of person that is outside?" This time, the little girl didn't listen and argued back. My dad said you shouldn't hurt people." The atmosphere suddenly grew strangely silent. The more he listened, the angrier Yi Bei became. "You little fool, if you let him in, aren't you afraid he'll kill you?" The little girl hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Gong quickly put on a friendly face. No, I absolutely wouldn't. I was just hungry and went outside to look for some food. I was surrounded by zombies, that's why I had to climb up here. The outside is completely overrun, so I can't leave either." Okay, I'll wait here for the zombies to disperse and then I'll go." As he spoke, he took the opportunity to slowly climb onto the windowsill. At this point, Yi Bei couldn't just make a move. I should have kicked this guy down to the zombies earlier. With this girl here, it's not a good opportunity for me to act. Yi Bei gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around as he carefully assessed the current situation. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the box cutter on the table. With this, he could defend himself. Just then, Wu Gong successfully climbed into the room. The moment his feet touched the floor, his true colors were revealed. Hey, thanks for letting me in. Every place this daddy goes becomes my territory. Anyone who dares to oppose me deserves to die." Hearing these words, the little girl's jaw dropped in shock. She couldn't believe it. The person she had just saved now wanted to kill her. Meanwhile, in the building across, the 2 underlings had made it back to their shelter and were blocking the door. But the number of zombies was growing, and the door wouldn't hold for much longer. Earlier, those 2 were so focused on escaping that they lost Wu Gong. Now, they were placing all the blame on him, hoping he was better off dead. As time went on, more and more zombies gathered at the door. The bald guy, seeing the situation was dire, yelled at the 2 girls, "Stop your crying and get over here to help block the door." With his life on the line, he was somehow still having lewd thoughts. "Before Boss Wu Gong got here, I already wanted to have a taste of them. What a shame. Now I'll just run straight to the balcony, leave them to block the door, and escape." Typical thugs, always thinking about backstabbing their friends. Back at the convenience store, Wu Gong stared at the little girl with a vile expression. "Little girl, you're so cute. I said I wouldn't kill anyone. Did you really think I meant it? Hey, I really want to caress you, train you to become my slave. If you do that, I'll spare you." Are those words a human would even say? What a complete animal. While speaking softly, he suddenly looked over at Yi Bei and shouted, "But you damn bastard. How dare you splash hot water on my hand? Do you have a death wish? Using you as zombie food isn't a bad idea, is it? But I'll make you die a much more painful death. I have to think of a way to torture and kill you. Hey. I could crush your bones, chop off all 4 of your limbs, and then throw you to the zombies. I'll torture you slowly, make you feel every bit of pain. Yi Bei listened without saying a word, his hand already gripping the box cutter tightly. Then suddenly, the little girl spoke up. Mister, my family owns this convenience store. There's a lot of food on the first floor. It's enough for everyone. There are spicy strips, chocolate, instant noodles, and Shin's bear cookies. Everyone can eat together. Once we're full, we won't feel so worried anymore. Damn, her innocence is just unbelievable. But Wu Gong felt like he was being mocked, which only made him more furious. He couldn't hold back anymore and lunged straight at the little girl. Damn it. Are you messing with me, you little brat? But before his arm could reach her, Ye Bei lopped off 4 of his fingers, truly befitting a survivor of the apocalypse. His knife skills were simply masterful. Wu Gong was now reeling in excruciating pain, clutching his gushing arm. Not giving him a moment to recover, Ye Bei twisted the blade and stabbed straight for his throat. But, being a longtime thug, Wu Gong reacted in an instant, grabbing Ye Bei's hand and saving his own life. Immediately after, he landed a kick to the stomach, kicking Ye Bei backward, and the little girl was also pushed aside. Wu Gong, trembling all over, tried to stop the bleeding from his arm, and then roared, "You bastard! After all these years, you're the only one who's pissed me off, now go to hell." With his weak student's body, Ye Bei had broken a rib from the fall, his entire body in so much pain he couldn't get up. Just then, Wu Gong walked over and stomped hard on his leg. "Before I kill you, let me ask you one question. How are you able to kill those zombies so easily? And why can't we kill them, when we can kill people without a problem?" Although in pain, Ye Bei managed a loud laugh. Hey, you want to know? Call me Grandpa, and I'll tell you." Hearing this, Wu Gong was furious, but he still wanted to know how to kill zombies, so he kept Ye Bei alive. He repeatedly stomped on him, trying to make Ye Bei talk. "Are you tired of breathing? Speak. If not, I'll stomp you to death." Witnessing this scene, the little girl was in complete shock, too scared to do anything. Meanwhile, Ye Bei was still trying to use his hands to protect the vital spots on his body. "I guess I wanted the kid to learn a lesson from this experience, but the price I'm paying is too high." Not wanting to drag it out any longer, Ye Bei shouted, all right, stop, I'll tell you." Hearing that, Wu Gong got excited, grabbed his collar, and brought his face close. "Talk fast, and I'll give you a painless death." But all he got was a mouthful of fresh blood from Ye Bei. Being toyed with, he threw Ye Bei towards the door and followed up with another kick to the stomach. "Damn it, are you messing with me? You like to joke, right? I'll grant your wish. Die, just die." While screaming, he kicked Ye Bei straight in the head without any mercy. Just then, the little girl suddenly used a box cutter to stab Wu Gong straight in the shoulder. She couldn't just stand by and watch anymore and had decided to fight back. But with Wu Gong's large body, this wound was nothing. He knocked the little girl down with a single swing of his arm, then pulled the box cutter out with his hand. "You little brat, I'll kill you both." But he never expected that, having just turned his back on Ye Bei for a moment, the boy had quickly used a coat hanger to strike him hard on the back of the neck. With just one blow, Wu Gong fell to the ground, motionless. At this point, Ye Bei had no strength left, his limbs were weak, he was gasping for breath, and the little girl was trembling uncontrollably. Is he dead? Did I kill someone?" Looking at her blood-stained hands, the little girl kept blaming herself. Just then, Ye Bei came over to comfort her. "Hey kid, it's okay. To deal with scumbags like this, you just have to do what you think is right." Hearing this, the little girl still couldn't stop crying, "But I wanted to save him. Why did he become like that when he came in? I didn't think he was a bad person." Suddenly, Ye Bei checked Wu Gong's body and shouted, "Damn it, this bastard isn't dead yet. Kid, stop talking nonsense and get out." Hearing that the man wasn't dead, the little girl snapped out of it and kept demanding they save his life, but she was immediately thrown out of the room by Ye Bei. "I've never met anyone as stupid as you. Get out." Returning to the room, Ye Bei sighed helplessly and, without hesitation, threw Wu Gong outside. The zombies swarming nearby noticed the commotion and immediately gathered around. Wu Gong had just opened his eyes to find himself being torn apart and then screamed helplessly and tragically. Ye Bei stood above, watching with a look of disgust. "If I had a better knife, I'll cut off all your limbs before I throw you down." Suddenly, a noise from the opposite building caught his attention. It turned out one of Wu Gong's lackeys had miraculously survived and was clinging to a decorative fixture. Outside the balcony, he was screaming in desperation when he suddenly heard Ye Bei's voice call over, "Hey, is anyone else alive over there?" Even though he was on the brink of death, he still answered honestly, No one's left. We were blocking the door, but someone let go, so the zombies broke in and everyone got bitten. Can you come over and help me? Can you save me and let me stay at your place?" He sure was a big dreamer. But of course, Yibei wasn't having it. No, I can't. If you don't want to press your luck, then take a look below. I'm warning you, you're on your own now. Seeing Wugong's corpse being gnawed on, the young man was too terrified to say another word. He squeezed his eyes shut and leaped to the adjacent balcony, then made a run for it. Seeing this, Yibei let out a gleeful laugh. Hey, hey. It's a real shame those zombies didn't finish off you pieces of trash. Don't let me ever see you again. After cleaning everything up, night had fallen. Yibei opened the door to find the little girl huddled in a corner. Didn't I tell you to take a shower? Why are you still here? Noticing the girl peeking into the room, Yibei added, Stop looking. He's on the first floor. Hearing this, the girl asked naively, Did that uncle get away? Yibei scoffed sarcastically. Humph, you think someone could escape a situation like that? Unless he was some kind of god. Hearing that, the girl finally understood Wugong's fate, and she lowered her head with a sad look in her eyes. Why did you have to kill him? Even bad people deserve a chance to become better. Her point of view wasn't wrong, but this was the apocalypse, a time when people would even eat each other to survive, something a person like Yibei understood all too well. He couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist on the wall, shouting, That's stupid. Have you never heard the story of the farmer and the snake? He was a bad person, a truly evil one. If you saved him, he'd just turn around and kill you. Besides, he and I are the same. We have to kill each other to survive. This is the apocalypse. The apocalypse. You get it? The girl's face went pale, still unable to believe the world had become so awful. Yibei didn't bother arguing any further and just turned to leave. Phew, it's useless saying all this to a naive kid like you. Great. I just took a shower and now I need another one. My bones are still aching. Hearing his words, the girl quickly stood up and hurried after him. Are you? But after only taking a few steps, she tripped and nearly tumbled down the stairs. Yibei called her name but got no response, so he rushed to pick her up, placed her on the bed, and carefully checked her over. She couldn't have been injured when he hit her earlier, right? I don't see any bruises. Noticing she had a fever, he quickly searched for medicine in a drawer. It had been a long time, but thankfully he still remembered where the first aid kit was. Upon opening it, Yibei's attention was caught by a pink notebook. I had chemo today, and it didn't hurt at all. I even cheered on the little boy in the next room. The doctor told me that it's thanks to the help of many kind people that I was able to receive treatment, so I want to be a good person in the future too. Accompanying it was the little girl's medical record, which stated she had leukemia. After reading it, Yibei noticed her body was covered in bandages. It seemed they were from the frequent injections. Yibei stood before the little girl, silent for a long time. This girl. Is this why she insists on saving people no matter what? But the world that was once kind to you doesn't exist anymore. Just then, Yibei felt his pocket and pulled out the few dark gold energy crystals he had collected earlier. He hesitated for a long time before looking at the little girl. He wondered if these would have any effect on her condition. After a long night, the sun finally began to rise. The zombies outside were no longer noisy like last night. Instead, they all looked up at the sun, their eyes glowing green. It was a truly bizarre sight. Meanwhile, Yibei was still fast asleep by the bed. A thin blanket was draped over his shoulders. After waking up, Yibei said he would go find the little girl's father, which surprised her, causing her to ask, You said you're going to find my dad? Yibei sat on a chair, his attitude not as harsh as before. Yeah, didn't you say your dad went out to get supplies? I don't think this place is safe. It's better if I hand you over to him. Hearing this, the girl quickly said that her father had told her to stay in the store, lock the doors, and not go anywhere. When asked how long her father had been gone, she sadly replied that it had been 3 days, when normally, getting supplies only took half a day. Yibei sighed in exasperation. Then use that little head of yours. What do you think happened to your dad? He's been gone this long and still hasn't returned? Realization dawned on her, and the little girl screamed, Dad, nothing could have happened to him. 3 days ago, he called me. He said he would be back soon. Yibei had no choice but to spell it out for her. Himph, it's been 3 days, hasn't it? Have you heard anything from him in those 3 days? Either he's been eaten by zombies or he's trapped somewhere, waiting to be rescued. Shouldn't we go and save him? The little girl hesitated, but she still didn't dare to disobey her father's orders to not leave. Yet she dared to open the door for a bunch of strangers. What a good daughter. Yibei moved closer to the girl. You're so naive. Your father is definitely in some kind of trouble right now. Don't you want to go help him? You were willing to save a thug but not your own father? Listen here. I'm not asking for your opinion right now. I could just kill you and leave, but you saved me. Taking you to your father is just me repaying that debt, so don't be ungrateful. Now go and pack your things. Only when Yibei raised his voice did the girl obediently comply. What a headache. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a car was speeding down the road, smashing through any zombies in its path, completely unstoppable. The car was heading straight for this very convenient store. Back at the store, Yibei was carefully packing necessary food and drinks. Seeing the girl peeking from the side, he called out to her, "Hey, why are you dressed like that? We're not going on a picnic." Seeing her timidly stay silent, he had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. Before leaving, he decided to eat a bowl of noodles first. As he ate, he thought about what needed to be done next. Humph. I'll wait for the sun to get a little higher, then charge out and let the zombies at the door die off. I remember there were quite a few cars on the road. Hopefully I can find one that's drivable. Finally, I'll just get this kid in the car and hope she doesn't slow me down. Seeing the girl enjoying a spicy snack, Yibei reached out to ask for a bite. Just then, a hole was smashed through the store's wall. The shelves came crashing down, and Yibei quickly shielded the little girl with his body. Are you kidding me? An earthquake? After taking a closer look, he saw that a car had crashed straight through the shutter door, and it was now slowly backing up. A fat guy stepped out of the car. Hey, a convenience store, I've hit the jackpot. He stomped on the heads of a few nearby zombies, then happily walked into the store with a bag, seeing all the snacks scattered on the floor. He immediately rushed over and started stuffing them into his bag. Ha ha ha, bear cookies, my favorite, this is awesome. The supermarkets in the city have all been looted clean. It was worth risking my life to come to this desolate town to find something. Just then, a box cutter was pressed against his neck. Don't move, drop what's in your hands. The last idiot who dared to barge in here was thrown outside to become a street decoration. I don't mind adding another one. Yibei stood behind him, radiating killing intent. If the man made a wrong move, he would strike without hesitation, but suddenly, the fatty threw a bunch of stuff in Yibei's face and used the chance to bolt for the car with his bag. He had just gotten into the car and hadn't even started the engine when Yibei lunged in from the other door. Go to hell, you stupid fat pig. With his life hanging by a thread, the fatty screamed, Spare me, please spare me. I surrender. I surrender. The little girl also ran out at this moment, shouting, Don't kill anyone else. Seeing what Yibei was about to do, the girl quickly made up an excuse. He crashed into my family's store and broke it. If he dies, no one will be able to pay for the damages. In the apocalypse, what kind of ridiculous reason was that? But somehow, Yibei actually played along. You've got a point. Speaking of which, this car of yours isn't half bad. Then use it as collateral for the store's damages. We also happen to need a driver. You get in the car first and bring all the luggage. So it turns out the little girl's name was Air. It seems the two of them had already introduced themselves to each other. To save his own life, the fatty, drenched in sweat, explained, I'm sorry, friend. I only crashed into the store because I was starving. I didn't know you two were inside. At that moment, as was loading things into the car, she spotted a horde of zombies rushing toward them. There was no time to lose. Quickly got into the car so they could get out of there. After a series of maneuvers, the fatty drove like a pro, mowing down all the zombies and then drifting smoothly. As they went around a curve, Yibei was thrown about, so he quickly fastened his seatbelt and pressed the knife against the fatty's neck. You damn fatty, are you crazy? If you don't start driving properly, I'll kill you. The fatty, who was driving like a maniac just a moment ago, immediately became as obedient as a puppy. Right, we have to clear out the zombies to get through. Besides, you guys didn't tell me where you wanted to go. Yibei then turned to ask where her father used to get his supplies. Said that her father always got supplies in Fudong City, and that's where he was the last time he called. Hearing this, the fatty seemed terrified. Fudong City is bad news. The foot traffic there is normally insane, so it must be completely overrun with zombies by now. Yibei didn't care and just pressed the knife against him. Hey, less talk, more driving. Just go where I tell you. Left with no choice, the fatty had to obey. On the way, he asked to turn on some music to liven things up, but Yibei refused. After a while, he wanted to start singing and got yelled at. This journey seems like it'll be a bit less boring, with the addition of a new member. On the highway, a decrepit zombie was kneeling on the ground. His whole body was trembling as he tried to reach out his hand for help. Luckily, Yibei's group's car was approaching from a distance. Perhaps the zombie would get the help he was looking for? Of course not. The vehicle just plowed straight ahead, crushing the zombie. The fatty in the car, having scored a zombie kill, was laughing his head off. Next up was a double king female zombie. The fatty, while sucking on a lollipop, was gloating over his achievement when Yibei chided him. Can't you be quiet for a second? You're so noisy that I can't sleep, or are you trying to get us all killed? Hearing this, the fatty got scared and stopped laughing, quickly explaining, it's really boring on the road, and you won't let me sing, so I have to entertain myself somehow. But don't worry, this vehicle is super sturdy. Ramming into zombies is like munching on crispy crackers. But Yibei wasn't having any of his excuses and raised his knife, shouting, I told you to stop, so just stop. Don't you get it? The fatty was so scared he almost wet his pants, and the vehicle slowly came to a stop. Seeing this, Yibei said he wanted the guy to stop making noise, not to stop the car. The fatty didn't understand why the car had stopped either, so he took a moment to check. Suddenly, he screamed, "The car! The car's out of gas!" Yibei was already furious, and this just added fuel to the fire, making him even more enraged. "I'll curse your entire family. You're telling me we're out of gas halfway through?" The fatty broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. I forgot. Is there a gas station nearby?" Yibei couldn't take it anymore. With a knife in one hand, he grabbed the fatty's collar with the other. "Are you kidding me? Get the hell out. Get out. And lure the zombies away from me. You're dead either way." The fatty frantically opened his stash of snacks and started eating, stuffing his face with whatever he could. "Boo-hoo. Since it has come to this, please let me eat my fill first. It's better to be a well-fed ghost." These people were just unbelievable. Not a single one of them was normal. Just then, a zombie lunged at the window, giving Yu-Er a huge scare. The number of zombies gathering around the car grew larger and larger. If this kept up, even if the vehicle wasn't destroyed, the group would be trapped here until they died. In this moment of crisis, Yibei suddenly spotted a machete next to the fatty. He immediately grabbed it, kicked the door open, and began slaughtering the horde of zombies. Compared to the box cutter, this machete was much easier to handle, and Yibei had no trouble dealing with these zombies. Watching Yibei's heroic display, the fatty's jaw dropped in amazement. So strong. It was the first time he had ever seen someone mow down zombies so effortlessly. After clearing out the zombies around the vehicle, Yibei banged on the vehicle, telling the fatty to get out. When the fatty refused, preferring to die inside, he had to get in and grab his collar. "Shut up, you idiot. Hiding in the car will get you killed sooner or later, unless you do what I say." A moment ago, when I was outside, I saw quite a few cars on the side of the road. If we're lucky, some of these cars might still have gas. I'll kill all the zombies on the road, then you run over there and siphon all the gas from the cars. You know how to siphon gas, right? You were honking nonstop on the way here, so you must know a thing or two about cars. The fat man, with his face right up close, trembled. I know how, but..." Before he could refuse, Yibei had already dragged him out of the car, while Yura was told to just sit tight inside. The fat man tried to find excuses to back out, but Yibei rejected them all, forcing him to follow the original plan. He even tried to scare Yibei by driving recklessly, but that idea vanished when he saw him fighting the zombies. While Yibei was bracing himself, just as he was getting a kick out of beheading zombies, the fatty suddenly raised his hand to speak. "Actually, I suddenly remembered there's a spare gas can in the trunk." The fatty dropped the act because he felt Yibei wasn't a normal person, and was worth taking advantage of. After hearing what the fatty said, Yibei shot him a death glare. "What did you just say?" Seeing Yibei grip his blade tightly, the fatty hurriedly tried to explain himself. Please calm down. I was so scared that I just forgot for a moment. Wait a sec, buddy. I'll go add the gas right now. Hehehe. But as the fatty was about to pour the gas, Yibei stopped him. "No, wait to add the gas. Right now, I want you to get something for me. These black orbs are hidden inside the zombies' skulls. I want you to help me dig all of them out." Seeing the fatty's dumbfounded look, Yibei sat down and demonstrated. The moment he saw the process, the fatty's face turned pale with fear. That's so gross. I think I'd rather just hole up in the car." Before he could finish his sentence, Yibei pointed his blade at him. "Should I mince you into meatballs or just slice you up whole?" Seeing Yibei's expression from before, the fatty knew he wasn't bluffing but still tried to find a way out of it. I'll dig. But how am I supposed to do it? You already took my knife." Yibei was losing his patience with the fatty. He glared at him with killing intent. "Use your mouth and gnaw it out. From now on, for everyone I kill, you dig one out. If you dare to slack off, this blade will be on your neck next." With that, Yibei continued to slaughter the surrounding zombies. Although terrified, the fatty obediently took out a shovel to dig into the zombie brains. Before starting, he even tried to act cute. "Even though I'm chubby, I still feel pain, you know. While I'm digging, you have to protect me well. This is so nauseating." If the fatty wasn't still useful, Yibei would have turned around and sliced him up right then and there. After a moment of internal struggle, the fatty finally started digging into the zombie brains. Each of Yibei's strikes landed precisely on a zombie's head. Plus, since the zombie skulls were quite fragile, the digging was incredibly easy. It didn't take long for the fatty to find the first orb. "It's really here." The black orb emitted a green glow from within. Who would have thought there'd be a solid orb inside a human brain? "It looks just like a boba pearl." After observing it for a moment, the fatty shouted to ask Yibei if this thing was valuable. Being constantly interrupted in the middle of an intense fight, Yibei angrily cursed, "Hey, shut your mouth, you idiot." From Yibei's reaction, the fatty guessed that the orb was the reason humans turned into zombies. Out of curiosity, he decided to hide one to study later. After wiping out all the zombies surrounding the car, Yibei decided to stop. There was no need to worry about the ones further away. After a few fights, Yi-Bei was starting to get used to this body, but it still wasn't enough. His movements were too slow. After resting for a moment, he turned to ask the fatty how many he had collected. The fatty gleefully showed off the fruits of his labor with a handful of orbs. Tada, it's a huge haul. After digging out a few, I really got the hang of it. There are just a few more up ahead. This is enough. Yi-Bei told the fatty to wash them, wrap them up, and then add the gas so they could get back on the road. The fatty was much more obedient now, doing exactly as he was told without a single word of protest. When he got back to the car, Yi-Bei was shocked. Yu-Er was lying completely still and silent. He panicked and rushed over, calling her name loudly, but there was no response. Yu-Er's entire body was burning hot, and she was drenched in sweat. It seemed even more serious than the last time. Yi-Bei frantically searched for medicine and gave it to the little girl. The fatty, who was pumping gas, saw this and ran over to be nosy. "What's wrong with your little sister?" "Sunstroke?" Yi-Bei maintained his usual gruff attitude. "Mind your own business. Just finish pumping the gas so we can get on the road." On the way, Yu-Er still wasn't responding, so the fatty asked again, "Is it the heat? Or maybe from lying in the car for too long earlier? Is she feeling any better now?" Already on edge, Yi-Bei immediately drew his blade and yelled, "It's all because you tricked us into thinking the car was out of gas that we had to stay there for so long. If anything happens to the kid, I'll chop you into 100 pieces." After that, the fatty didn't dare pull any more tricks and focused on driving properly. The atmosphere for the rest of the drive fell into a heavy silence. Seeing Yi-Bei still keeping his blade close, the fatty mustered up the courage to start a conversation. "By the way, friend, what's your name? Your blade skills are really impressive." Yi-Bei said menacingly, "If you want to ask for someone's name, you should introduce yourself first." Seeing the tension ease a bit, the fatty introduced himself. "Haha, my name is Zhao Heng. I used to own a car repair shop in the city. Everyone there got infected by zombies, so I had no choice but to grab a car and escape. This car belonged to a friend who left it at my shop for repairs but never came back to get it, so I just took it." After thinking for a moment, Yi-Bei also said his name, but before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Heng suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the car to skid across the road. Yi-Bei immediately pressed his blade to the man's neck again. "Are you kidding me? Why'd you suddenly stop the car? Do you have a death wish?" Zhao Heng stared ahead, his body trembling. Fire. The road into the city is completely blocked by a massive fire. Just then, Yu-Er woke up, also shivering. Yi-Bei, who had been worried just moments before, now put on a cold front. "You troublesome kid, you're finally awake. As you can see, the road to Fudong City is blocked. We might not be able to reach your father." Staring at the wall of fire in front of them, Yu-Er was helplessly speechless. Seeing this, Zhao Heng suggested that they could take a detour. "It'll just take a little longer. Do you want to?" Yi-Bei thought for a moment and then made his decision. "Let's take the detour then, but we need to find some better equipment first. Fatty, do you know of any electronics or weapons shops around here?" Heng recalled something and then hit the gas. "I have a fellow townsman in the south part of the city. He runs a blacksmith shop. He's been at it for over 10 years, so he's very experienced. In my memory, he's always been there, but with the zombie pandemic breaking out, I don't know if he's still at his shop. But even if the man is gone, the temple remains. His place probably still has a lot of good stuff. In fact, the blade you're holding was made by him." Yi-Bei was skeptical, gripping his blade tightly. He had already collected a good amount of black gold, so if the blacksmith shop had suitable weapons, he might be able to craft a more effective weapon, as long as the fatty doesn't try anything funny on the way there. Zhao Heng went on and on, telling stories about his childhood with his friend, until Yu-Er pointed out that Yi-Bei had fallen asleep a while ago. A while later, the three of them arrived at the blacksmith shop Zhao Heng had mentioned. Looking at the pile of scrap metal outside, Yi-Bei thought it was a junkyard. As a precaution, he pressed his blade to Zhao Heng's neck and warned, "You'd better pray this blacksmith shop is the real deal, otherwise you should start thinking about where you want to be buried." Then, Yi-Bei looked at the horde of zombies they had attracted. "But before we head inside, we'd better do a major cleanup first. For all we know, your old friend might be one of them, huh? We'll do it the old way. I'll chop them down. You extract the cores, and in the end, give them all to me." Just as he was getting ready to act, Yu-Er suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I'll help too." Yi-Bei immediately objected. "There's no need. You should stay in the car. You'll just be in the way. If you suddenly faint or get bitten by a zombie later, I'm not going to save you." But no matter what he said, Yu-Er insisted on helping and promised to be careful. Zhao Heng also gave her a small shovel to make her work easier. With no other choice, Yi-Bei could only let her do as she pleased, but he didn't forget to warn her that he wouldn't hesitate to chop off her head if she got bitten. After that, everyone pitched in to clear out the horde of zombies. Zhao Heng and Yu-Er also took this opportunity to get to know each other better. At this moment, in a nearby building, Luo Xiang, the boss of this area, was observing everything through a telescope. Seeing Yi-Bei slaughtering zombies, he didn't look very pleased. Just then, one of his underlings burst through the door. "Boss, a report for you, boss." But before he could finish his sentence, he was treated to a bullet right in the forehead. "How many times have I told you, knock before you enter?" Outside the door, another underling who came with him was still waiting. Fortunately, the fat guy who just took a bullet had rushed in first to report and steal the credit, which is how this guy survived. Luo Shang then called this newcomer in to give his report. This man was actually one of Wu Gong's former subordinates, and it was a surprise that he had managed to survive and make it this far. Witnessing Luo Xiang's act of murder, he stammered as he reported that someone was killing zombies at the blacksmith shop across the street. Luo Xiang wasn't happy to hear this, since he had already seen it and didn't need a report. The newcomer knew he was about to eat lead as well, so he quickly offered a useful piece of information. "That. I recognize the student among them. I've met him before back in North Village. He single-handedly killed a lot of zombies. He's incredibly strong." After hearing this, Luo Shang thought for a moment and then called for someone to bring him a pack of noodles. "This is your reward, take it and eat. Later, you'll tell me everything in detail." In these times, a pack of noodles was more precious than gold. For Luo Xiang to casually gift this to a subordinate showed how powerful he was. Even the maidservant next to him had to kneel like a dog while being petted. Before the new guy left, he ordered, "You, take that piece of trash out and clean this room. Then, go tell the others anyone who wants to go down there and play with those people will be handsomely rewarded." Back at the blacksmith shop, after they had eliminated all the zombies, they had collected a total of 19 cores. It was a bit more than last time. Yi Bei then told Zhao Heng to check the surrounding rooms while he searched the room in front of him. Without bothering to knock, he kicked the door, clean off its hinges, and went inside. Seeing the forge still lit, it was clear the blacksmith had either just left or had been ambushed by zombies. Just then, Zhao Heng ran over to report. "Nothing has been destroyed, but I don't know where the blacksmith has gone." After assessing the situation, Yi Bei gave careful instructions. "Quick, give me all the cores we collected, then go find some discarded engines, iron pipes, and metal sheets for me. And take this saber and sharpen it. Be ready to provide backup at a moment's notice." Hearing this, Zhao Heng couldn't help but ask, "Huh, didn't we come here to borrow weapons? There are quite a few hanging on the wall." Yi Bei then explained, "In a few more weeks, these ordinary blades will be useless. I need to make a stronger weapon." Seeing how professional Yi Bei looked, Zhao Heng wondered if he knew how to forge. Getting pestered, Yi Bei got grumpy. "Stop rambling and bring me those beast cores. It seems they only work obediently after getting yelled at." The people around the main character are really strange. Meanwhile, Yu had nothing to do, so she could only wander around the place. After equipping all his tools, Yi Bei started making the weapon. The first skill of a mechanist, forge light. He heated the iron bar and skillfully hammered it as if he had done this hundreds of thousands of times. While Zhao Heng watched from the side, his jaw dropping in amazement over and over again. After the weapon took shape, Yi Bei put all the beast cores into a cup and placed it in the furnace. Under the high temperature, the beast cores melted and gradually fused together, emitting a mysterious blue light. Next, Yi Bei cut his palm and dripped his blood into the cup. After everything mixed together, he took the resulting solution and poured it over the newly forged weapon blank. The process was like adding seasoning to a dish. After pouring all the solution, Yi Bei started hammering again. The sound of the hammer echoed throughout the forge. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng's lackeys were lurking nearby. The new guy, having witnessed Yi Bei's power, was a bit scared. "That kid can slice up zombies like chopping vegetables. Why does Boss Luo still want us to come and add to the body count?" The old-timers, however, knew no fear. They only cared about the reward for completing the mission. But just in case, they decided to make their move at night when everyone's guard was down. In the forge, Yi Bei, unaware that he was being targeted, continued to diligently craft his weapon. After the forging stage, he began to craft strange mechanical parts, and his masterful skills made Zhao Heng see him in a new light. Even his own compatriot didn't possess such incredible skills. After finishing the preparations, Yi Bei took out the blade that was soaking in oil. On the body of the blade were patterns that looked like lightning bolts, which was incredibly magical. Now that everything was done, it was time to witness the power of a mechanist. At that moment, Yura had prepared a table of hot food in the kitchen. This was the only thing she could do to be useful right now. Suddenly, her mouth was covered from behind. "Hello, little girl. Let me take you to a nice place." The scene shifts to Yi Bei's forge, where he was intently sharpening the blade on a whetstone. Small sparks flew with every stroke he made. In the air, thick with the smell of metal, the steady scraping sound echoed, and little by little, the blade grew sharper under his skilled hands. The chubby Zhao Heng looked at the sharp sword freshly honed by Yi Bei, his eyes filled with surprise and fascination. His lips trembled in astonishment as he said he had only ever seen such a futuristic sword in movies. Yi Bei said the final step was activation. Then he picked up 2 pliers, his steady hands preparing to complete the final stage. With absolute concentration, Yi Bei pressed the two pliers together with both hands, instantly creating thousands of dazzling lightning sparks. The blinding light made the surrounding space seem to tremble, and the powerful electromagnetism made the air heavy and tense. Finally, when Yi Bei's hands released the pliers, the sword was complete, its blade gleaming, so sharp it could cut through the air. The light reflecting off its surface exuded perfection. Zhao Heng stared, dumbfounded, at the finished sword. He couldn't believe his eyes, pure admiration written all over his face, as if he were witnessing a masterpiece beyond his wildest imagination. Yi Bei held the sword, his eyes firm and proud. He announced that the second phase of the forging was complete. Zhao Heng stared at the sword in awe. It was truly magnificent. Unable to believe what he had just witnessed, he excitedly said that he wanted a sword just like it too. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence, startling both Yi Bei and Zhao Heng, whose eyes immediately darted toward the sound. Zhao Heng immediately recognized it as Yuer's scream, and Yi Bei's brows furrowed slightly. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he hurriedly turned towards the sound. Both of them rushed into the courtyard, worried. They saw a group of men carrying Yuer on their shoulders, making both Zhao Heng and Yi Bei sense the imminent danger. Seeing little Yuer unconscious, her limp body in the hands of those men, a flash of hatred ignited in Yi Bei's eyes. His anger surged to a boiling point. The man in green held a knife, looked coldly at Yi Bei, and said, "Yi Bei, drop your weapon and come with us to meet Brother Luo. Otherwise, he would kill Yuer on the spot." His tone was threatening and merciless, causing Yi Bei to furiously raise his sword. The cold glint from the blade was so dazzling that Zhao Heng, standing beside him, was left speechless, not expecting him to react so quickly and fiercely. With clear indignation on his face, he swung his sword down hard, plunging the blade deep into the earth and sending pebbles flying everywhere. It created a small shower of debris all around. The fierce and powerful display startled everyone present. The thugs, especially the man in green, were terrified. His face went pale witnessing Yi Bei's power, and he stumbled back a few steps in panic. Seeing this, the man carrying Yuer on his shoulder also panicked, his expression changing in an instant. He glanced worriedly at the others around him, clearly sensing the closing danger. Then, hoisting Yuer on his shoulder, he didn't dare hesitate any longer. He quickly turned to flee, his face filled with terror, clearly feeling the threat from Yi Bei drawing nearer. Yi Bei raised his sword, his cold gaze fixed on the fleeing men. He called out, as if to confirm if they really thought they could escape. His every word was a defiant warning, and with each swing, his blade whistled through the air like a sharp, cold wind. Each slash was so powerful it seemed to make the very air tremble. A large, fat thug panicked as he saw his own weapon get shattered. He was frozen on the spot, his eyes wide with terror, unable to believe what just happened, as his entire body trembled before Yi Bei's strength. One of the thugs saw what was happening and turned to the man carrying Yuer, unable to hide the panic in his voice. "You're just going to run off on your own?" The other man replied with a worried expression. "In a situation like this, what else can we do but run?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Bei swung his sword down, the sharp blade cleanly severing the fat thug's head, sending blood spraying everywhere. The remaining thugs froze in horror for a moment, sheer terror etched on every one of their faces. The man yelled at the one carrying Yuer, blaming him furiously. "This is all your fault. If you didn't lose your head the second you saw a girl, we wouldn't be in this mess." He warned, "If you don't let Yuer go now, none of us are getting out of here alive." But the guy named Bei Yuner kept saying that if they let the little girl go, the light from the blade would fly straight towards them, and if the mission failed, they would die at the end of Boss La's gun, his face full of worry but also firm resolve. Then they continued to run without daring to look back, their hurried steps fearful as they glanced towards Yi Bei, knowing that if they didn't leave quickly, there would be no chance of survival. But Yi Bei was already approaching with his sword, each step steady. His cold gaze terrified them, anxiety clear on their faces, with no path of retreat. They could only feel the imposing and killing intent from the approaching Yi Bei. Just then, Zhao Heng called out to Yi Bei, hurriedly saying that things were bad. His voice was full of worry and urgency, as if something dangerous was happening. Zhao Heng said that zombies were coming from behind. His voice was panicked, his eyes darting backward to warn Yi Bei, making the atmosphere even more tense. The horde of zombies got closer and closer, their rapid movements terrifying, the sound of their dry footsteps echoing clearly. The air grew heavy and suffocating. Zhao Heng said they were running at an extremely high speed, just like they were on stimulants. His voice was full of panic and astonishment. Soon enough, the zombie horde had caught up to where the two of them were standing. Their footsteps grew nearer, the space becoming terrifyingly silent, with only the gruesome sound of the monster's steps remaining. Zhao Heng frantically asked what to do. Should they run? But Yi Bei just sighed and tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes cold, clearly having no intention of running and preparing to face the approaching danger. He swung his sword up powerfully. The sharp blade cut through the air, severing the heads of several approaching zombies as blood splattered everywhere. Zhao Heng's jaw dropped in astonishment as he saw Ye Bei fighting the zombie horde by himself. He couldn't believe his eyes. Feeling like everything was completely beyond his comprehension, and taking advantage of the moment, the other group carried Yuner and ran away, which made Zhao Heng furious when he saw it. He turned and told Ye Bei that they had taken Yuner and run towards the big building over there. Ye Bei was enraged upon hearing the news. The explosion of rage was evident in his eyes. Determined not to let them escape, he turned and scolded, "Zhao Heng, don't just stand there like an idiot. Get in the car and chase them." His voice full of frustration and urgency. Unable to hesitate for even 1 second, he finally snapped out of it and hurriedly ran back to open the car door. His feet quickly hit the ground, not daring to waste any time. Then he turned and told Ye Bei to be safe. His eyes were worried but also full of determination. Knowing that they were both about to face danger, he sped off in the car, muttering that he would handle the hero saving the damsel part, his voice both firm and confident, as if ready to face any challenge just to protect Yuner. Seeing this, the group of kidnappers panicked completely. They never expected Ye Bei and Zhao Heng to be so relentless. Confusion and fear were written all over their faces. As they sensed the approaching danger, they panicked because Zhao Heng's car was getting close. Their footsteps hurried and their eyes anxious, looking into the distance, knowing that time was running out and if they didn't act now, it would all be for nothing. They scrambled to hide in a parked car there, hastily opening the doors and jumping inside, their eyes filled with panic, knowing they only had a little time left to escape the pursuit of Ye Bei and Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng angrily slammed on the brakes in front of that building. The tires screeched deafeningly, and the car came to a near-instant stop as he couldn't contain his fury. His eyes blazed with fury as he saw them trying to escape, and he wondered, could this large building be their hideout? His sharp gaze swept over the building, feeling as if everything was heading in a direction he couldn't have anticipated. At this moment, Zhao Heng stood before the large building, the gloomy sky casting a shadow over the entire area. Thick, dark clouds created a heavy, intense atmosphere. Zhao Heng saw that they had blocked the entrance with a large bus. He thought in frustration, what should I do? His brows furrowed with tension. They hurriedly carried Yuer and fled into the building, their heavy footsteps echoing in the dim space, determined to escape before Zhao Heng could get in, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere thick with the scent of danger. Just then, two of them turned to look at Zhao Heng, a sinister smile on their lips, their eyes full of defiance, as if to declare that he could do nothing to them. They sneered confidently, saying that with only Zhao Heng, it would be easy to deal with him. Their tone was full of mockery and contempt, their eyes gleaming with smugness, as if they already had victory in their grasp. Then they jumped off the bus, standing before Zhao Heng with arrogant expressions, mockingly commenting that his car wasn't bad at all, especially since he had personally delivered it right to them. The other guy, holding a cold, sharp knife, stepped forward menacingly, his eyes cold and vicious, warning that if Zhao Heng didn't want to be turned into a human kebab, he'd better strip everything and get lost. Zhao Heng gripped his sword tightly, his sharp gaze firing back, asserting that they shouldn't think he would be scared because he wasn't some pushover. They bared their teeth in a malicious grin, tightening their grip on their sharp knives and charged straight at Zhao Heng. One of them growled, mocking that they had killed more people than Zhao Heng had ever eaten chicken and that he was truly courting death. Zhao Heng raised his sword, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he retorted that they were the ones who were bringing disaster upon themselves. Then suddenly, a sharp sword flash appeared before Zhao Heng, so fast that he didn't have time to react, making the air around them seem to freeze for a tense moment. The thugs were dealt with cleanly, none of them were left standing, and Ye Bei had arrived just in time, bringing everything to a swift end. Zhao Heng was stunned when he saw this, surprise written all over his face, unable to believe what had just happened. Then he asked Ye Bei, his expression filled with astonishment, unable to help but wonder, "Did you already take care of all the zombies?" Ye Bei didn't say much. He just coldly told Zhao Heng to stop standing there like an idiot and to hurry up and follow him to save the person. Zhao Heng was dazed for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement. Then Ye Bei readied his sword, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through everything in front of him, prepared to face any danger. He swung his sword powerfully, slicing through the bus, blocking the entrance to the building, creating a clean cut that sent the vehicle flying apart with ease. Then, the two of them entered the building, where the other men were hiding, in the corners, ready to deal with any intruders. Ye Bei went first, his sword always at the ready, while Zhao Heng hurried behind him, his eyes never leaving Ye Bei's every move. One of the hiding thugs sneered smugly, stealthily throwing a knife towards Ye Bei, hoping for a surprise attack, but Ye Bei quickly parried the knife with his sword. Without even turning around, his sword flashed through the air like lightning, a reaction so swift that no one could even see it. He coldly parried the man's knife, his sword swinging like a whirlwind and sending the attacker's weapon flying far away. Seeing this, the man was utterly terrified, his hands trembling in disbelief as Ye Bei's lightning-fast sword repelled the attack. leaving him no chance to react. The knife reversed its course, flying back at a terrifying speed and plunging straight into the man. He had no time to react, only managing to see the blade slice through the air before an overwhelming pain consumed his body. Witnessing this, Zhao Heng thought to himself that perhaps he didn't need to intervene anymore. Yi Bei had handled everything so quickly and efficiently. Inside, two men holding gasoline cans looked on ferociously as they lit them, preparing to throw them at Ye Bei and Zhao Heng. Their eyes flashed with the determination to destroy them both, and suddenly, fierce flames erupted, surrounding the pair as the blinding light reflected off the ground, creating blazing streaks of light. Ye Bei was completely unafraid, sword in hand. With a powerful swing, he sent sparks flying everywhere as the fiery debris shattered into fragments. He advanced without a moment's hesitation, destroying every obstacle in his path. The glint of his sword flashed in the darkness, leaving a wide-open path ahead. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence. The bullet sped towards Ye Bei at incredible velocity. The flickering flames reflected off its tip, making it seem like a sharp streak of light aimed right for him. He showed no signs of panic, his eyes resolute as his body moved as fast as lightning. He dodged the bullet as it zipped past him, leaving only a whistling sound in the air. Seeing this, the shooter just smiled. It was a cold, arrogant smile. He spoke sarcastically, his tone challenging, as if he wasn't at all worried about the danger he was in. He treated him like some interesting game. Even knowing that everything was about to change, the man roared with laughter. His eyes filled with amusement as he looked at Ye Bei and said that it was surprising to find someone as capable as him in an apocalypse like this. It made him curious, and he even asked if Ye Bei would be interested in grabbing a drink with him. He pointed his gun at Ye Bei as he spoke, the smile never leaving his lips. Ye Bei heard him, but didn't answer. He just gave the man a cold stare, his gaze sharp enough to shred the air. His silence wasn't just a challenge. It was also a declaration that no invitation or threat could ever shake his resolve. The man raised both hands, a smug, glittering smile on his face, and said that he treated everyone with the utmost sincerity, especially geniuses like Ye Bei. He guaranteed that if Ye Bei had any requests, he would do everything in his power to fulfill them. But Ye Bei's heart remained cold and unwavering. Seeing Ye Bei raise his sword, the man quickly pointed his gun at Weir's head. His eyes were filled with menace as he told Ye Bei not to make a move, or else he wouldn't hesitate to harm the little girl. He smirked, his eyes flashing with satisfaction as he looked at Weir, who was lying motionless in their grasp. Then he spoke up, his voice dripping with mockery, saying the little girl must have been tired because she was sleeping so soundly. They were taking good care of her. He continued, his tone still smug, saying that he was treating Ye Bei with such respect, so Ye Bei shouldn't betray his kindness. He admitted he didn't know the full power of Ye Bei's weapon, but if they weren't careful, they would be sent flying. He smirked sinisterly, curling his lip to ask if they should test whose was faster, Ye Bei's sword or his gun. His eyes were full of challenge, as if he was certain that even if Ye Bei was a genius, he couldn't possibly defeat the power of a gun. Ye Bei remained silent, his gaze cold and resolute, completely unmoved by his opponent's challenge, showing no movement or reaction. Seeing this, Zhao Heng worriedly asked what they were going to do next, since Yor was still in their hands and they also had guns. But Ye Bei's eyes remained as cold as ice, showing no sign of panic or hesitation. Suddenly, Ye Bei burst out laughing and said he was working on a major project but had no one to help. If the man could gather everyone here and let Ye Bei command them, then he would go up there. The man was surprised, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. He let out a loud laugh, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. He was confident that Ye Bei wouldn't be able to refuse his offer and that they would welcome him with the grandest reception. He had no doubt he could control everything according to his will, believing Ye Bei could do nothing to change the outcome. Zhao Heng looked at Ye Bei and asked worriedly, "They have guns, how can we possibly deal with them?" Ye Bei shot Zhao Heng a cold look, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through him, and told him it was time to get lost. After speaking, Ye Bei glanced at Zhao Heng, who then took a deep breath, saying that those were Ye Bei's words, and that he didn't want to get involved in this mess anymore. After speaking, Zhao Heng turned to leave. Before walking away, he didn't forget to remind Ye Bei not to regret it once he was gone. Ye Bei shot Zhao Heng a cold glance, not saying a word, only finding the whole situation incredibly annoying. Suddenly, a group of henchmen, the leader's loyal servants, bowed in unison before Ye Bei, making a show of submission. They led Ye Bei out of the courtyard and into the building. The air inside was dark and suffocating, with every footstep echoing through the space. Stepping inside, Ye Bei saw Luo Xiang, their boss, sitting there waiting, his gaze cold and resolute, completely devoid of fear. He saw Ye Bei walk in and flashed a sinister smile, his eyes filled with defiance as he welcomed him. Luo Xiang continued, his voice brimming with confidence, saying he had more than enough men with him, from the young to the middle-aged, and that everyone within a 15-kilometer radius was present. All of them were capable and ready to deal with Ye Bei. He introduced himself as Luo Xiang, their leader, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction as if he had the situation completely under control. No one could touch him or his subordinates. Luo Xiang asked Yi Bei in a challenging tone what exactly he needed them to contribute their efforts for, as if waiting for an answer that might amuse him, though he was also filled with suspicion about the truth behind Yi Bei's words. Yi Bei coldly introduced himself, his voice completely devoid of emotion, as if it were nothing important, just a necessary formality, showing no sign of reservation or fear in the face of Luo Xiang's threat. Yi Bei continued, his sharp gaze fixed directly on Luo Xiang, and asked coldly if he knew where this zombie plague originated from. His voice held no softness, only a clear challenge, as if facing someone he couldn't care less about. In the tense room, Luo Xiang wasn't surprised by Yi Bei's question. He just smirked slightly and asked Yi Bei back with a challenging tone. Did he think he knew the cause of the outbreak of the zombie plague? Luo Xiang was surprised, not understanding why, since he had only discussed this with a few people. But what he found even more puzzling was that Yi Bei knew about it, and this very curiosity made him interested in the boy. More intensely than ever, Yi Bei held a round, blue stone in his hand, its faint light reflecting on his face, and then he asked Luo Xiang if this was what he was interested in. Surprised, Luo Xiang clapped his hands, a delighted smile spreading across his face. He had to admit that Yi Bei had hit the nail on the head, which intrigued him. He decided to stop beating around the bush and ordered the boy to tell him everything he knew without holding anything back. Yi Bei sighed, his expression a bit hesitant, but it couldn't hide his displeasure at having to deal with Luo Xiang. He knew that he couldn't avoid telling him everything, whether he wanted to or not. Yi Bei began to explain, saying there were a few theories about the spread of the zombie virus. Initially, according to the germ theory, the virus was transmitted by birds and insects, spreading to other parts of the world, causing a widespread pandemic that no one could have anticipated. Yi Bei continued, explaining that the second theory was biochemical warfare. There was no more convenient method of warfare than letting the enemy kill each other, but once the fire was lit, it couldn't be extinguished in a moment, and the consequences would spread uncontrollably. The third theory was even more unconventional, which was the alien invasion theory. According to it, a meteorite carrying the zombie virus fell to Earth. The virus was dispersed into the atmosphere, and after entering the human body, it turned them into hosts, creating a terrifying spread everywhere. Yi Bei said that surely Luo Xiang had heard at least one of these three theories, because only that could explain why he left the city to return to his hometown and establish a faction. It seemed he saw an opportunity in this chaos, wanting to exploit the fear and lack of control to build his own power. Luo Xiang admitted that Yi Bei wasn't wrong. He did indeed know a little secret about the zombie virus, information that few people had access to, and it was this knowledge that gave him a clearer view of the current situation, and at the same time, made him more determined in his plans. Then, Luo Xiang opened his hand. In his palm were two small, blue beads. These were the beads from inside a zombie's skull, a key component in controlling and spreading the virus. Then he looked at the two beads, his eyes filled with contemplation, and said there was something he still didn't understand. The beads in the zombie's skulls, how exactly were they supposed to be used? He asked Yi Bei, his tone slightly skeptical, wondering if that sword and his grand project were related to this. Then he continued to ask, "Can you tell me the use of these beads?" His eyes awaited an answer. Yi Bei nodded in agreement, on the condition that Luo Xiang first prepare the items he needed. He knew that revealing information required thorough preparation, and only when everything was ready, only then can you give an accurate answer. Luo Xiang agreed immediately, then said that he had to inspect your sword first. His gaze was sharp, as if he were meticulously evaluating every detail, not wanting to miss any factor that could affect his plan. Yi Bei silently handed the sword to Luo Xiang, his eyes never leaving him, as if awaiting a judgment. Luo Xiang stared intently at the sword in his hand, only looking up after a moment. Then, a fleeting thought made him chuckle lightly. He remembered that Yi Bei's little sister, Yor, was still there, and his gaze flicked over to Yi Bei. Luo Xiang pointed his gun at Yor's head, his eyes cold and threatening. He knew that Yi Bei wouldn't want this to happen. Yi Bei had no other choice but to give the sword to one of Luo Xiang's underlings, understanding that in this situation, he could do nothing but concede. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes, when suddenly, Luo Xiang's underling collapsed to his knees. The sword's power was beyond his expectations, making it unbearable for his body to handle. He turned to look at Luo Xiang, his face pale with pain, saying that this sword was too heavy. Luo Xiang looked at the sword, his eyes filled with surprise, then smirked, saying that today was truly full of one surprise after another, and this only made him more interested in what was happening. Then, Luo Xiang turned to Yi Bei, his cold gaze telling him to start the show. His voice was full of challenge, as if he was waiting for Yi Bei to demonstrate something special. Yi Bei began to explain that the great calamity, the apocalypse of mankind, was caused by the zombie virus, Once a person is infected, this black pearl forms in their brain, which is the source and propagator of the virus. These pearls are not just a sign of infection, but also a tool to control and effectively spread the virus. Yibei held the black pearl in his hand, his eyes focused on it, and said that it was called dark gold energy, a special source of power that gradually accumulates in a zombie's body over time. The longer it takes, the more powerful the energy becomes, and when it reaches a certain level, it can cause an uncontrollable outbreak, spreading everywhere and making the pandemic even worse. He continued, saying that dark gold energy adapts very well to both flesh and metal. By taking advantage of this property, one can create extremely powerful weapons that not only have destructive capabilities but can also control it and use its power to command zombies, turning them into fearsome tools in the hands of their wielder. Luo Shang asked in surprise, "Dark gold? Does it really have such a great ability to adapt to both flesh and metal?" His voice was full of doubt, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He wondered, could it be some kind of immortality pill that grants godhood if you eat it? A spark of curiosity flashed in Luo Shang's eyes, as if he were trying to comprehend a phenomenon beyond his imagination. This comparison made him even more curious about the true origin and power of the dark gold. Yibei burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the space, then said that people had indeed tried to eat it, but the vast majority of them turned into zombies. With a look of pure sarcasm, Yibei said that everyone should watch him. He would only do it once, then he picked up 2 electrical wires, his eyes filled with determination, as if he was ready to prove something. Yibei said that the first step is activation, his voice firm. With an unwavering gaze, Yibei touched the 2 ends of the electrical wires to the black pearl, and immediately, a blue light erupted, spreading throughout the space. It caused everyone to squint from the blinding glare, as the black gold energy swirled in the air, making everything feel heavy and tense. Right after, the power source shorted out, and sparks flew from the ends of the wires, throwing the space into chaos. An explosion shattered the silence, and everyone screamed. It felt as if the electrical energy had surged too powerfully, making everything blurry and chaotic, immediately followed by a sudden blackout. Everything was plunged into darkness. Luo Xiang growled angrily. Could it be an electromagnetic pulse caused by the black gold energy? His voice was filled with rage and anxiety. Then Yibei raised his sword, his eyes filled with determination. Without any hesitation, he charged directly at Luo Xiang, the sharp sword, reflecting the faint light from the black pearl, creating a sharp slashing arc in the darkness. The air around them felt heavy with the tension and intensity of the moment. But Luo Xiang reacted quickly, twisting his body to dodge to one side. His swift movement caused Yibei's blade to miss by a hair's breadth, a flash of light appearing as the blade cut through the empty air, creating a strong gust of wind. Luo Xiang roared in anger, calling Yibei a stinking brat, his voice filled with fury as he realized he'd been tricked. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his gun and aimed it straight at Yibei, his cold eyes filled with hatred. Yibei quickly dodged to the side. The bullet tore through the air but grazed past him and struck one of Luo Xiang's underlings, who was standing behind. The man collapsed instantly. Yibei quickly tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his cold eyes staring straight at Luo Xiang without a trace of fear. Yibei swung his sword decisively, the sharp blade cutting through the air as it sped towards Luo Xiang. In an instant, the blade hit its mark, leaving a deep gash on his body. Luo Xiang screamed in pain, the arrogant look on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by panic and rage. He gritted his teeth and spoke with a bitter tone, saying that a moment of carelessness had allowed Yibei to gain the upper hand. Yibei thought to himself, it's time to end things with Luo Xiang. The self-proclaimed leader of the Yulong gang must be stopped here. Yibei calculated inwardly, understanding that once Luo Xiang learned of the power of black gold, he would definitely use it to push the Yulong gang to research and develop black gold weapons. In that scenario, Luo Xiang could rise to dominate a region, becoming a local overlord, even looking down on the military. With his ambition and cruelty, any place that fell under his influence would become a tool for his oppression. His power would crush all who opposed him, turning people into slaves, forced to endure torture until their last breath, with no place escaping his darkness. Yibei swung his sword, his gaze cold and resolute, his heart filled with uncompromising determination. He told himself, before they could achieve anything, with the black gold, he had to eliminate them all, eradicating the threat of the Yulong gang from its very roots. Yibei bit his lip hard, his resolve as firm as steel. Not a single one of them would be allowed to live. Then, a fierce battle erupted. The space around them seemed to tremble as the sounds of clashing weapons rang out, mixed with screams and growls. When the battle ended, Yibei turned back to look at Yu-Er, thinking to himself that he had become a true butcher, but he couldn't bear to let her witness everything that had happened. Even though he knew it was too late to turn back from this path, he gently placed his hand on the unconscious Yu-Er's cheek. A flicker of gentleness appeared in his eyes, and amidst the chaotic scene, his heart filled with pity and regret, He thought to himself that he wanted Yor to understand the cruelty of the apocalypse, to realize the dark and dangerous side of this world, but at the same time, he didn't want her to fall into the abyss of sin and lose her innocence, because he knew that once you stepped in, there was no turning back. Suddenly, a sound came from the door, shattering the tense silence in the room. Yibei immediately became alert, his sharp, cold eyes looking towards the source of the sound. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, ready to deal with any lurking danger. Zhao Heng suddenly peeked his head through the crack in the door, a somewhat witty smile on his face but with cautious eyes, and whispered that he had arrived. He stepped inside, quickly surveying the situation, then spoke in a calm voice, asking if everything was settled now. His eyes couldn't hide his curiosity, but they were also serious as he looked at Ye Bei, waiting for an answer. Ye Bei nodded, his expression still cold, and at the same time, he bent down to pick up a gun from one of the men on the floor, taking it in his hand. He raised the gun, his eyes determined as his cold voice rang out, saying that all his objectives for coming here had been achieved. Everything had gone according to plan, and now only the aftermath remained to be dealt with. Hearing this, Zhao Heng looked surprised, slowly looking at Ye Bei. Still in disbelief, he wondered, why would Ye Bei risk his life for a single gun? Thinking that Ye Bei had already saved Yor, Ye Bei calmly tucked the gun away, saying that guns in this area were rare and had a lot of potential for modification. Zhao Heng curiously asked what the gun could be modified into. Could it be turned into an electronic cannon or a laser gun? He recalled how Ye Bei had pretended to send him away, telling him to put the bull bead into the generator, but unexpectedly, just one small bull bead had blown up the entire generator. Ye Bei heard a sound and saw the leg of the girl on the floor twitch. His gaze immediately sharpened, realizing she wasn't dead, she was still alive. Ye Bei then raised his gun, aiming it straight at the girl. His eyes were cold and emotionless. The girl whispered a plea, her voice weak but filled with desperation, begging Ye Bei not to kill her. Every word that escaped her lips was a desperate plea, but Ye Bei's gaze remained cold, showing no sign of wavering. Zhao Heng shone his flashlight on the girl and saw the scene before him, letting out a smirk, his eyes fixed on the girl lying on the ground, then asked Ye Bei jokingly, "Why is there such a pretty lady here?" The girl, her eyes full of humiliation and despair, tried to speak the truth. Her voice trailed off from exhaustion and pain as she recounted being captured and brought here by Luo Xiang, forced to be his slave, enduring all kinds of humiliation and torture, and she began to beg relentlessly, hoping Ye Bei would let her live. Ye Bei looked at the girl coldly, without a hint of pity, and asked her icily, "Do you know where Luo Xiang keeps his supply warehouse?" Ye Bei's tone was as sharp as a knife. The girl was terrified, her body trembling, her eyes filled with anxiety, but she still answered hastily. She nodded slightly, saying that she knew the location of the warehouse and would lead Ye Bei and Zhao Heng there. The three of them then left, taking Yor with them. Zhao Heng asked the girl about her home and family, and she replied that her house was in the western part of Anqing City, and her younger sister was separated from her when the outbreak began. Zhao Heng looked around and realized the elevator wasn't working due to a power outage, so the girl pointed upwards and said the storage room was on the 6th floor. Ye Bei told Zhao Heng to take Yor to find a waiting room, while he would go upstairs with the girl using the stairs. Zhao Heng nodded in agreement, and the two groups separated. Ye Bei and the girl began to climb the stairs. The room was now littered with corpses, and the suffocating air was thick with smoke and flames. Blood stains were splattered everywhere, and the dim light from the flames made the scene look gruesome and chaotic. One of Luo Xiang's underlings, with trembling hands, tried to cling to the cold ground, his body staggering and his eyes filled with panic and fear. He let out a weak moan for help, his voice trembling as if it would fade away at any moment, while his hands still desperately gripped the ground, hoping to find a glimmer of hope amidst the surrounding scene of smoke, fire, and death. He looked in terror towards Luo Xiang, his eyes filled with horror as he realized that his boss was now lying motionless, showing no signs of life. He groaned in pain, and a faint glint appeared in his eyes, as if he had just discovered something important. Amidst the chaotic and deadly scene, he noticed the black pearl bead rolling on the ground and reached for it with a trembling hand. His eyes lit up with a fragile glimmer of hope, and in his desperation, he jolted as he realized the black pearl bead was in his hand. It was the black gold energy, the power that everyone craved. In a moment of hesitation, he recalled the conversation between Ye Bei and Luo Xiang about the black pearl bead, that whoever swallowed it would risk turning into a zombie. But the desire for infinite power, for the ability to become godlike, made it impossible for him to resist. With a trembling hand, he slowly brought the pearl bead closer to his mouth, silently thinking that this might be the only chance to change his destiny. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decisively put the black pearl bead in his mouth, swallowing it down. Waves of sharp, burning pain spread throughout his body, causing him to writhe in agony. But his eyes still held a faint glimmer of hope that this bead would grant him unparalleled power. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and his entire body convulsed violently, with every vein bulging on his skin, as if the black gold energy was rampaging through his body, destroying him from the inside out. Outside, the sky was pitch black, with lightning constantly tearing through the night. Flashes of light appeared and vanished in the raging storm, carrying with them the fury of nature as if it were reflecting the tragedy unfolding inside. Zhao Heng looked out the window and saw the raging thunderstorm and the relentless, violent wind and rain. An indescribable sense of shock welled up inside him, as if nature itself was reacting to the chaos and tragedy of this place. Little Yuer had now opened her eyes, which were wide with confusion and fatigue as she looked around the unfamiliar room. Yuer held her head and quietly asked Zhao Heng where they were. He smiled, waved, and asked, "So you're finally awake?" Zhao Heng explained that Yuer had been kidnapped by a bandit and brought to this place, but her brother Yi had already eliminated all of them. Hearing this, the little girl asked in confusion where brother Yi was, and if he was okay. Just then, the doorknob made a soft clicking sound, which echoed in the quiet space, startling both Zhao Heng and Yuer. Yi Bei walked in, his gaze landing on Yuer with a look of relief. He asked, "You're awake now." Seeing him, Yuer was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling as she asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Zhao Heng asked Yi Bei if he had found any good stuff upstairs. Yi Bei replied that there was indeed no shortage of good items, but it was too much for one person to carry, so he decided to come back for it tomorrow. Zhao Heng curiously asked Yi Bei, "Where is the girl from earlier?" Yi Bei replied that he didn't know, she was already gone when he looked around. Zhao Heng wondered, could she have gotten scared and run off? But outside, it was pouring rain with loud thunder, making it hard for him to believe the girl could have gone out in such weather. Exhausted, Yi Bei lay down on the bed, sighed, and said, "Just forget about her. Let me get some sleep because I'm really tired." Then he told Zhao Heng to go block the first floor entrance. "Don't let the zombies in here." Hearing this, Zhao Heng was surprised and asked why he had to do that, because he didn't understand why Yi Bei would ask him to do such things. Seeing this, Yuer spoke up, saying to let Yi Bei rest, she would go help Zhao Heng. Hearing this, he immediately praised Yuer, telling her she was a good and considerate girl. Outside, a storm was raging with rain and lightning, plunging everything into darkness. Strong winds howled through the door cracks, and the sound of thunder echoed, making the atmosphere even heavier and full of tension. The scene shifts to a bathroom, where water is trickling from the shower head, creating a steady dripping sound that echoed in the humid space. The scene, standing under the shower, the warm water streamed over her smooth skin, creating tiny droplets that fell onto the tiled floor. The dim light in the bathroom reflected off her body, creating perfect curves. She was Li Ruoxi. A man with a devious look on his face opened the bathroom door, his eyes filled with lust as he saw her showering. He smirked sinisterly and asked if Ruoxi was done with her shower yet. When Ruoxi saw the man standing there, a look of panic flashed in her eyes. She quickly spoke up, her voice full of anxiety, asking what he was doing while she was bathing. She immediately motioned for him to get out, her face clearly showing her displeasure and embarrassment. He took a few more steps in, his eyes full of cunning as he sneered, saying that this was his house, so how could she kick him out? Ruoxi felt anger welling up inside her, her eyes filled with resentment as she growled, saying that this was his true purpose, not the promises he made before. He laughed cunningly, his eyes flashing with satisfaction at seeing her cornered. Then he asked with a contemptuous tone, what if she didn't like it? Who would just randomly take in a wandering woman like her? He continued, saying he was kind enough to take her in, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He saw that she was still in one piece, not disfigured, which is why he felt at ease helping her out a bit. He continued to pull at the door even as Ruoxi tried to hold it shut, his eyes revealing a mocking and brutish nature. He said contemptuously that besides her body, it seemed she had nothing else to offer him, and if she cooperated obediently, only then could she survive in this era. In a state of absolute panic, Ruoxi screamed for help, but her cries seemed to be swallowed by the suffocating silence. He chuckled as if he had achieved his goal, his eyes full of triumph and contempt. He spoke again, his voice dripping with mockery, saying that it was pouring rain and windy outside, so even if Ruoxi screamed her lungs out, no one would come to save her. His words cut into her like a deep wound, as he emphasized that only the zombies could save her, but of course, that wasn't an option she would ever want. She felt all her hope extinguish in that moment, when suddenly, the sound of a window shattering rang out. A cold gust of wind rushed into the room, making the atmosphere even more tense and startling them both. The guy angrily went to check, wondering what the hell had interrupted him right when he was getting worked up, his eyes filled with rage. Unable to comprehend what had just happened, his eyes widened in shock, not believing what he was seeing. Horror slowly began to fill him as he realized the situation was not what he thought it was. A bewildered Ruoxi grabbed a towel and wrapped it tightly around her body, her trembling hands a sign of the helplessness and fear that overwhelmed her. Trying to hide her shame and anxiety, she peeked through the door, her eyes filled with worry. She tried to keep track of any movement outside, her heart pounding as if every second that passed was an ordeal. The scene before her was horrific. A massive monster with rough skin was lifting the man into the air. His body was covered in blood, his eyes wide with terror, while the monster just stared intently at him. It looked as if it wanted to crush him in its hand. The scene outside was one of total devastation with rubble scattered everywhere. Heavy rain fell relentlessly, the sound of the downpour acting as a gloomy shroud, creating a cold and desperate atmosphere. Strong winds tore through the silence, adding to the world's desolate feel, as the monster powerfully hurled the man against a wall. The impact made the entire room shake violently, roaring like thunder as pieces of the wall crumbled and flew. Debris flew everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Ruoshi flinched, her eyes wide with shock as her heart pounded in her chest. As she witnessed the terrible scene, the monster noticed her, its ferocious eyes blazing like fire. It radiated a terrifying aura that Ruoshi couldn't escape, making her feel as if her heart had stopped beating. Her limbs grew cold, and she was frozen in place, unable to move a single step as all sounds seemed to be swallowed by the silence. Overwhelmed, she let out a piercing scream that echoed through the room as if it would tear the very air apart, causing the monster to gasp. The sound of its heavy breathing echoed like a deep growl, its body shaking with every labored breath. Its eyes remained fixed on her, filled with pain and despair, and it spoke in a weak, hoarse voice. He insisted to her that he wasn't a monster, but immediately after, his body lost all strength and he collapsed to the ground. He looked down at his own body, his eyes wide with confusion and pain, unable to understand why he had become so grotesquely deformed. He slammed his fist into the ground, each blow hitting with enough force to tear everything apart. The ground shook violently, sending debris flying into the air, while Ruo-shi trembled all over. She looked at him with panicked eyes, trying to remain calm, though her ragged breaths betrayed her fear. She asked him what he was and why he had become like this. The monster's eyes were wide as he gasped for air. Crying out in indescribable agony, he hissed that he had been shot and felt he wasn't going to survive. But before he died, he desperately consumed a black gold energy core. Unexpectedly, that very core had caused his body to change completely. His insides felt like they were being torn apart, and he was no longer himself. Nuok Hai was still terrified, timidly asking if he had turned into this, and if he had eaten some kind of black gold pearl, causing his body to transform into such a monster. He said it was called black gold energy, something a male student named Diep Bak had told him about, that it was a bead extracted from a zombie's skull. His life was hanging by a thread at that time, so he thought eating the black gold energy pearl would help him survive. Hearing the name Diep Bak, she became bewildered, a feeling of indescribable anxiety rising within her. That name clearly made her feel something was wrong, and she ran towards the monster, her voice filled with panic, asking if he knew Diep Bak. But at that moment, the towel wrapped around her body suddenly fell, revealing her completely uncovered body. Nuok Hai was furious, unable to contain her rage. She grabbed the monster's hair, yanked him towards her, and demanded to know when he had met Diep Bak and where he was now. The monster stammered, his voice trembling as he said that not long ago, Diep Bak had used his sword with monstrous power to kill everyone in the building. His eyes filled with terror as he recalled the scene, and he paused for a moment, then continued, saying he probably hadn't gone far and was still nearby. Nu Hai was enraged, her eyes blazing with hatred. She snarled, demanding the monster take her to him, because she wanted to mince Diep Bak into 100 pieces for revenge. The monster recoiled in fear, his voice filled with anxiety. He said that was impossible, because Diep Bak was incredibly strong, and he couldn't possibly face someone like that. He then looked at Nu Hai with suspicion and asked her if she and Diep Bak had some kind of relationship. Nuok Hai stared daggers at the monster, her eyes filled with animosity. She growled that it was Diep Bak who had forced her into this life on the run, making her live like she was constantly being hunted. She and Diep Bak were mortal enemies, and the hatred in her heart only grew stronger every time she thought of him. Having said that, Nuok Hai stood with her arms crossed, her gaze cold and challenging. Seemingly no longer concerned with the monster before her, she thought only of Diep Bak and how to get her revenge. Nuok Hai said, "Aren't you strong too, monster? You killed that coward in the blink of an eye." Hearing this, the monster remained silent, not responding, his eyes filled with conflict and confusion. The monster said he didn't know why his body seemed to surge with energy, but he couldn't fully control it. He felt like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment, his eyes filled with bewilderment and helplessness. He looked at Nuok Hai, his eyes full of surprise and worry, and asked if she wasn't afraid of him. He was a transformed creature, no different from a monster. Hearing this, Nuok Hai burst out laughing, her laughter echoing in the silent space. There wasn't a trace of fear in her. Nuok Hai laughed heartily, lightly touching the monster's body, saying that he was quite majestic. She felt he was very strong. She affectionately caressed the monster's cheek, her voice soft as she said that if he would just help her with one thing. Then she looked at him with a meaningful gaze, awaiting his answer. Nuok Hai took the monster's hand and placed it on her rear, and said she would do anything he asked. The monster looked at Nuok Hai with anticipation, his eyes lighting up as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. His lips moved as he asked, his voice full of excitement, if this was real. Then he swept her up into his arms, his eyes filled with determination, and whispered softly that he liked her and would help her kill Diep back. Nat Hai heard this, a satisfied expression on her face, giving a gentle yet confident smile. Suddenly, the monster let out a pained scream, its body trembling as if being torn apart by intense pain, but its face showed clear confusion, its eyes wide with worry. Unable to hide her anxiety over the intense pain he was experiencing, she watched as the monster clutched its head, its face contorting in agony, letting out a miserable scream that left Nat Hai bewildered and filled with worry. The scream echoed throughout the building, spreading like a crashing wave, while outside, a heavy storm with strong winds raged on, creating an atmosphere of tension and chaos. The next morning, faint sunlight pierced through the building's windows. The space was silent and still, everything seemingly holding on to the tension from the previous night. Yibei was now carefully putting on his gloves, his every move calm and his eyes cold as he prepared his weapons and gear, reflecting his determination and thorough preparation for what was to come. Zhao Heng was holding a few items in his hands, glancing at them and saying there was a bottle of liquor and some cigarettes, but upon closer inspection, he only found instant noodles, canned goods, and dry rations. A sense of disappointment was clearly visible. Yibei slung his sword over his shoulder, his eyes filled with determination. Every step he took exuded readiness for any challenge ahead. Then he turned, his sharp gaze giving an order to Zhao Heng to finish gathering the supplies, saying their group would leave immediately. The three of them carried the items and left, with Zhao Heng muttering, he had thought these thugs would have guns, but it turned out only their boss owned one. Fortunately, thanks to their supplies, they could hold out for another month. Suddenly, Zhao Heng screamed loudly, the sound echoing through the area, startling the other two, who turned to look. He rushed towards his car, his eyes wide with surprise and confusion, not understanding how his car ended up like this, wondering if there had been a hailstorm or if a meteor had fallen yesterday. He wailed, his voice full of despair, saying this was his precious car, and now he couldn't even open the door. Yibei silently wondered if the heavy rain was caused by yesterday's battle. His mind was now filled with questions, unsure how to explain the strange events that were happening. Then he told Zhao Heng to step aside so he could handle the car. He made a few sharp slashes with his sword on the vehicle, each cut leaving a clear mark on the metal surface. The car then became a convertible, its entire roof completely sliced off, leaving only the bare frame. Zhao Heng got in the car and tried to start it, and was happy to see the engine was still working normally, with no signs of damage. Then Zhao Heng turned to ask Ye Bei where they were going now, or if they were still going to look for Yi Bei's father. Yi Bei nodded and said, yes, then told everyone to get ready to leave. The car sped down the road, the roar of its engine cutting through the silent space, leaving a trail of dust behind. Zhao Heng drove the convertible, smiling brightly and saying how awesome this was. Now he just hoped the zombies wouldn't show up, because if they got surrounded, this convertible wouldn't be able to stop them. Then suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared in the distance. The monsters charged forward frantically, their glowing green eyes carrying a clear threat. Zhao Heng and Ye Bei were stunned, their eyes widening at the sudden appearance of the zombie horde. Surprise and tension filled the air. The students were in an uproar, screaming in panic as they saw the zombies charging at them. The atmosphere became chaotic and tense. Ye Bei recognized the zombies as his former classmates. He chuckled, remarking that they were still as strong as ever, his laughter filled with sarcasm. The hurried and chaotic footsteps of the students echoed everywhere, each frantic step pounding heavily on the ground, clearly reflecting the fear that enveloped them. A boy and a girl ran while frantically calling for help, their voices trembling, blending into the chaotic sounds of the crowd trying to escape as the zombies gradually closed in. Shambling forward relentlessly, the distance between them and the fleeing students grew smaller and smaller, creating a suffocating and menacing atmosphere. Suddenly, a girl tripped, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. Her terrified eyes looked towards the approaching zombies, fear evident on her face as she desperately tried to get back up. The girl said tremblingly that she couldn't go on, her voice broken with fear, a sight that made everyone even more panicked. Their eyes were filled with worry and helplessness as the zombies drew nearer and nearer. Their soulless faces showed a clear bloodlust, and the sound of their shambling footsteps getting closer made the air tense, almost suffocating. Ye Bei appeared, and with a single swing of his sword, decapitated the zombies, leaving everyone stunned. The entire group stood there astonished at the sight, their eyes wide with amazement as they witnessed Ye Bei charging through the horde of zombies. They couldn't take their eyes off his powerful and mighty sword strikes, feeling both admiration and shock. The zombies' heads were severed from their bodies after Ye Bei's fatal blows. The students were surprised, their eyes lighting up as they recognized Ye Bei, their former classmate, who was fighting bravely against the zombies. Ye Bei smiled lightly, looked at the students, and greeted them, his relaxed attitude making it seem like a normal meeting, despite the tense situation. They breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just been saved. They all thanked Yebei at once, gratitude evident in their eyes and voices. One of the boys looked at Yebei's sword, his eyes lighting up with surprise as he asked where he got it. Yebei said that he had made a trip to South City, and seeing that his classmates had already decided to leave the school, he asked them where they planned to go next. The boy replied that they had left the school and heard there was a human settlement on Heart Lake Island, so the group decided to head straight there. However, the journey wasn't easy, and a few of their friends had been bitten by zombies. Another boy pointed to the convertible that Yebei had driven up in, his eyes full of hope, asking if they could hitch a ride, while everyone else stared at the car with longing looks, as if it were their only salvation. A girl in the group looked at Yebei, her face tired and worried, and asked if he had anything to eat because they hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. She hesitated before asking if Yebei had any spare food for them, her eyes filled with hope. Inside the car, Yuer said it looked like Yebei's classmates were in trouble. Zhao Hang looked over at them and said, "They keep looking over here. They must think my car is really cool, right?" Hearing his classmates all talking at once, Yebei said angrily, "One at a time, you guys are going to be the death of me." Yebei said the car didn't have much gas left and couldn't carry many people. He could share the food, but they would have to do one thing for him. They looked at Yebei with pleading eyes, their faces full of worry and hope, as if they had no other choice. Everyone was hoping for a chance to survive. Yebei smiled lightly, looking pleased with their determination. A determined look flashed in his eyes, as if he already had a clear plan for everything. Yebei looked at Zhao Hang and said, asking him to explain to them, his tone calm yet sharp, as if everything had been meticulously calculated. Zhao Hang got out of the car, stretched, and said with a laugh, "Is it my turn now?" His tone was a bit humorous, but also fully prepared for the upcoming task. Yebei turned back and told the students that there was a horde of zombies ahead. He would unleash a sword strike to deal with them, while the students would handle the rest on the ground. The students were bewildered upon hearing this, looking at each other and asking if they could really finish the job. Zhao Heng called the students over to watch his demonstration. He took a shovel and sliced into the neck of a zombie lying on the ground. His movements were swift and precise, as if he was used to this. Then, he used the shovel to smash its head until it burst open. He took out a black bead from inside the zombie's brain. Zhao Heng held the black bead in his hand, his gaze serious, and told them they had to retrieve this item. His tone was resolute, as if this was the key to their survival. The students were stunned, some couldn't believe their eyes. A girl in the group fainted from the sheer terror, her face deathly pale, her body going limp, as if she couldn't bear the sight before her. Yu picked up a bead, her expression somewhat calm, and told them not to be afraid because zombie brains are soft, making them easy to retrieve. The little girl's tone was confident, as if this was a completely normal thing to do. They watched her, asking each other in astonishment, what in the world has this child been through? Their eyes were filled with questions and disbelief, unable to imagine how a little girl could be so calm and proficient in such a dangerous situation. Then, Zhao Heng handed them shovels, reminding them to be careful not to get bitten. He spoke seriously and with great caution, as if any carelessness could be fatal. A student turned to where Yebei was still fighting, wondering why these beads were inside the zombies' brains and wondering what Yebei needed them for, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yebei continued to fight decisively, each of his sword strikes precise and powerful, never faltering, while the students continued to collect the black beads. Each with a shovel, they carefully extracted the beads one by one from the brains of the fallen zombies. The atmosphere was tense and urgent. 2 hours later, Zhao Heng was holding a bag full of black beads, a look of delight evident on his face, that as if he had completed an important mission. His eyes lit up with the success of having collected these valuable items amidst the chaos. Zhao Heng laughed and said, "It really makes a difference, having more people," then looked towards Yebei. Yebei immediately told him to share the food with them, ensuring everyone would have enough energy to continue the journey ahead. Hearing this, Zhao Heng became furious, questioning why Yebei would unilaterally decide to share their food with the students. He couldn't understand why Yebei would so easily give away such precious resources without consulting him first. Seeing their gazes, Zhao Heng felt a sharp pang in his heart. He told himself that anything else was fine, but when it came to food, he absolutely refused to share. Then, a monster suddenly lunged down from above, landing near where Yebei was standing and creating a powerful gust of wind that sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. A booming sound echoed, making the atmosphere even more tense. Everyone was bewildered, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Just then, a giant monster appeared. Its body was burly, and its furious eyes were locked onto Yebei. It looked as if it was preparing to attack at any moment. To his shock, Yebei realized this was a mutated ability user. Its appearance left him baffled, wondering why it was here. Yebei shouted, telling everyone to get back quickly. His voice was firm and anxious, determined not to let anyone get hurt as danger approached. The monster charged forward with terrifying force, its massive hands swinging straight for Yi Bei. Yi Bei swung his sword hard at the monster, the sharp blade cutting through the air, but the monster quickly backed away and dodged the attack. On the other side, Li Yaxi stood watching intently, clapping her hands happily as she watched the monster fight Yi Bei. This confrontation pleased her, as if everything was going according to her plan. Yi Bei was stunned to see Li Yaxi, his class president, was still alive. His classmates were surprised to see her in this situation. Li Yaxi let out a sinister laugh, saying that her sole purpose for staying alive was to witness Yi Bei's death. With that, she ordered the monster to charge and kill Yi Bei, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Yi Bei furiously thought to himself, so Li Yaxi and this monster were on the same side. This was all so unexpected. Immediately, the monster rushed at Yi Bei, but he had already readied his sword, preparing to face the fierce assault. Yor and Zhao Hang watched worriedly from a distance, growing more and more anxious as they saw Yi Bei facing the monster. The two didn't know if he could survive this attack. An explosion rang out and a fire immediately erupted, creating a barrier between Yi Bei and the monster, halting their clash and making the air thick with tension and uncertainty. Everyone looked up at the roof of the building, saw a fire-bodied monster, and asked in surprise, "What is that?" An expensive yacht was floating on the clear blue lake, where someone was relaxing with a cigar. He cheerfully remarked that zombies can't fly or swim, so there was no place safer than this heart lake. The butler approached with a bottle of wine and praised him. The master is truly wise. The man glanced at the other ownerless boats, planning to wait a bit before looting all the supplies from those vessels. That way, they could stay on the water forever. Just as he finished speaking, a nearby boat suddenly exploded on the lake's surface. Neither of them understood why it happened, and they stood up, moving closer to see what was going on. Something with a burning body flew straight towards their yacht. It was a mutant. At such a close distance, they could see that it was still alive. The two men had no idea what it was. They were astonished, their jaws dropping in absolute terror. After it landed, its body and the flames were completely unharmed. Standing on the roof, it roared as if to draw everyone's attention. This mutant had a bizarre body, with a pair of horns on its head, and though it had fur, it wasn't consumed by the flames. It successfully caught the attention of everyone fighting on the ground below. Everyone wore an expression of utter astonishment. Yi Bei never expected another mutant to appear, much less a fire elemental one. Ruoxi thought it was a monster, completely engulfed in flames. She asked her mutant friend, "Is that fire guy over there your friend?" He looked over and said, "I don't know either." The fire elemental mutant grabbed the roof to gain momentum. It soared through the air, wreathed in flames. Strangely, it didn't hesitate at all, flying straight toward Ruoshi's ability user. The fire ability user immediately charged in to fight Ruoshi's own. Yi Bei and Ruoshi couldn't understand why this was happening, as the fire ability user said nothing. It just rushed in to attack its opponent, who was also confused, repeatedly asking, "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" The fire ability user pinned its opponent down, but Ruoshi's ability user kicked their attacker away. That kick sent the fire ability user flying straight toward a car. This time, it seemed enraged and began breathing fire to attack. Everyone at the scene dared not move, afraid of attracting the attention of the two powerful ability users. Zhao Huan cried out as his beloved car, along with all the food he had gathered, was about to go up in flames. Yi Bei told everyone not to worry. The most important thing right now was to get moving. Everyone immediately followed his command and ran. Ruoshi looked annoyed that Yi Bei was about to escape again. She turned to her ability user in frustration, blaming him. Ruoshi scolded him, asking why he was still standing there when Yi Bei was about to escape. He replied that he was being held up by his opponent and couldn't break away. Since the fire ability user was being restrained, it accidentally launched an attack in the wrong direction. The fireball shot straight towards the fleeing Yu-Er, followed by a loud explosion and a blinding flash of light. The people running ahead were also affected by the blast. Yu-Er was trembling in fear on the ground, but it turned out Yi Bei had been one step faster and saved her. The attack had hit a nearby tree instead. He helped Yu-Er up, while Zhao Huan was unlucky enough to have his clothes catch on fire. The others didn't know what to do and called out to Yi Bei. He told them not to just stand there and to find a place to hide. Now, the group was split in two by the burning log. Hearing Yi Bei's command, the people in the front group immediately complied. After putting out the fire on his clothes, Zhao Huan asked him, "Where should we run to now?" Yi Bei didn't know how to answer either. He looked around, searching for a place to take shelter. Luckily, there was a garage right in front of them. Yi Bei told everyone to just hide in there first. They immediately ran towards the garage. The sky was gray and not a sound could be heard after their long struggle, as both sides were exhausted. The gray ability user asked his opponent if they could talk things over now. He asked if the other had also eaten a black gold pearl to end up in his current state. Hearing the mention of the black pearl, the fire ability user trembled in fear. It clutched its head, writhing on the ground and letting out cries of agony. "No, I don't want to eat it." Horrifying memories from the past resurfaced. It had been captured by those filthy local tyrants who had defiled its body. Not only that, but they also forced it to eat the black pearl, and because it couldn't resist, it led to this. It thought of them as a bunch of madmen. The fire ability user grew furious, spewing flames into the air and roaring, "I want to take the lives of those tyrants and burn them to ashes." The gray ability user comforted it. "Brother, you were also forced to eat the black gold. I'm the same as you, I understand." Ruoshi couldn't wait any longer and asked, "Are you two done talking?" They were kindred spirits who understood each other's plight, a fateful, albeit late, encounter. She was getting impatient, wondering if they could hurry up and hunt down Ye Bei. By now, who knew where he had run off to? The gray ability user told Ruoshi not to worry, that he would go right away. Besides, he could track Ye Bei by his scent. The fire mutant asked if they were looking for someone. He replied yes, a person named Ye Bei, who seems to know a lot about an orb called the Black Gold. He thought Ye Bei might have a way to turn them back into humans. Hearing that it was possible to become human again, the fire mutant wavered. It immediately changed its mind and wanted to follow the two of them, hoping to become human again. In the garage, there wasn't a single sound. Everything was terrifyingly quiet. Ye Bei's group was still on the run. Zhao Huan asked him if it seemed like there was no movement outside, wondering if they had all left. Before Ye Bei could answer, a car came flying at them. Luckily, he was quick on his feet and managed to stop everyone from getting crushed under the vehicle. It turned out the gray mutant had followed his scent, and it was the one who threw the car. Upon finding Ye Bei, he burst out laughing gleefully. "I've found you. Our battle isn't over yet." In the garage, the gray mutant had found Ye Bei's group and was laughing with delight. "Ye Bei, before I finish you off, I need you to tell me all the secrets of the Black Gold." This time, he wouldn't let Ye Bei pull any tricks. Ye Bei was extremely worried, not knowing how to deal with the mutant, especially with his two teammates present. He told Zhao Huan to take Yu Er and leave first, while he stayed behind to hold off the monster. Hearing this, Zhao Huan immediately led the little girl away. Zhao Huan and Yu Er were looking for a hiding spot, but unfortunately, the fire mutant blocked their path. Seeing this fire mutant up close, it looked truly terrifying and horrifying. Zhao Huan immediately informed Ye Bei that they were trapped in a pincer attack. Both escape routes were blocked. That wretched Ruoxi let out a mocking laugh, clearly delighted at the prospect of capturing Ye Bei. She sat atop a car and told him, "Don't think you can escape from my grasp. These two mutants want your life now, so why don't you just stand still and obediently hand it over?" Ye Bei was furious upon seeing this wench. He glared and gritted his teeth to suppress his rage, her name echoing in his mind, Li Ruoxi. He told Zhao Huan and Yu Er to quickly hide to the side and stay far away from him. The two didn't hesitate and immediately did as he said. The moment Ruoxi finished ordering them to take Ye Bei's life, the gray mutant shot forward like a rocket. Ye Bei was just as fast. He drew his sword, getting into a stance to fight these two monsters. The gray monster lunged at him with its claws, but Ye Bei leaned back to dodge the attack. He swiftly pulled out the gun, slung across his chest, and cocked it. Even though his current position was awkward, he still managed to aim his gun at the target. Bang! A gunshot echoed throughout the garage. He had hit an unexpected target. Instead of aiming at the mutants, Ye Bei had shot that wretched Rusi in the shoulder. One shot was too few. If it were me, I would have put a few more in her. She let out a loud scream as the pain hit and fell backward. The gray monster was also surprised that the target wasn't it, but Ruoxi. It turned its head, creating an opening for Ye Bei to seize the opportunity. Ye Bei immediately fired another shot at Ruoxi. Perhaps his patience had reached its limit, as the second bullet hit her in the waist. The gray mutant immediately rushed to block the bullet from reaching Ruoxi with its hand, screaming, "You are not allowed to hurt her." Ye Bei didn't bother to answer him. He just swung his sword fiercely toward them. It was truly lucky for Ruoxi that the gray ability user managed to carry her away just before the sword strike landed. The fire ability user jumped down from above, wanting to capture Ye Bei, but he had already seen it coming. With his own speed and agile body, he dodged the fire ability user's pounce. It once again used its fire-breathing technique to attack Ye Bei. He used his sword like a shield, blocking the monster's flames. In a spot nearby, Zhao Huan and Yu Er were hiding behind a pillar. They were anxiously wondering how they could possibly help Ye Bei. The little girl looked at him with great worry, not knowing how to get him out of this bind. Yu Er slowly reached her hand behind her back, and from her cute little bunny backpack, she pulled out an axe. Then, she immediately hurled the axe straight at the fire monster, but given the axe's speed and size, instead of injuring the monster, she only succeeded in attracting its attention. By the time Zhao Huan realized what Yu Er had done, it was too late. The monster had found their hiding spot. Not wanting anything to happen to his teammates, Ye Bei swung his sword to draw the monster's attention and make it forget about his two companions, but his attack didn't injure the monster. Instead, he accidentally slashed a nearby water main. Water began to gush out of the pipe in countless streams, pouring directly onto the fire monster, causing it to scream in agony. At that moment, Yibei realized this was his one and only chance. He dashed forward to attack again, and this time, he did not fail. With a single slash, he successfully severed one of the fire monster's arms, cutting it clean off its body. Seeing that it had lost an arm, the monster roared to the heavens in both pain and fury. Yibei felt no sympathy whatsoever. He raised his sword, intending to finish this monster off. Fortunately for the fire monster, it managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, with that last attack, its demise would have been inevitable. Terrified by Yibei's power, it immediately turned and fled. The gray monster, holding Ruoshi in its arms, slowly turned its head to look back at him and his team. It told him that Yibei was formidable this time, but it would be back to settle the score. Then both monsters, along with Ruoshi, quickly left the area. Otherwise, Yibei would have surely taken their lives. That wench Ruoshi is truly blessed with good fortune. As for Yibei, he still hadn't let his guard down, remaining in a combat stance, watching their retreating footsteps. Once they were gone, he plunged his sword into the ground, confirming that the situation was now stable. Zhao Huan and Yu ran over to him to check on his condition. The little girl saw Yibei kneeling on the ground and asked worriedly, "Are you injured?" Yibei said he wasn't. He was just relaxing a bit now. Encountering two ability users at the same time was something he had not expected at all. Upon hearing the term ability user, Zhao Huan grew concerned and asked if Yibei perhaps knew their origins. He didn't answer the question right away, but fell into silent contemplation. After thinking for a long time, Yibei explained that ability users are what humans become after consuming dark gold energy. In the vast majority of cases, people who consume dark gold will turn into zombies. Only a small fraction have a chance of fusing with the dark gold and become mutants with immense power. That's why individuals like them, who can retain their consciousness, are something extremely rare. Hearing this information, Zhao Huan wondered how Yibei knew all of this, but he didn't say anything, just remained silent. Yibei said now wasn't the time, and that he'd tell him later. What they needed to consider now was where to go. Zhao Huan thought about his food supply. He was worried and wanted to go back to check on it. As for Yu, she also had something she wanted to ask but didn't speak up, simply following behind him. Yibei felt that there was something different about this world compared to what he remembered. Figuring that the apocalypse was accelerating, he had to bring out something even more powerful before things got worse. Outside, the sky was gloomy with dark clouds and heavy raindrops began to fall. Zhao Huan was crying his heart out over his car. After checking, he saw that the car was totaled. He tearfully hugged his food and supplies, wailing that the car was beyond saving. They could only take all the food and supplies with them. Zhao Huan also felt it was a shame that the garage entrance was blocked, because there were good vehicles inside that they could have used to travel. He handed 2 tarps to Yibei and Yu. Since they didn't have umbrellas, they could only use these to shield themselves from the rain. For now, they needed to find shelter and also look for a working car, so they could get back on the road. Yibei turned to ask Yu how she was doing. Yu said that she had actually been to this place before. A friend of her father's lived nearby. She pointed towards a mountain and explained that her father had once taken her to visit that uncle. If they just went straight towards that mountain, they would get there. Zhao Huan asked doubtfully, "Your father's friend, what kind of person is he? Is he even still alive now?" Yu replied, "Although he's a bit strange, he's a good person. I just hope nothing happened to him." Yu added that her uncle's house was very large with very high walls. Zombies definitely couldn't get in. Plus, there were a lot of computers inside. It seemed Yibei had realized something. Hearing there were many computers, Zhao Huan immediately guessed that the person might run an internet cafe. Compared to an internet cafe, they needed a supermarket more. But Yibei suggested they should check the place out, telling Yu to lead the way. He said that her father might even be there. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a zombie appeared in the pouring rain. Not just one, but many more. They were swarming towards them. Zhao Huan didn't understand why zombies were suddenly attacking. Yibei immediately divided the tasks. "All right then, we'll fight our way through." Elsewhere, a zombie's head was being torn to shreds. It turned out to be the gray mutant, who was now attacking other prey. Right after escaping from Yibei, he looked at his handiwork on the ground and slowly approached, as if searching for something. Inside the zombie corpses were the dark crystals he was looking for, but this amount of dark crystals wasn't enough for him. The gray mutant immediately turned around and ran from that place in the middle of the rain. The rain poured down even harder, and the clouds in the sky showed no signs of clearing. The fire mutant heard a sound. It turned to see who it was. It was the gray mutant, and he had brought back the dark crystals. As soon as he arrived, he rushed to find Ruoshi. After being shot, Ruoshi was trying to endure the pain. She lay on the bed, trembling uncontrollably, her face deathly pale. The gray ability user gently approached her and said, "I've brought the black gold you needed." Ruoshi tried to open her eyes and said, "Quick, give it all to me." The gray ability user opened his hand, revealing 8 pieces of black gold, and he asked her one more time, "Are you sure you want to eat them?" Ruoshi angrily ordered him, "Hand over all the black gold to me and get out immediately." Seeing that there was no way to persuade her, the gray ability user said nothing. If it were me, I'd have bitten her neck off. He obeyed Ruoxi like a dog and quietly walked out. The fire ability user wondered, has she eaten it yet? He replied, it seems she's still hesitating. The fire monster thought for a moment and then said, it once saw someone else being forced to eat this black pearl, and the aftermath was terrifying. Although they didn't die, they turned into this monstrous form. The gray ability user then said, he doesn't want to lose Ruoxi. The fire ability user said that although he cauterized her wound, without professional medical treatment, the chance of her dying is very high. Hearing this, the gray monster was silent for a moment and then asked, is eating the black gold the only way? The fire ability user comforted him. If Ruoxi can successfully mutate and become one of us, that wouldn't be so bad. No longer afraid of zombies, no longer having to fear anyone. He believed that way they could kill freely and get their revenge. The gray ability user replied thoughtfully, but there are still people like Yi Bei. Your arm, it's as if it can't regenerate. The fire ability user then remembered Yi Bei, thinking that he was too strong, and moreover, his weapon could block his flames. The gray ability user suggested that they should cooperate to find a way to subdue him, and then together, they could find out the secret of the black gold and see if there's any way to turn back into humans. The fire ability user agreed with that idea. At this point, they began to introduce themselves. The fire ability user's name was Zhou Bo, and the gray ability user was named Wang Sheng. They shook hands, agreeing to cooperate. The scene then shifts to another area, probably nearby because it was pouring rain. A zombie wearing a pink bikini had been sliced in half. Yubei had no idea. He had lost count of how many zombies he had dealt with so far. Perhaps due to the fatigue from constant activity, combined with the relentless rain, he was left panting heavily. Zhao Huan felt that something was wrong with him. He ran over and asked if he was okay. Yi Bei's face looked terrible, so he suggested they find a place to rest first. He told him not to worry about him, then turned to ask Yuer, is your father's friend's house much farther? The little girl pointed towards the tunnel and replied, we just have to go through this tunnel and over one more slope, and we'll be there. But the current problem was that the tunnel was completely flooded, and not only that, it looked quite deep. Could the drainage system be clogged? Yi Bei also didn't know what to do about all this water. He looked around to see if there was anything that could help them. Yi Bei said there's a piece of wood over there, and told Yuer to get on it. Then he and Zhao Huan would push her. Yuer obediently followed his instructions, immediately climbing onto the wooden plank. The three of them slowly entered the tunnel. Yi Bei pushed Yuer, while Zhao Huan was in charge of carrying their supplies. The deeper they went into the tunnel, the darker and scarier it became, making Zhao Huan feel extremely anxious. He thought to himself, there can't be zombies that can swim underwater, right? Yuer, on the plank, felt that something was different about Yi Bei. She turned back to ask him. Yi Bei said that they were almost there, but his face now showed clear exhaustion. Unable to hold on any longer, Yi Bei immediately fell into this deep, dark tunnel. Yuer was worried and scared. She continuously called out his name. Zhao Huan and Yuer kept trying to wake Yi Bei up, but due to exhaustion and his endurance running out, he slowly sank down. The rain continued to pour from the sky, and the surroundings were pitch black. Wang Sheng looked up and saw no sign of the rain stopping, and Uncle felt the same way. The road was now flooded with rainwater. Sensing the situation was not good, Wang Sheng went into the room to find Ruo Shi. He wanted to discuss things with her, but Ruo Shi had apparently eaten the black gold and was now lying on the ground, enduring waves of pain. Wang Sheng hadn't expected her to dare eat that black gold, so he stood outside calling Ruo Shi's name. Ruo Shi's pupils had turned green, veins bulged all over her body, and intense pain emanated from the wounds Yi Bei had left her. Uncle entered the room to ask Wang Sheng how things were going, when suddenly, the house exploded. The glass windows shattered, and purple rays of light shot out from inside the house. Then those rays of light gradually disappeared into the night. On the other side, Yi Bei seemed to have woken up underwater. He slowly opened his eyes but only saw blackness. The second time he tried to see what was around him, Yi Bei saw light and water bubbles. A hand grabbed his head and pulled him to the surface, under the gaze of someone. That person was none other than Ruo Shi. She asked Yi Bei, where is your mechanic accomplice hiding now? Ruo Shi saw him trying to stay silent, so she pressed him again. Despite his bruised body, Yi Bei didn't reveal a single detail. He cursed Ruo Shi, calling her a wretched woman, and told her to get away from him. Ruo Shi was annoyed by Yi Bei's arrogance. She thought he didn't know what was good for him, so she ordered her subordinates to shove Yi Bei's head underwater. Because his body was covered in wounds, being suddenly submerged like that made it impossible for Yi Bei to breathe, and he struggled continuously. But they showed him no mercy, and he slowly slipped into unconsciousness. Opening his eyes, he saw what looked like the ceiling of a hospital. He stared silently into space. Perhaps the dream he just had was like a nightmare that flashed by in an instant. Yi Bei reoriented himself and realized it was just a dream, and that the present was different from the past. He tried to sit up, but it was quite difficult, probably because his body had been under so much stress until now. Yi-Bei sensed someone sitting beside him. It was none other than the kind-hearted Yu-Er. She had likely been taking care of him while he was sick, and had fallen asleep without realizing it. Yu-Er was woken up by Yi-Bei as he was sitting up. She groggily opened her eyes, and seeing that Yi-Bei was awake, she asked happily, "You're awake?" He said yes, even though he still looked quite tired. Yi-Bei looked around and asked Yu-Er, "Where's this place?" She replied that this was her father's friend's house. At that moment, Xiao Wan came in with food and medicine for him. He was happy to see him awake because he had been out for a day and a night. Seeing Xiao Huan, Yi-Bei didn't understand why he was still here. He told him not to be so cold because the two of them had a hard time carrying him back here. Yi-Bei also wondered, with such a heavy storm, how could Xiao Huan and Yu-Er have carried him back here? A man slowly walked into the room. He said he was also confused about how those two managed to get here. An old man with a large build and a protective vest said that a student, a fatty, and a little girl managed to walk through a horde of zombies. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be truly hard to believe. When Yu-Er saw this man, she happily called out to Mr. Zhang, while Yi-Bei remained silent. Yu-Er began to recount the whole story of what happened after Yi-Bei passed out, how the two of them pulled him out of the water, but they didn't know what to do next. But luckily, Mr. Zhang saw them through a security camera, and since he recognized Yu-Er, he drove over to pick them up. She also said that it was thanks to him that the group made it here safely. Yi-Bei asked if Mr. Zhang had seen everything. Mr. Zhang said of course, he saw him slicing through zombies like cutting fruit, and he found it truly incredible, and he wondered where on earth his weapon came from. Hearing this, Yi-Bei hurriedly got out of the hospital bed, despite still struggling a bit. He thanked the man for saving them, but said he couldn't discuss the weapon, and just asked him to please return the sword quickly, or else. But before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground, his body still very weak. Yu-Er immediately rushed over to support him. Mr. Zhang remarked that it seemed wielding that sword had taken a huge toll on Yi-Bei's stamina, which greatly surprised everyone in the room. Mr. Zhang then apologized, realizing he had forgotten to introduce himself. He cheerfully extended his hand and said his name was Zhang Han. He said they could call him Dr. Zhang. This was his research institute, and he had been living here ever since the zombie virus outbreak. Yi-Bei felt that name was somewhat familiar, repeating the words, Dr. Zhang Han. Then it hit him. This was the times Dr. Zhang Han. He was the famous zombie scholar, the first person to research and name Hakim energy. Recalling his past life, he thought, into a mechanist, he was a legendary figure, and now that very person was standing right in front of him. Yi-Bei, still in disbelief, asked, "Are you really Dr. Zhang?" Dr. Zhang scratched his head shyly and said, "Well, this is a bit embarrassing. That doctor title is self-proclaimed. I'm really just doing odd jobs for this research." Yi-Bei felt suspicious. Could it be just a coincidence? Damn it, what a waste of my admiration, he thought. Dr. Zhang then added, "However, I am extremely curious about your weapon, Yi-Bei." He then proposed, "For the sake of humanity's future, I hope you'll let me borrow it for some research." After some thought, Yi-Bei decided to treat this as a test. If he really was the Dr. Zhang Han that he knew of, then this would be perfect. Yi-Bei agreed to Dr. Zhang's request, but added that he had something else. "I have something even better for you to study." Hearing this, Dr. Zhang eagerly asked, "What is it?" Yi-Bei slowly replied, "A live zombie." This left Dr. Zhang completely shocked. A thick iron door slowly opened, and Dr. Zhang led him to where the weapon was being kept. The others followed behind. He explained that he had only performed a brief scan for a quick check and hadn't messed with it at all. Seeing Yi-Bei handle the sword with such ease, Dr. Zhang exclaimed, "Wow," thinking that, as expected, only he could lift it so easily. He himself had almost thrown out his back just bringing it here. Yi-Bei looked around and thought that Dr. Zhang's working conditions here were terrible. With this equipment, we can definitely craft some even more powerful gear. Hearing the word craft, Mr. Zhang was very surprised and slowly asked, "Could it be that you made this weapon yourself?" Yi-Bei confirmed it. Seeing such a talented person, so young in front of him, Mr. Zhang was eager to witness it, saying, "You're amazing, hurry and show me." But Yi-Bei refused, stating that the entire crafting process had to be kept secret, otherwise he wouldn't let him study the zombies. Mr. Zhang wouldn't accept it. He jumped up and down, claiming he was bullying an old man. Yi-Bei offered another deal. If he was given a little food each day, he might consider it. Mr. Zhang called him a shameless scoundrel, but on his computer were two familiar images, none other than the personal information of Yi-Bei, age 18, a 12th grade student from N-City. As for Zhao Huan, they still hadn't found any information on him yet. It's unclear how long it's been, but the rain showed no sign of letting up. The streets below were completely flooded, with only zombies still wandering out there. Zombies with blue eyes constantly shuffled around the house. In another room filled with countless computers, Yor was controlling the cameras, her fingers flying expertly across the keyboard. with a board full of information beside her. But something was different. This Yur was completely unlike the adorable girl from before. She was focused, her eyes unblinking, observing the screen intently. She was so focused that she didn't notice Mr. Jiang had entered the room. He was holding 2 cups of warm water, saying he knew she'd be here. Yur. She said she wanted to do what she could to help. Mr. Jiang asked if she was looking for survivors outside. "You're working so hard." He then told her that there was still no news about her father. His surveillance cameras here only covered the riverside area, a place completely free of any zombie encirclement. Yur cheerfully said that Mr. Jiang is a good person, and her father is a good person too, so she believes her dad will be okay. Seeing her adorable expression, he could only smile. Then, he whispered to Yur about the 2 people she brought here. Are they really not a problem? Mr. Jiang felt that Yi Bei wasn't an ordinary person for such a young student to have mastered such high-level technology. Right now, he was in the room crafting weapons, and moreover, when he looked into Yi Bei's eyes, he got a vicious feeling, like he was a murderer. On the other side, he was feeling happy about nearly finishing his new product. Mr. Jiang also whispered that the chubby guy seemed quite normal, but he felt like he was hiding a secret he couldn't tell anyone. He was so busy bad-mouthing them that he didn't realize Zhao Huan was right behind him, and having heard everything, Zhao Huan spoke up loudly. "Hey, Mr. Jiang, it's not nice to talk behind people's backs," which startled the old man. He pointed his finger at Mr. Jiang and said he was the weirdest one, because in such a huge research institute, he was the only one here. It has a heliport up top and a garage below. The storerooms are full of materials, not to mention the solar panels, and on top of that, there are several large food and clothing storage rooms and a mountain of daily supplies. It's because of all that Zhao Huan felt that Mr. Jiang was the most suspicious person. But this time, Mr. Jiang got angry and told Zhao Huan he didn't understand anything. He said he had a premonition that the world would face an apocalypse, so he had been preparing for a very long time. Yet, every one of them treated him like a madman, a fool. Mr. Jiang pointed directly at him, saying he ate his food and lived in his house, yet he still had the audacity to criticize him. His goal was to save all of humanity. Zhao Huan didn't understand how it could be for all of humanity when he had hacked all the cameras in the riverside area, invading everyone's privacy. Mr. Zhang angrily retorted that if those cameras weren't usable, who would have saved them? Yu tried to stop the argument, but she was no match for the strength of the 2 men. Suddenly, someone stuck a needle into Zhao Huan when he wasn't paying attention. Startled, he turned around to see it was Yi Bei. He told him not to move, revealing it wasn't an injection, but a tube for drawing blood. After drawing a sufficient amount, Yi Bei pulled it out of Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan turned and asked Yi Bei what he had injected him with. He said it wasn't an injection, he just wanted to borrow a little of his blood to use before he left. Yi Bei said the zombies were about to mutate to a whole new level, and they didn't have much time left. He said a greater disaster was approaching, so everyone had to prepare well for the future. Everyone in the room froze, not understanding what was happening. Mr. Jiang couldn't believe his ears when he heard that the zombies would mutate. On another camera on the screen, some suspicious scenes were recorded. The city was now completely flooded due to the incessant rain. A few of Ye Bei's classmates were observing from a high place, seeing that the water had risen and they were surrounded by zombies. Assessing the current situation, he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a zombie looked directly at them. Terrified, he squeezed his eyes shut and went back inside. A Feng turned to the others and said, "This place is surrounded by zombies. We can't leave." Hearing this, everyone was at a loss. The rain was so heavy that the roads were flooded. A brown-haired girl buried her face in her hands, crying, not knowing what to do. Another student was also crying beside his friend who was still in a coma, named Xiaozi. No one knew where Ye Bei had gone. Currently, there was no food in the building, so the chances of them perishing here were quite high. After a moment of thought, a Feng said there was no other way. He opened his hand, revealing 4 black crystals inside. Everyone's eyes widened, not understanding why he had kept these 4 crystals. A Feng explained that while he was helping Ye Bei scan zombie brains, he had secretly hidden them. A Feng recalled hearing that monster growl that it was because of eating these black crystals that it turned into a monster. He was thinking that if he ate this beastly pill, it might just work. Everyone thought a Feng was a little crazy. Did he really intend to eat this beastly pill? A Feng believed that if he could gain monster-like power, they could all survive and break through the siege. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon outside caught everyone's attention. Not far away, there was a black tornado, surrounded by purple lightning, leaving everyone bewildered. This was the first time they had ever seen such a strange tornado. Because Dr. Zhang had prepared thoroughly, his base was completely unaffected by the rain. Yi Bei was still continuously creating new equipment to prepare for the future. He didn't talk to anyone, focusing solely on research and creation. Zhao Huan saw that Ye Bei was busy in the workshop. It's been several days now, and no one knows what he's been working on. Seeing this, Mr. Jiang recalled what Yi Bei had said before, that he wanted to create new equipment to fight against mutated zombies. Could it be that all zombies will mutate into those two types of monsters, the black-spiked and fire-spitting ones they had encountered before? Zhao Heng said he also had no idea. If they all mutate like that, then we're truly screwed. He asked Mr. Zhang, since you don't even have weapons, what are we going to fight with? Mr. Zhang replied that he wanted to create a shelter, not to be a warlord, so why would he have weapons? Zhao Heng countered that a shelter without weapons is just a sitting duck. How naive! Just then, Yu came running in a panic, repeatedly calling for Mr. Zhang. She said she saw her father on the surveillance camera. Both Mr. Zhang and Zhao Heng were shocked by Yu's frantic announcement. Regarding seeing her father, a startled Zhao Heng had to ask for clarification, whether Yu had really seen him on the surveillance camera or not. Mr. Zhang was more direct, asking if this meant her father had already reached the Xingshui district. So, the three of them went to the CCTV room. Yu said she saw her father on the commercial street in the West District. She was also very smart, having saved the video just in case. The two men listened intently. A CCTV recording was played, showing a scene with dozens of monsters in the chaotic rain. Suddenly, the image of a man, presumably Yu's father, appeared under a tattered cloak. He was right in the middle of that zombie horde. Mr. Zhang watched his friend's movements in alarm, noticing he didn't seem to have turned into a zombie yet. Zhao Heng also confirmed that the man hadn't been attacked by zombies. Yu's father was trying to evade the zombies by hiding among them, and he managed to luckily escape the dangerous area. Seeing this, Yu was both moved and extremely worried, only able to whisper, "Dad." Zhao Heng immediately comforted her. Although he didn't know how her father could hide among the zombies, at least he was still alive, which was a blessing. Hearing this, Yu felt more at ease. Mr. Zhang analyzed the situation. Looking at the man's appearance, it looked like he had smeared blood and attached zombie parts to himself. So that's an effective way to hide among the zombies. What? Could it be that zombies hunt by sense of smell? That's really worth researching. Hearing this, Yu became a little worried. Realizing he had misspoken, Mr. Zhang quickly apologized, saying it was just an old habit. He also advised Yu that even though he knew she really wanted to go save her father, the weather was terrible. The rain wasn't stopping, and the road to the West District was completely flooded, so there was no way to drive there. Yu understood and obediently listened. Zhao Heng suggested asking Brother Yi, saying that maybe he had already finished creating some powerful new equipment. Yu was hopeful too, but contrary to her hopes, Yi Bei's reaction was one of extreme anger. He refused, saying he had a lot of work to do, and her constantly asking like this was incredibly annoying. His work wasn't finished yet, and her being so impatient was just useless. Hearing her brother scold her, Yu could only listen in silence. He also reminded her again that aside from dinner time, she was absolutely not to disturb him. Zhao Heng, displeased with Yi Bei's attitude, scolded him for being too harsh, saying that if he couldn't help, he should at least have offered a word of comfort. Instead of arguing, Yi Bei simply told Zhao Heng, "Then you should go instead." Hearing this, Zhao Heng hesitated a little. The situation was dangerous, so going out now was not a good idea. Putting that aside, Zhao Heng started to notice the weapons, including knives and guns. His eyes fell on the sword. Could this be? Yi Bei explained that he had added Zhao Heng's blood to these two weapons. Now, he could use them. Hearing this, Zhao Heng quickly picked it up to test it, surprised by the incredible lightness of the blade. Zhao Heng asked if it was like Yi Bei's. Yi Bei explained that when swinging the sword, you have to imagine channeling power into the weapon, and you can unleash a blade of light, but you must control the force, or you risk losing your limbs. Zhao Heng was now only focused on this amazing weapon, grinning as he replied that he would be careful. Then, turning to the gun, he wondered, was this modified from the one we got? Yi Bei didn't deny it, saying that before firing, you have to power it on to charge the barrel. When you shoot, energy is released with the bullet, and while it's powerful, the ammunition is limited. Aim carefully before you shoot, he added. Zhao Heng was incredibly excited. Whoa, it's really an electromagnetic gun. This is so freaking awesome. With that, he grabbed the weapons and took off. Unable to wait any longer, he was going to practice right away. Zhao Heng, despite his large frame, ran outside quickly, ignoring the raging storm, and fired his first shot. With an intense blast, he aimed straight at the sky and fired, the barrel emitting a terrifyingly powerful beam of blue light that shot straight up. He was so stunned he could only yell, "Holy crap!" Zhao Heng had to admire how formidable this weapon was. Triumphant, he let out a booming laugh. Next up was the sword, and with a terrifying blue energy, he swung a slash through mid-air. The blue light flared, and he really could create a light blade. So it wasn't just one slash. Zhao Heng tested it out with many more slashes. Inside, the CCTV cameras caught everything, and Mr. Zhang, alarmed, warned Zhao Heng not to be testing his sword and gun right in front of the house. Thrilled to have two top-tier weapons, Zhao Heng felt invincible. So without hesitation, he He put on a raincoat and boots, ready to depart. Zombies are ability users. Just bring it on and see if old Zhao here doesn't kill every single one of you. Through the camera, Zhao Heng told Yu I'll definitely bring your father back safely, so you just wait there with Mr. Zhang. Hearing this, Yu grew a little worried. Will something happen to Big Brother Zhao? Mr. Zhang had no intention of stopping him, wanting to see just how long his cockiness would last. So, the support team inside informed him via AI that, according to the navigation, the road to the West District was flooded. He could only detour through the western hills. The mountain path had no cameras, and there were quite a few zombies out there, advising him not to be reckless. Zhao Heng got angry. This old man is so annoying, and demanded that Yu guide him instead. Mr. Zhang cursed under his breath. This damn fatty. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng pressed on, and as soon as he reached the top of the hill, he was surprised to find hordes of zombies had climbed all the way up. They advanced with their grotesque bodies and hideous eyes, but Zhao Heng wasn't afraid with the divine weapons in his hands. He swung once, and the blade of light sliced through the monsters. Seeing his success, Zhao Heng gloated. This is seriously powerful, but he was snapped back to reality when he saw a strange purple light in the sky over the hill. Outside, the rain was falling harder and harder. Screams mingled with the relentless rain. Another zombie was sliced apart by the blade of light. Zhao Heng was still in the middle of his fiery monster extermination, swinging his blades straight at them. When the coast was clear for a moment, Zhao Heng contacted the base, repeatedly calling for old Zhang and Yu to ask if they could see everything. He reported the situation directly. The rain outside was getting heavier, and there was even a tornado to the west. It was a terrifying purple color. On their end, the two were also aware that it was raining heavily outside. The camera's view was limited, old Zhang said, but he could feel the wind had already reached level 6. He advised Zhao Heng to return because it was truly dangerous outside. Even the confident Zhao Heng had to throw in the towel. No matter how good his equipment was, he had to surrender to Mother Nature. He also apologized to Yu They could only wait for a better opportunity to save her father. Old Zhang also reassured the little girl, saying her father was a very lucky man. If he could escape the zombies, it meant he could also survive this harsh weather. Hearing this, Yu felt somewhat relieved. Zhao Heng started heading back to the base in the pouring rain, but suddenly, as he returned, the alarm blared loudly. Old Zhang was extremely shocked by this and immediately asked Zhao Heng if a zombie had followed him in. But that was Zhao Heng's intention. He was the one who triggered it, even though he originally wanted to go rescue Yu's father. But since he couldn't go now, he could only do the second best thing, which was to bring a live zombie back here. This was what Yiji wanted him to do. Hearing this, old Zhang was still very worried. Why on earth did they need to bring a live zombie here? To stop Zhao Heng from doing something foolish, old Zhang told him to wait there and went down to the base entrance where Zhao Heng was waiting. To prevent the zombie from running around, he had already chopped off its limbs, turning it into a human stick. Old Zhang was surprised. It was still hopping around energetically. With such a tenacious life force, what on earth was powering it? Old Zhang was incredibly grateful. This time, Fat Zhao really made a huge contribution. It seems you're very reliable after all. Being praised, Zhao Heng beamed with a wide smile. Yu was very happy to see old Zhang and big brother Zhao getting along. In the research lab, Yi Bei was still meticulously conducting his research. He was trying various different methods. Outside, the rain suddenly began to subside, and the dark clouds were also gradually drifting away, allowing strange rays of light to sneak through. That strange light began to shine down on the writhing zombies below. Strangely, they weren't afraid of the light, and all looked straight up to receive it. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon began to occur. As the sunlight shone on them, their outer layer of skin shattered, revealing their now grotesque bodies. They had officially become true monsters. And so, more and more hideous monsters began to appear, with their eyes turning from green to blazing red. The monsters had evolved in unpredictable ways. If before they could only walk on the ground, now they could leap great distances. A little boy was standing on a balcony, praising the beauty of the sun shining high above, when suddenly a monster's arm reached the railing, slowly vaulting up in front of the poor, innocent boy. A man inside the house heard a strange noise and panicked. He immediately ran out looking for his wife and son, but it seemed it was already too late. The monsters had truly climbed up. And so, a series of families on the upper floors were approached by the monsters, accompanied by the blood-curdling screams of those hiding on the high floors. Being careless and leaving the door unlocked invited a visit from the monsters. They spared no place, not even the school. The students scattered in panic upon seeing the monster. A little girl was nearly cornered by it, but something else stopped it in its tracks with a powerful grip. That other entity didn't hesitate to stab it straight in the eye. The students were horrified by the scene as the monster was quickly subdued. The white monster then pulled the red orb from the other's eye and looked back at the group of students, its own eyes glowing blue. They all seemed to recognize him as a Feng. Outside, there were still countless monsters that had not yet been transformed. The zombies wandering the neighborhood were still grotesque figures with ferocious blue eyes. From high above, Lee Ruoxi and her two subordinates were watching every movement. The monster beside her was suddenly a little impressed. So powerful, so many zombies. Yet they move in an orderly fashion like a school of fish. Lee Ruoxi smirked victoriously. It seemed her torment all this time had not been in vain. She then asked about Ye Bei's location, and the subordinate confirmed that he had been found. He's in a building that looks like a research institute on that hill. Honestly, if I went in alone, I could assassinate him. However, Lee Ruoxi disliked that idea and flatly refused. How could she let Ye Bei die an unremarkable death? If she didn't kill him with her own hands, how could she ever resolve the hatred in her heart? Lee Ruoxi planned to make him feel despair, slowly creeping in on that hill, at the research area. As Zhao Heng was preparing to take Yu Er to find her father, the alarm siren suddenly blared non-stop. Seeing this, he immediately called Dr. Zhang. They were about to go out, so why was there a sudden warning like this? Old Zhang was also extremely anxious. He advised them not to go out now, that there was big trouble, and to quickly take Yu Er back to the laboratory. He said that the city's cameras showed a horde of zombies gathering, and they were heading your way. Zhao Heng was terrified upon hearing this. What? A horde of zombies? About how many? Dr. Zhang figured it was probably over 1,000, at least. Hearing that, he was even more horrified. Zhao Heng was confused. What on earth was happening? Was it because they were the last survivors? Or had they offended something? Dr. Zhang was also at a loss. He didn't know what they had provoked out there. But it's best you tell Ye Bei. Hearing this, Zhao Heng rushed up to Ye Bei's research room. He knocked on the door repeatedly. Brother Yi, this is bad. Over 1,000 zombies are charging towards us. What should they do? Inside, Ye Bei had already received the information Dr. Zhang had just relayed. Zhao Heng felt a little relieved hearing that. So what's next? Are you done preparing and ready to go out and take care of them? Why wasn't Ye Bei ready? Because he still hadn't finished his preparations. Zhao Heng panicked again. How can that be? Do you expect me to fight over 1,000 zombies all by myself? Ye Bei replied that he had said it before, they needed to be well prepared. Now, the situation was developing much faster than he had anticipated. These sudden events were outside of his data. Right now, we can only rely on everyone else. If he really is Dr. Zhang, then he can definitely solve the current predicament. Zhao Heng was about to lose his mind. Brother Yi, what on earth are you thinking? This is no time for riddles. But contrary to his outburst, Ye Bei remained silent. Zhao Heng stormed out in a fit of anger. Damn it, playing the silent game with me now. At this point, I can only rely on myself. He thought while climbing the research facility's tower. Reaching the top and looking down, Zhao Heng was horrified by the overwhelming number of zombies. Oh my god. He panicked. With so many zombies, it felt like even a much sturdier laboratory wall would struggle to hold them back. With that, he returned to the car, determined not to let them break down the wall. Inside, Mr. Zhang saw this on the security cameras and was confused by Zhao Heng's actions. What is he doing with the car? Zhao Heng then requested for them to open the gate. I'll go out and stop them first, he said. Doctor, you stay inside and come up with a plan. If I don't make it back, everyone needs to escape quickly. Hearing this, Yu Er became extremely worried for Big Brother Zhao. As he finished speaking, the car sped outside. Zhao Heng reassured her, don't worry, I won't go down that easily. He stopped the car in front of thousands of zombies, took out his gun, and aimed carefully before opening fire. A single, devastating shot, the energy blast it released annihilated hundreds of zombies. Inside the car, Zhao Heng felt exhilarated. This feeling of not even needing to aim is amazing. Turned to ash, he cursed at the zombies, firing another shot and then another, quickly thinning the horde. From a high vantage point, Lee Ruoxi watched the scene unfold, completely displeased. That monster, she muttered. I can't believe they have such a powerful weapon. It seems it's going to be difficult for my mistress to deal with them now. Lee Ruoxi couldn't accept it. She really wanted to see how much longer they could last. In the forest, Zhao Heng was still fighting the swarming horde of zombies from inside his car. He fired continuously, and while it was effective, there were simply too many of them, and they were gradually closing in. Zhao Heng cursed under his breath, damn it, why is there no end to them? Suddenly, a strange fireball shot out from nowhere, aimed directly at his car. Zhao Heng couldn't react in time, and the car took a direct hit. In the observation room, Yu Er and Mr. Zhang watched in horror. The car was flipped onto its side, and Zhao Heng scrambled out to investigate the cause. He looked toward the source of the flame and saw a monster whose body was engulfed in flames. It had a head covered in horns and a ferocious expression. This made Zhao Heng furious. Son of AB times teach, you dare ambush me? He yelled, aiming his gun directly at the monster. I'm not scared of you this time, eat this, he shouted. But this monster was far more agile and managed to dodge just before the bullet hit. Immediately after, it spewed another huge fireball straight at Zhao Heng's car, forcing him to leap out of the way. Of course, he still managed to fire another shot toward the monster as he moved, but once again, it quickly dodged away. Furious, Zhao Heng yelled, "You damn coward! Stop running if you've got any guts." Ignoring the monster that had interfered, he turned back to see that the zombie horde had already charged forward. He quickly fired a shot into the grotesque crowd. Seeing the critical situation, Mr. Zhang urged Zhao Heng to fall back. Once you're surrounded by them, you won't be able to escape. This time, even he couldn't feel confident. He sensed that this was a trap as another ferocious monster appeared. It lunged toward Zhao Heng, quickly swiping with its claws. Fortunately, Zhao Heng managed to drop to the ground just in time, otherwise, he would have been a goner. To defend himself, he aimed his gun straight at the monster, but it dodged with incredible speed. This time, Zhao Heng drew his sword for close quarters combat, starting with one slash and then another. The monster managed to dodge, but was quite surprised that this big guy was even more agile than Ye Bei. This made it pause, but Zhao Heng sealed the deal with another shot, brazenly telling it to die. Seeing this, the monster quickly retreated. He was ecstatic. "I told you so. I'm not afraid of you guys anymore." Standing atop a high tower, Li Ruoxi witnessed everything, her eyes glowing a vibrant purple as a dark power materialized in her hand. Meanwhile, the zombies had gotten closer than ever. Zhao Heng panicked. "Why are they suddenly sprinting over here?" Their speed was increasing. Zhao Heng swiftly swung his blade, beheading them one by one, but upon reassessing the situation, this was no good. Their charge was too fast to handle. It was time to make a tactical retreat. Running away was the best strategy. So he took off at full speed, but suddenly, a zombie fell from the sky right in front of him. It scared him stiff. Why are zombies falling from the sky? And then, even more zombies came raining down. It turned out to be the monster's doing. The zombie horde continued its advance. From the rear, the monster was grabbing them one by one and hurling them toward Zhao Heng. He was thrown into utter chaos and quickly drew his gun to defend himself. However, the zombies were becoming much more ferocious. Zhao Heng scrambled to escape, thinking, "What do I do? Somebody save me." But the zombies kept raining down from the sky. One of them landed on and grabbed Zhao Heng's leg, sending him into a panic. Just as it was about to bite, Zhao Heng quickly finished it off with a single strike. He was terrified and felt completely helpless, but he had to admit his sword was top-notch. However, the sight before him was the truly terrifying part, as thousands of them were now charging his way. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, firing a gun at this close range could get me caught in the explosion. I don't even have the strength to swing my blade anymore." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive wave of power shot past, annihilating the horde of zombies, to Zhao Heng's utter astonishment. The power was so immense that he had to quickly dodge to avoid being burned alive. The two monsters in the distance were also completely shocked. What is that power? It was moving closer, destroying every zombie, and rapidly heading their way. The incinerating energy, which left no zombies standing, originated from an iron arm. Looking closer, it turned out to be Ye Bei, who had just joined the battle. He was clad in a massive suit of armor, with two powerful arms as his main weapons. Every detail was meticulously crafted, from the electricity discharging feet to the hands. Ye Bei was ready. Seeing Brother Yi, Zhao Heng grinned from ear to ear in relief. "You're finally here." Inside, Yue and old Zhang were also overjoyed. "This is great. Big Brother Yi made it in time. My goodness, that kid is way too reckless." Zhao Heng was amazed by the armor. "Could this be the ultimate weapon you've been building these past few days? It's so powerful and looks so cool." Ye Bei cut him short. "No more talking. The enemy is close." He then started assigning tasks to Zhao Heng. "You still got stamina, so you take the zombies on the left. I'll handle the right side. Make sure no zombies get near the high wall." Zhao Heng quickly accepted the task. "As long as you're here, Brother Ye, everything will be fine. You can count on me to clear this area out." With that said, Zhao Heng immediately opened fire on the zombies. Ye Bei also leaped into action, using his armor's power to launch himself high into the air. From his advantageous position, he began to unleash a massive amount of energy, then immediately slammed his fist straight down toward the zombie horde. They were blown to pieces just like that. Then Ye Bei quickly landed another blow to the left. One by one, they were annihilated. Seeing this, Zhao Heng thought Brother Yi was truly domineering. After this wave, it could probably collect over 1,000 zombie dark crystals. Maybe he could even get Ye to make a new set of battle armor for him. On his side, Zhao Heng also started slashing a bit more, while Li Ruoxi watched from above. The monster noted that Ye Bei had created an even more formidable weapon. With this power of his, they couldn't even get close. Li Ruoxi was furious. "You think that pile of scrap metal can save your life? Just you wait, Ye Bei." Continuing his conquest, Ye Bei used the iron arm to scoop up zombies one by one into the air, while his other arm grabbed 2 to 3 at a time with equal ease. Finally, he slammed both hands together, creating a flash of light that incinerated all the zombies. In the observation room, Mr. Zhang and Yuer were still watching their battle live. Mr. Zhang analyzed it a bit. This mech suit of Ye Bei's should probably be called an exoskeleton. It's truly too powerful. It doesn't feel like technology from this era at all. It's hard to imagine he used a few old components to build it. Hearing this, Yuer explained, Brother Yi's weapon is actually crafted using the dark beads from inside zombie brains. Mr. Zhang was very surprised to hear that. There are beads inside zombie brains? What are they made of? Or, what part are they in? Mr. Zhang fired off a series of questions, but Yuer's knowledge was limited. The little girl said it was like a metallic material, maybe near the pituitary gland. The more he heard, the more confused he became. Mr. Zhang scratched his head in confusion. Crystallizations from zombie brains can be used as weapons? Why did Ye Bei hide this fact from me? How strange. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Zhang hurriedly left, asking Yuer to keep an eye on the surveillance cameras. He was going to the lab to dissect the zombie that Fatty Zhao brought back. Hearing this, Yuer could only obey and turned her attention back to the battle on the hill. There was still a large number of zombies that hadn't been dealt with. From above, Li Ruoxi was using her power to control the zombie horde, to attack Ye Bei and Zhao Heng. She ordered them all to charge forward and fight, empowered by her strength. And so, the zombies became even more frenzied, charging in relentlessly. Zhao Heng was stunned. Another wave of zombies is charging at us. It's like an earthquake. But Ye Bei wasn't scared at all. However many come, we'll kill that many. Don't overthink it. However, he still didn't expect that the power being infused into these zombies was so immense. 2 to 3 of them leaped up at once, aiming straight for him, their ferocious eyes looking like they wanted to eat him alive. Li Ruoxi once again infused them with more power, causing them to explode as they got close to Ye Bei, which was extremely dangerous. This forced Ye Bei to pay attention to his surroundings. Li Ruoxi didn't seem satisfied yet. She wanted Ye Bei to be blown to smithereens. Just like that, the frequency of exploding zombies approaching him increased, and only then did Ye Bei start to wonder. There are zombies that can self-destruct? Watching the fierce battle from a distance, Li Ruoxi's 2 subordinates didn't dare get any closer. The monster with the flames didn't dare to rush in over there. It was like a battle between gods, they couldn't help at all. The other one said, Ruoxi had to eat 7 dark crystals to get into her current state these past few days. Her body was constantly splitting apart and reforming, a kind of pain that only an extraordinary person could endure. Her hatred for Ye Bei was truly that intense. The fire monster also shared that she had eaten 7 black gold seeds, and not only did she not turn into a monster, but her power was also several times greater than theirs. Does this mean the more black gold you eat, the better? But that guy didn't know the real principle behind it, and he didn't want to experience that kind of torture-like sensation. In that case, she might not even be herself anymore. Meanwhile, Li Ruoxi was still determined to take down Ye Bei, continuously enchanting the zombies to explode and release that extremely toxic substance. Ye Bei uncontrollably started to run, realizing that someone was controlling these zombies. He suddenly turned his head, trying to spot the controller. Ye Bei began to use the power of his armor, aiming a direct shot from the top of the power pylon. Li Ruoxi was hit unexpectedly, falling without a chance to react. Seeing this, the silver monster suddenly shouted Ruoxi's name. Meanwhile, Ruoxi was in freefall, but thanks to her superior strength, she managed to control her body and land safely. But surprisingly, while she was falling, Ye Bei had quickly eliminated all the vicious zombies. Now, he was ready to deal with Ruoxi. Ye Bei began gathering his power, preparing for the decisive battle. Ruoxi, for her part, was also panicked. She frantically gathered all the zombies to shield herself, and even though they formed an endless line, the power was truly immense. It incinerated the corpse of each one. Ruoxi was also struggling to defend herself. Although she managed to block one blast while hiding behind them, Ruoxi planned to counterattack immediately. But things didn't go as she thought. To her surprise, Ye Bei flew in just in time. He then delivered a powerful blow towards Ruoxi, which she fortunately managed to dodge. And so, another evenly matched battle began. Ye Bei started to unleash his power, and Ruoxi, not to be outdone, also prepared her energy source. The two forces then began to clash with immense destructive power, but it seemed Ruoxi's sacrifice still wasn't enough to defeat Ye Bei. Just as it ended, he reached out with his iron hand and grabbed Ruoxi's small body. Li Ruoxi was completely defeated by Ye Bei's ruthlessness. She lay sprawled on the ground, her body as small as one of the armor's arms. Ye Bei angrily interrogated Li Ruoxi. A full magazine that day couldn't kill you? Tell me, how many of those seeds did you eat? Li Ruoxi was cornered, furious but unable to move. Li Ruoxi was trying to make a last-ditch effort by channeling power into her arm, but immediately after, Ye Bei noticed it and delivered a devastating blow. Li Ruoxi's hand was crushed underfoot without any mercy. The pain began to surge through her, causing Ruoxi to scream out in excruciating agony. Ye Bei warned her, In my past life, you cost me an arm. Today, it's an eye for an eye. Suddenly, a loud noise approached from the distance. Yi Bei looked back cautiously, and it turned out to be the monster. Wang Sheng had rushed over to save Ruoxi. He was screaming like a madman, demanding that Yi Bei release Ruoxi immediately. Not waiting for the enemy to get close, Yi Bei quickly launched an attack from his other arm, firing a blast of power right at the monster. But he used his speed to dodge just in time, and so, a continuous barrage of attacks was fired at the fleeing Wang Sheng. Refusing to submit, the monster leaped towards Yi Bei, but it seemed Yi Bei was one step ahead. Without any mercy for the girl in his arms, Yi Bei raised her up to block the attack, and the clash began. But the monster was no match for the battle armor. After the impact, Yi Bei followed up with a finishing blow. As a result, Wang Sheng took the full force of the attack head-on. The powerful strike sent him flying far away. Witnessing this, the fire monster couldn't help but panic. Wang Sheng had been attacked, and Ruo Shi was captured. That mech's suit was truly terrifying. He began to look at his few remaining zombies, knowing it would be difficult to win. He wondered if he should run now, groaning in pain after being hit by a series of attacks. Yi Bei then warned Ruo Shi, who had eaten the black gold, to revert to her human form. Could she really be the chosen one? But her existence was simply too dangerous. He would definitely kill her. As he spoke, his hand tightened its grip, making it hard for Ruo Shi to breathe. However, the remaining zombies suddenly began to act strangely. They transformed into ferocious monsters, something Yi Bei hadn't expected, catching him by surprise. All around, monsters were menacingly closing in. Yu Er, who was observing, noticed that something was wrong. She reported that more and more zombies were appearing all around. Down below, Brother Zhao was trying to hold the line, but zombies had already started to breach the wall. Seeing the tables turn, Ruo Shi smirked and laughed maniacally. Not a single one of you will survive. Hurry up and become zombies, and become her slaves. Enraged by the defiant villainess before him, Yi Bei was speechless. So, he decided to end it by throwing her towards the horde of monsters. Quickly, the monsters swarmed in to tear their prey apart. Then, he fired a blast of energy to finish off this troublesome crowd. Its immense power mirroring Yi Bei's fury, incinerating everything. Immediately after, he used the mech suit's power to fly back to the base. Meanwhile, at the base, Zhao Hang was desperately holding back the vicious zombies when his gun suddenly ran out of ammo. Zhao Hang felt like cursing. At this critical moment, the zombies were closing in faster than ever. The place was completely surrounded by zombies. As he thought this, he kept cutting them down with his blade. A transformed monster suddenly leaped at him unexpectedly. What in the world was this freakish thing? Could it be a new special ability? But Zhao Hang quickly regained his footing to attack, yet a single slash had no effect. Unlike with regular zombies, Zhao Hang grew more alarmed. The light blade couldn't cut through it. He turned around only to find another group of zombies had appeared behind him. Now, Zhao Hang was surrounded by countless ferocious zombies. The base walls were completely besieged, with nearly 10,000 of them advancing. They weren't just ordinary zombies, but evolved monsters possessing superior strength. Zhao Hang continued to defend himself with somewhat futile slashes, finally deciding that running was the best option. What in the world is going on with these monsters? My light blade can't even push them back a single step. Could this be the Phase 1 mutation that Brother Ye mentioned before? Yu Er anxiously kept relaying information, asking if Brother Zhao was okay. The situation is critical. Zombies have already broken into the research institute. Right now, Dr. Zhang is also busy in the research lab, completely unaware of the situation outside. Yu Er informed Zhao Hang to hurry back to the lab, but he seemed exhausted. He wanted to, but it was difficult. But he discovered the research institute was already surrounded by zombies, and he couldn't get in at all. A savior appeared. Yi Bei once again responded in the nick of time. He quickly grabbed Zhao Hang and lifted him up high. He was overjoyed that Brother Yi had arrived, asking if he could help him fly again. Yi Bei snapped him out of it. Fly? Yeah, right. He was getting him into the research lab, and Zhao Hang would be in charge of killing the incoming zombies. And so, the two of them successfully landed inside the research institute. Yi Bei explained that there were a few zombies that had evolved to stage 1, and although their skin was a bit tougher, they could still be taken down with a few slashes. Their movements would be more agile than regular zombies, so they couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hang sat down, exhausted and panting. He was dead tired, but at least he could finally sit and catch his breath. He would leave the zombies outside to Yi Bei. With that, Yi Bei flew out of the research institute, ready to battle this persistent horde of zombies. He began his attack with a massive blast of light. However, there was a breach, and some of them managed to slip inside the research institute. Zhao Hang, still unaware, called out to Yuer, "Get me some water, I'm dying of thirst." But then, a zombie let out a roar, which immediately put Zhao Hang on alert. Its speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant, it was already upon him. However, he managed to grab his blade in time and plunged it straight into the hideous monster. It was taken down and pinned to the ground. As if afraid it would recover, Zhao Hang continued to press down with all his might. The power emanating from the sword was clearly no joke. Zhao Hang once again gathered his internal energy and brought his sword down in a powerful slash. The monster was struck from the top of its head, and it let out a scream. Following Ye Bei's instructions, Zhao Hang continuously hacked at this evolved zombie. "Take that, you ambusher. How dare you interrupt my rest? Let's see how many hits it takes to smash your brain to bits." Yer obediently listened to Big Brother Zhao and brought him some water, and she also asked if Zhao Hang was okay. After observing it for a moment, she said she thought she had seen this zombie on the security camera, and it didn't look like the others at all. Meanwhile, Zhao Hang was trying to dig a crystal core out of it. He was delighted. "Got it. I really got it, and it's red." Meanwhile, Dr. Zhang had also found a black, pearl-like bead. It seemed opaque, but emitted a deep green light. This was the black metal. Does this turn people into zombies, or is it something that forms after they become zombies? Outside, Ye Bei was still holding the line by, annihilating all the monsters with his power. One had its head crushed by a giant arm, another was trampled and obliterated by his power. Ye Bei was fighting with everything he had. With one final, devastating blow, he blew up the remaining ones. From outside, Ye Bei called in, "Fatty Zhao, all the zombies have been eliminated. You can come out and get them now." Ye Bei and his mecha headed straight inside. Zhao Hang praised him. "As expected of Brother Ye, your efficiency is incredibly high." Ye Bei replied that the mecha wasn't complete yet, so its performance wasn't even at its peak. Zhao Hang quickly went outside to check, and the sight made him gasp. The zombie corpses were piled up like a mountain. "How long is it going to take to process all of these?" Zhao Hang then asked. "After I collect all these cores, will you help me build a battle suit?" Ye Bei refused, saying he was too tired right now, and that they could talk about it after he got some sleep. Suddenly, Dr. Zhang appeared out of nowhere. He had something he wanted to ask Ye Bei. He held out the bead he had found, asking him when he would reveal the secret of this black gold. Despite being found out, Ye Bei was quite pleased. Outside the research institute, the bodies of zombies lay scattered everywhere like heaps of trash, but they weren't useless. Zhao Hang used a shovel to crack open their skulls, and from inside their brains, he retrieved a black gold bead. Zhao Hang felt exhausted, because there were still several thousand heads waiting for him to carve open. But luckily for Zhao Hang, the zombies were all charred black. This made the task less strenuous, but the problem was that he was the only one digging through such a massive number of them, which was a truly bleak task. Thanks to Ye Bei's protection inside the research facility's fence, it hadn't suffered any damage at all. After dealing with all the zombies outside, his iron armor was neatly stored away. After learning the secret, Dr. Zhang was truly surprised to find that the black gold was actually the source of the zombies' power. Ye Bei nodded and explained, "That's right. Once a person is infected with the zombie virus, this black bead forms inside their brain. Through a kind of photosynthetic ability, it absorbs sunlight to gather more energy inside the black gold." Dr. Zhang understood. He said excitedly, "Haha, zombies can photosynthesize." Although this bead emits a green light, he couldn't find any chlorophyll or corresponding enzymes on its surface. Moreover, he discovered some components never seen before. Dr. Zhang felt that the bead was like some kind of reactive metal that it was made of. He had applied light and heat, and it reacted strongly to both. Furthermore, towards fresh blood and metal, it also had an equally strong interactive force. Ye Bei added, "It's especially strong when interacting with human samples." He also said that the speed at which the zombie virus spreads in the human body is faster than in the bodies of animals and other plants, which is why humans are the most susceptible to becoming zombies. And after a zombie absorbs light for a long period, it will undergo a first-level mutation. Dr. Zhang understood now, so that's how it was. Previously, the zombies seen on the surveillance cameras were very aggressive at night, but during the day, they would wander around listlessly, or even stand completely still. So they were photosynthesizing? They were accumulating energy for a mutation, a first-level one. He also wondered why today's zombies were so frenzied during the daytime. Ye Bei explained, "It's because an ability user was manipulating them from behind the scenes." Dr. Zhang asked, "An ability user? Like that fire monster and the blackthorn monster? Were they the ones who lured the zombies here?" Ye Bei replied, "Those two became ability users by mutating after eating the black gold, but the one controlling the zombies is a newly emerged, high-level mutated ability user, his former class president, Li Ruoxi." Dr. Zhang was shocked that the black gold could even be eaten. But how could anyone digest this kind of metal? After eating this bead, you can mutate and gain superpowers. Is this some kind of transformation pill? Ye Bei added that they were still researching this aspect. For now, we can confirm that the mutation from eating the black gold is irreversible, and ability users have always been an enormous threat. We always try to eliminate them as quickly as possible first. Dr. Jiang was still reeling from all the information he had just received. Zombies will mutate to a certain stage. Could there be a second stage? No. People who eat this beast's core will become ability users. There are also high-level ability users. The amount of information was too much for him to process at once. Dr. Zhang asked Yi Bei, "I'm sure your school didn't teach you any of this, right? Where on earth did you learn all this?" Yi Bei said he would tell him when the time was right, but he felt it would be more meaningful if Dr. Zhang could figure it out through his own research. Unable to take it, he said, "Are you trying to whet my appetite even more right now?" But that wasn't important. Right now, Dr. Jiang wanted to study Yi Bei's weapons. He sleepily replied, "I still need to use the mech suit, but you can do whatever you want with the rest." After saying that, he tiredly lay down to rest and added, "Please don't wake me up while I'm sleeping." After getting permission, Dr. Jiang happily ran off to do his research. Only Yuer was left. She glanced over at him, looking at Yi Bei's sleeping face. Yuer probably wanted to say something. It turned out, although she really wanted to ask him to take her to find her father, Yi Bei had been fighting for a whole day and was very tired. What a well-behaved girl. Yuer took out a blanket and covered Yi Bei, helping him sleep more soundly. As for herself, she sat huddled quietly beside him. Yuer missed her father terribly and was worried about him, but everyone was exhausted right now, and she couldn't go rescue him by herself, so Yuer could only sit and cry. Sometime during all this, the sun had set. It looked so gentle, completely different from the world now. Zhao Hang tossed his shovel aside after a hard day's work. Exhausted, he lay down on the ground, feeling like he was done for. He really couldn't dig out anymore. He wished there was a machine that could automatically extract zombie brains. Zhao Hang mumbled to himself, but the thought of asking Yi Bei to build a mech suit for him was truly exhilarating. In order to fit into a mech suit, he'd have to work hard to lose weight. New Year's was coming soon, after all. Our dear readers should follow Zhao Hang's example. Because he was so overjoyed, he didn't notice Zhou Bo right behind him. He was tearing his hair out. It's over. It's all over. Several thousand zombies were wiped out in a single day. He hid behind a bush, watching. Now that Wang Sheng and Ruo Shi were both dead, what should he do? Should he surrender to them? But Zhou Bo changed his mind. No, they definitely wouldn't hesitate to take my life. A monster like me, they probably wouldn't accept me anyway. Zhou Bo then remembered, that's right, earlier, a group of zombies had shed their skin and turned red. Not only did they resist Ruo Shi's control, but they also charged over and bit him. He figured that he had to use his fire at full power just to incinerate them. If the zombies themselves were mutating, becoming more and more ferocious and difficult to deal with, what was he supposed to do? Zhou Bo came up with a solution. He had to quickly dig out more black gold to make himself stronger. Maybe he could even turn back into a human. Zhou Bo sensed someone behind him and turned to see who it was. He looked up into a treetop. It was another ability user, none other than Ah Feng, but he didn't understand why he was all the way out here. Zhou Bo didn't know who the other person was, so he asked him. Ah Feng raised his hand as if signaling something, then jumped away, leaving Zhou Bo completely confused. He immediately gave chase and called out to him. Night fell, the moonlight illuminating the entire sky. Perhaps from crying so much, Yuer had fallen asleep. Someone had covered her with a blanket. After a hard day's work, Zhao Hang had passed out to recover his strength, but his snoring woke Yuer up, and it seemed the one who had covered her with a blanket was Yi Bei. Yuer sat up and groggily looked around the room. The spot where Yi Bei had been resting was now empty. He had probably already woken up. The lights in the garage were on. Right after waking up, Yi Bei had thrown himself into his work. He was welding the frame of something massive. Let's all stay tuned to see what it is. The next day, the sun rose, casting its light everywhere. On the streets, buildings and signs were nothing more than piles of rubble. Bodies were scattered everywhere. Yuer's father was also looking for his daughter, arriving in front of her convenience store. Not wanting to alert the zombies, he quietly called his daughter's name, Yuer. Yuer's father carefully opened the door and cautiously entered the store. He went to the checkout counter and found a notebook, inside which was a note from Yuer for him. "Dad, I've gone to look for you." He looked at the words, his heart aching, wondering to himself, "Yuer, where are you now?" Outside the store, zombies were beginning to approach. Yuer's father stepped outside, seeing a horde of zombies, but thanks to his perfect camouflage, they didn't notice him at all. This allowed him to slowly blend in with them to continue searching for his daughter. Meanwhile, it was still peaceful at the shelter. After sleepless nights of non-stop work, Yi Bei had created a monster vehicle. It was incredibly well armored and covered in giant bolts. Not only that, he also equipped it with some very rugged-looking tires. Seeing such an amazing vehicle, Zhao Hang was overjoyed, his face scrunching up in excitement. He then excitedly jumped all over the vehicle. What kind of vehicle is this? A tank? An armored car? It looked nothing like a few cars just pieced together. This is so awesome. I love it. Zhao Hang asked Yi Bei, "Did you make this using the cores you dug out of the zombies? Don't tell me this vehicle can also transform into a mecha." Yi Bei told Zhao Heng he was overthinking it. This is just a car, and compared to making a mecha for you, you're better off just driving. Besides, it's been fused with 2,117 black crystals and 12 red-black crystals from Tier 1 mutated zombies, so the power output is immense. You'd better drive it well. Zhao Heng was delighted and said, Brother Yi, you really get me, you're my hero. I'm going to get in and check it out now. He said, yeah, it's not that different from a normal car, you should get used to it because we might have to leave immediately. Zhao Heng asked if they were leaving to find Yor's father, right? Yor said, everyone, please wait. She was carrying her bunny backpack, which was pink, and declared, I want to go too. Yi Bei said, absolutely not. The outside world is the domain of Tier 1 mutated zombies now. Going out now would be a death wish for you, and the two of us won't have time to look after you. Yor tried to persuade Yi Bei. She pleaded that she had been good and waited for days like he asked, but she insisted on going to find her father herself. Yi Bei raised his voice, only because he was worried about Yor. No means no. If you keep being this stubborn, I'll have Dr. Zhang lock you in the laboratory. Hearing this, Yor was at a loss, and tears started to well up in her eyes. She cried out, Daddy. Seeing Yor in tears, Zhao Heng asked him, why'd you have to go and make her cry? Even if you were her real brother, you can't be so harsh. Just then, Dr. Zhang appeared like a fairy godfather, breaking the tense atmosphere. He told Yor not to cry. With a gentle expression, Dr. Zhang held up a drone, telling her to look as he had finished fixing it. Yor asked what that was. Dr. Zhang explained, the drone was broken before, but he had already used the orb to fix it. Originally, the drone's battery prevented it from flying far, but after using the orb, its continuous flight time has also increased quite a lot, and it can also ensure the stability of real-time data transmission. Yor wiped away her tears, thanking Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang said that this way, she could also help with the search from the monitoring room. Yi Bei felt that Dr. Zhang had managed to figure out how to use the orb in such a short amount of time. Dr. Zhang said proudly that although he wasn't a formally certified doctor, he still had a few tricks up his sleeve. Yi Bei placed the mech suit in the back of the vehicle, and once he was ready, he called out to Zhao Heng, all set, we're ready to leave now. Zhao Heng also announced that everything was prepared as the invincible Iron Bull started up. Before leaving, Yi Bei instructed Yor that he was entrusting the surveillance of the Central District to her. They had to maintain contact at all times. Yor agreed, saying she would always be watching them and reminded them, you guys have to be careful too. Zhao Heng couldn't stand it any longer. He said excitedly, let's go. Then he slammed on the gas, the engine roared like a beast, and the vehicle shot out of the garage like a rocket. At that speed, the vehicle seemed to fly into the air as it exited the garage, which made Zhao Heng feel incredibly exhilarated. This vehicle was truly unbeatable. Its speed was terrifyingly fast, and with all its equipment, it could smash through anything in its path. Zhao Heng felt that driving this vehicle down the mountain was like taking a stroll on flat ground. Its performance was just that amazing. In just a few short minutes, they had gone from the mountain to the main road. This new vehicle was truly incredible. It didn't even get a scratch despite ramming hard into other cars. Zhao Heng sat in the vehicle laughing out loud. Ramming into those cars felt like crashing into tofu. It was so satisfying. Thanks to that, they were able to cross the bridge that was blocked by cars. That said, we do not recommend anyone try this at home. Yi Bei said that according to previous surveillance records, Yor's father had gone to the Xianshui district, so the two of them just had to search along that area. As the vehicle cruised through the silent city, Zhao Heng also found it strange there wasn't a single zombie in sight. Could they have all been lured to that research facility and then completely wiped out by them? The words had barely left his mouth when first-level evolved zombies spotted them, watching the vehicle from the rooftops. The red-eyed zombies then charged at their vehicle. There were countless of them. Seeing this, Zhao Heng said, spoke too soon. The zombies swarmed all over Yi Bei's vehicle, their claws scratching relentlessly all over it, and it wasn't long before one of them blocked the front windshield. Zhao Heng yelled furiously, damn it, how dare you block my view? Then he turned to Yi Bei and asked worriedly, this vehicle must have some weapons equipped, right? Hearing this, Yi Bei replied, no traditional firearms, those are completely useless against the current zombies. As he spoke, he tapped on the control panel. This vehicle has something much better. A wave of blue electricity shot out, enveloping the entire vehicle and zapping the zombies in the face, causing them to bare their teeth in pain and scream their heads off. The powerful electric shock easily sent the entire horde flying off the vehicle. Zhao Heng was surprised by this kind of weapon, as it turned all the zombies to dust. Yi Bei coldly ordered them to leave this place immediately, because since a level 1 mutated zombie had appeared, there were definitely no survivors in this area. The fatty heard this and agreed, hastily driving the supercar away, but they had no idea that far in the distance, someone was secretly observing their every move. He stared intently at the departing car, a cunning smile spreading across his face, muttering to himself, interesting. Very interesting. Before long, Yibei and Zhao Hang had moved to another location. This was the place where Yu had seen her father on the surveillance camera. It was a quiet area, so Yibei ordered the drone to be deployed. He told Yu that she would pilot the drone to search from the sky. Yu quickly accepted the mission, her hands moving swiftly over the control panel. The drone easily ascended and was steered towards the tall buildings. Through the drone's camera, Yu observed a room high up in one of the buildings, which showed signs of having been inhabited, but it was now empty. She remembered her father heading in this direction, but didn't know if he had stopped there or not. Hang turned to ask Yibei, "What should we do now?" Yibei just put his hands behind his head. "If you got nothing better to do, you can go search the rooms on the lower floors yourself. I'm tired, I've pulled several all-nighters, so I need to catch up on sleep." Hearing that he had to go search, Zhao Hang just laughed, feeling much safer inside the car. "Oh, right. I can just drive around and honk the horn. If Yuer's father hears it, he'll surely come running out." And he actually started doing it, driving the car and honking the horn non-stop. The deafening honking attracted the attention of several nearby zombies. Through the surveillance drone, Yu could see what was happening and quickly informed the two men that zombies were heading their way. Hearing this, Brother Zhao started to panic. He hadn't expected to find zombies here, but this was actually perfect. He could test out all the weapons on the vehicle at once. No sooner said than done, he began pressing all the buttons on the control panel. With the push of one button, under the wheels, sharp spikes immediately shot out. Zhao Hang was incredibly excited. He started driving towards the zombies, shouting repeatedly, "Bring it on! Bring it on!" The zombies were torn to shreds by the spikes under the wheels, with blood splattering everywhere. Zhao Hang was even more delighted by this, and he pressed another button on the control panel. A red laser beam shot out, firing towards the horde of zombies and creating a massive explosion. Even Zhao Hang himself didn't expect it to be so devastatingly powerful. Seeing this, Yu grew worried and reminded Zhao Hang to be careful, as her father might be in one of those buildings. He heard her and agreed, saying he had to be more modest. However, his hand pressed another button as he hoped it wouldn't be as explosive as the last one. A large gear appeared on the front of the car, spinning at the speed of light, and it shredded any zombie it came into contact with. Not a single zombie was left in one piece. They were brutally ground up, with blood spraying everywhere as they let out loud, unending wails. Looking at its helpless expression, it was almost pitiful. At the same time, a mechanical voice inside the car announced, "System 1 has collected 10 million. Hang couldn't believe that what he had just activated was an automatic zombie-coring machine, and he happily lunged towards Yebei. "Brother Ye, my dear friend, you know me too well." He completely ignored his driving, letting the car swerve erratically. "She keeps saying she loves Yi Chen forever." Yu saw the commotion over there and figured that no problems had occurred. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as if she discovered something, and Yu shouted out to the others who were still fighting that she had found it. The little girl had found her father's car and sent them a picture to look at. The car was about 500 meters away from them. Zhao Heng told Yu to guide him and then sped towards the vehicle. From what Yu could observe, there was no one in the car, and both the door and the front of the car were damaged. Perhaps her father had picked up the goods and was on his way back when he ran into trouble. Yibei told Yu to check if her father had left any message in the car. In such a short amount of time, her father probably couldn't have gotten far. Yu on her end, was also very worried. She kept calling out for her dad while trying to focus and observe. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and collapsed on the desk. The professor rushed over to her, worried, and frantically asked what was wrong with her. Meanwhile, Yibei and Zhao Heng had reached the location of Yuer's father's car. Zhao Heng got out, approached the vehicle, and began to look around. Yibei anxiously asked the professor about Yuer's condition. The professor said that she had fainted. It seemed her illness was relapsing again. Whenever Yu gets distracted, she forgets to take her medicine. Luckily, he still had a little medicine left. Such a poor child. Her father is worried sick trying to save her, and treating leukemia isn't exactly his specialty. Now, in this apocalyptic situation, finding a doctor is next to impossible. The professor asked Yibei if he knew where Puai Hospital in his city was and told him to go there to get some equipment and pharmaceuticals so he could save Yu. At the same time, Zhao Heng finished checking the car but couldn't find any information. It seemed that after the crash, Yuer's father had fled in a hurry, not even taking the goods from the car. He also found some strange items in the car. There were many boxes with this jet black packaging without any logos or descriptions. It looked like they contained sugar or medicine. Did Yuer's family store sell this kind of weird food? Yibei guessed they might be some kind of special medicine, so they should take it back for the professor to examine. Zhao Heng agreed, but he didn't know where they should go next to find her father. Yibei said they would head to Puai Hospital. First, the professor had sent him a list of medicines to treat Yu. After hearing the conversation between Yibei and Zhao, Heng, the professor said that he still had to continue taking care of Yu-Er and monitor the progress of the Hakim experiment, so he couldn't continue operating the drone to watch over them. However, they could still communicate via earpieces. Through it, Zhao Heng began to mumble, "Hey, Yu-Er has leukemia. No wonder she suddenly fainted before, and no wonder Yi Bei didn't let her come with us." Zhao Heng was still talking when Ye Bei cut him off and told him to focus on driving. Ye Bei thought to himself, in another 2 years, all the supplies in the city will be completely gone, overrun by zombies, and it will become a complete city of the dead. And with the current situation, the pace might even accelerate. I probably can't change anything at all, compared to letting Yu-Er live in an even more tragic world. At a certain high-rise building, a hand was injecting a strange substance into the flame emissary's severed hand, which then began to regenerate miraculously. The hideous creature was overjoyed, laughing wildly as its hand grew back, its entire body erupting in blazing flames. It felt as though its power had finally returned. Songbin held the syringe in his hand and asked if it was the flame emissary. The creature bowed toward him, thanking him for his help and asking what organization he was from. Songbin introduced them as a special team that gathers ability users, with the goal of creating a new paradise for them, to live happily. The flame emissary was delighted to hear this, never expecting such a wonderful opportunity. It then asked curiously if Songbin was also an ability user. Songbin confirmed that he was, adding that there were quite a few others like him. The flame emissary shyly asked if it could also become like Songbin. Songbin smiled, "That's a certainty, all for the sake of our new, happy, and carefree paradise." Meanwhile, Yi Bei and Zhao Heng arrived at Pu'ei Hospital, but Zhao Heng was taken aback by the words written on a pillar. "Important private property, dangerous. Do not enter," he shouted. "Holy cow, this hospital has already been taken over by someone." Yi Bei replied that this was a key strategic location, so it wasn't surprising that this had happened. They needed to get what they came for and leave quickly. With that said, Yi Bei smashed through the glass door and entered the hospital. The two advanced cautiously, one behind the other. Zhao Heng found it strange. It was eerily quiet with not a single person around, not even a zombie. Did everyone run away or go somewhere else? Could this be some kind of trap? Yi Bei decided they should split up. He would get the medicine while Zhao Heng would look for the therapeutic equipment, and they would stay in touch via their earpieces. Zhao Heng grumbled as he walked, saying hospitals were his second most hated place in the world. Just the smell of disinfectant sent shivers down his spine. As he spoke, he began to sniff the air with his keen nose, but was surprised to discover it wasn't the smell of disinfectant. The scent was a bit like sweet fruit, and as he noted this, his eyes slowly closed. As a result, he collapsed unconscious on the floor. Elsewhere, Yi Bei began to worry, as he kept calling for Zhao Heng over the earpiece but received no answer. He wondered where Zhao Heng was slacking off this time, but then he too noticed something strange, a scent that was very familiar. Yi Bei immediately figured out the true purpose of the scent, so he quickly put on a gas mask, then launched a powerful attack toward the source of the disgusting fragrance. Yi Bei assessed the situation and realized what was going on. He yelled into his earpiece that the hospital was trapped, telling Zhao Heng to get out immediately. As he ran, he glimpsed a figure standing there and staring at him, so he aimed his robotic arm in its direction. It was a nurse, but she just stood there, unafraid, without even trying to dodge. Yi Bei didn't rush to attack her either. He just stood there, staring at her. Not only was she unafraid, she even reached out to playfully touch it. She touched Yi Bei's armored gauntlet, her mouth agape in amazement at the incredible mech suit. Tang Tang said cheerfully, "If I'm not mistaken, this mech suit is powered by a zombie's brain core, isn't it? If you could let me meet the person who created this suit, I would be very grateful." Yi Bei guessed the girl in front of him was also an ability user, but her aura felt a bit different. So he asked who she was, and she didn't hesitate to introduce herself, adding that she was a doctor of medicine. Sweet genius, how cheesy. Yi Bei asked Tang Tang if she was the one who released the poisonous gas in the hospital, and if she had eaten those cores. Tang Tang admitted that she released the poisonous gas in the hospital. It was effective at repelling zombies and knocking out intruders, but as for the cores in the zombies' brains, she had no idea they were edible. Yi Bei didn't answer her on that matter, instead wondering if she was here all alone. Tang Tang put on an innocent girl act. "That's right, in this castle of freedom, there's only this princess. Or, are you going to be the demon king and kidnap me?" Yi Bei's eyes widened when he heard that. He asked if she wasn't afraid of death, acting like this. Tang Tang gently pushed up her glasses. "To me, death is as tempting as candy in a sweet shop. To die for my love, I would have no regrets." Yi Bei never expected to meet such a crazy person, but hearing that she was a doctor of medicine, he asked about her specialty. Tang Tang confidently replied that her specialty was, of course, poison. Having gotten his answer, Yi Bei suddenly thought of something. He then bothered Tang Tang again. "How did you discover the cores in the zombies' brains? Did you use those cores to create the poisonous gas?" Tang Tang felt annoyed and pointed at Yi Bei. You keep asking questions, but you still haven't answered mine. Are you going to let me meet the person who built your mech suit or not? Hearing this, Yibei began to think. After some consideration, he agreed. The creator of his mech suit was at the Xin Shui District Research Institute. If she wanted to meet them, he would take her there. However, Tang Tang still had one small request that Yibei absolutely had to agree to. Meanwhile, on an unfamiliar road somewhere, Zhao Heng appeared for some reason. He was on the phone with Ah Kun, asking if she had arrived yet. Ah Kun replied that she had arrived. A lady like myself doesn't like to be late. Xiao Qi was very happy, because this was the last job they had to do. Once it was finished, he could go home and marry Ah Kun. While they were chatting, the three of them saw a car approaching. The timing was exactly as Lao Xiao had said. They just needed to act according to the plan. Xiao Qi said that Lao Xiao had given the signal, and they started moving toward the car that just arrived. Zhao Heng was surprised by Xiao Qi's announcement. Lao Xiao hasn't given the signal yet. Why has he already started? And so, Ah Kun's car collided with the other vehicle. Xiao Qi then panicked and told Zhao Heng, "Something's not right, we have to run." Zhao Heng still didn't understand what was happening. When an unfamiliar car appeared behind his, he frantically steered the wheel to get away, not understanding how their plan had been exposed. He drove recklessly, trying to escape the car chasing him, shouting non-stop. He kept screaming "ah" until it turned out to be just a dream. Zhao Heng finally woke up after inhaling the poisonous gas. Yibei and Tang Tang were both standing in front of him. Zhao Heng was very surprised to see them, still groggy from his recent stupor. Then Yibei asked if he had slept enough, because it was time to get back to work. Zhao Heng still didn't understand what was going on. He asked what had just happened to him. Tang Tang playfully replied, "You were hit by a special poison gas I created. If you don't get the antidote within 3 hours, you'll turn into a puddle of blood." Yibei told Zhao Heng to stop shouting and quickly help him move the jars into the car, but Zhao Heng kept insisting that Yibei explain everything to him. Tang Tang spoke up, pleading with Zhao Heng to help her move the specimens. These things were very important to her. As she was pleading, she switched to a threat, saying that if he broke and a single one, she would put him inside it instead. And so, Zhao Heng began to carry Tang Tang's weird jars to the car. Tang Tang just stood there, cheering for Yibei and Zhao Heng, not lifting a single finger. Yibei was still deep in thought, pondering Tang Tang's identity. The toxic gas she created felt extremely familiar to him. Back in the early stages of the apocalypse, he often saw leaders of various factions use this deadly poison gas to prevent zombie attacks and fight off rivals. This was Miyun gas, a substance that could both reassure people and terrify them. Could Tang Tang be the one who invented this gas? If, like Dr. Jiang, she was also a pioneer of the mechanist class, then he absolutely had to protect her. At the very least, he couldn't let her fall into the hands of groups like the Yulong Gang. After a bit of hard work, Yibei and Zhao Heng finally finished moving all the jars. Tang Tang looked at the vehicle and exclaimed, "Is this car also made from black pearls? It's so adorable." She kept praising the car, while Zhao Heng still couldn't believe Yibei was actually letting her come back with them. He felt like she had a few screws loose. Yibei replied, "We've gathered enough medicine and machinery, and with this doctor, we should be able to treat you." As they were talking, a strange monster appeared on the roof of the hospital building. It viciously opened its mouth full of sharp fangs that could kill a person and lunged toward them. Compared to this bizarre beast, the three of them looked incredibly small. Zhao Heng looked at it but couldn't even tell if it was a dog or a bear, or perhaps a new type of ability user. Yibei finally broke his silence. He shouted for everyone to stop standing around like statues and get into the car quickly. The ferocious monster, even larger than the building, had already begun its descent. Yibei used his mecha to fire a blue electric beam to attack it. The shot accurately targeted the beast's right hand, yet it still easily charged toward Yibei, and it even knew to dodge the car. Zhao Heng and Tang Tang were lucky enough to quickly get inside the vehicle. Outside, Yibei was engaged in a one-on-one battle with the beast, trying his best to hold its arm. He yelled for Zhao Heng to take Tang Tang and go first, while he stayed behind to deal with this despicable creature. He controlled the mecha to land a heavy punch on the beast, and then fired a continuous barrage of electric beams, catching it completely off guard. Zhao Heng couldn't help but wonder what kind of creature it was to be so enormous. Tang Tang said calmly, "That dog has been hanging around the hospital for the past few days, preventing anyone from going outside." Zhao Heng was shocked that she knew about the monster outside and didn't bother to tell them sooner. But Tang Tang just assumed that since they came from outside, they must have already known. Tang Tang was curious. She saw their equipment was very advanced, so it probably wouldn't be a problem. She guessed they were some kind of apocalypse rescue team with humanity's last hope. Hearing Zhao Heng tell her to stop joking, Tang Tang stuck her tongue out. "I'm not just talking nonsense, you know. I've thoroughly researched the zombie virus that has spread across the world. The fact that we've survived this long means we're practically the chosen children of heaven." Zhao Heng was stunned by what Tang Tang had just said. Over on the other side, Yi Bei was still focusing all his strength to destroy the beast, and after a series of his attacks, it furiously retaliated. Yi Bei reasoned that this was a monster that had appeared out of sync with the current timeline. This ability beast wasn't created from normal livestock or wild animals infected with the zombie virus. It was bred through genetic engineering and fused with the zombie virus, making it absolutely not a product of this era. The beast could even shoot out electrical beams. It began firing towards Yi Bei, and it seemed he finally understood what all of this was truly about. He easily dodged its attack and continued to fire electrical beams back at it. This massive, bulky beast moved surprisingly slowly, not even attempting to dodge Yi Bei's attack. So his attacks were no longer strong enough to injure it. Yi Bei understood. Just as he thought, it could block his beam attack, and then it lunged at him like a beast that had been starving for years. It raised its claws to slash at Yi Bei, but he dodged with ease, effortlessly grabbing the mane that it used to shoot electrical beams. He then used the momentum to climb onto its body, his grip tight and unyielding as it struggled violently, trying to throw Yi Bei off. But instead, he ripped its mane clean off, sending blood splattering everywhere. The monster collapsed in pain, while Yi Bei stood over it, staring intently as he held its mane in his hand. But it seemed to still have some fight left in it, giving Yi Bei a ferocious glare before powerfully getting back up and charging at him once more. Its attack was easily blocked by Yi Bei's mecha suit. Yi Bei smirked. Not so easy to use those tricks, is it? Hey, then it's my turn, he said, seemingly preparing a finishing blow. Channeling the full power of his mecha suit, he shot high into the air in a very cool pose, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. From above, crashing down on the beast's head and crushing it, before fiercely raising his hand again. Yi Bei continued to rain down punches, beating it until it was unrecognizable, and finally, it was completely defeated by him, lying motionless, unable to move anymore. Yi Bei then viciously ripped out its eye to inspect what was inside. Inside was an incredibly strange blue light. He took the blue object out of its eye and stood there, observing it for a long time. Yi Bei stared at the item in his mecha suit's hand. This was the modified black gold, implanted inside a beast's body, the mutant beast's core. With this, the next step will be much easier, Yi Bei mused. Meanwhile, Songbin was once again standing high above, observing the scene that had just unfolded. He never expected Yi Bei to be able to destroy the monster so quickly. This development gave him a real headache. Back at Puai Hospital, after dealing with the beast, Yi Bei tried to call Zhao Heng, but it seemed they had already gotten quite far away. The signal was lost, and he couldn't get through. So, it looked like he would have to drag his tired body back all by himself. His mecha suit, surprisingly, had an incredible mechanism. It could actually fly. While he was on his way back, something caught Yi Bei's attention. He saw Songbin standing there, making no attempt to hide from him. He even greeted him cheerfully, but just as he was about to introduce himself, Yi Bei fired an electric blast. Looking toward him, he didn't hesitate to land a fatal blow on Songbin, who cried out in pain. But why did Yi Bei's face look so tense? It turns out he had dodged the attack. He told Yi Bei not to act rashly. Perhaps he was prejudiced against ability users, but he meant no harm. Hearing this, Yi Bei didn't care. He continued to attack Songbin. Smiling, Songbin repeated his words once more. He truly had no ill intentions toward him. He easily leaped onto Yi Bei's mecha arm. He had only come to deliver a message and had no intention of wasting too much of Yi Bei's time. Yi Bei was furious, using his mecha arm to crush Songbin's body, who didn't argue with him any further. If you like this position, then I'll just have to indulge you. He smirked. You must already know who we are, but I should still introduce myself. I am Songbin of the Dark Guild, under the orders of the organization's technical advisor, gathering at the North District Industrial Park. We are guests. He originally wanted to invite the female doctor as well, but before he could continue, Yi Bei squeezed him until he spurted blood. He looked at his blood-covered mecha hand, but there was no body to be found. It turns out he had the blood corpse double ability. Although it's not a major threat, it's very troublesome. Yi Bei was surprised that the Dark Guild had already been formed. Although he didn't want to think in that direction, he had to prepare for the worst. 55 years into the apocalypse, the world's strongest organization is the Dark Guild. They possess elites from all over, including several wise mecha masters. They use the most advanced technology to create some powerful ability users, plotting to establish a world ruled by mutants. The mutant beast from earlier was most likely their creation. Moreover, they had probably been watching Yi Bei for a long time. The zombie virus had just broken out, yet the Dark Guild was already formed. There could only be one reason. The Dark Guild must also have someone who traveled back from the future. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng had brought Tang Tang to the Research Institute. Tang Tang looked around. Is this where you guys do your research? It looks very ordinary. Are your vehicles and mechs really made here? Zhao Heng was surprised that Tang Tang was so open-minded. Yi Bei hadn't told her anything, yet she was willing to come here. But Tang Tang said she was a good judge of character, and she saw that they even helped her move some jars. Dr. Zhang stepped out. He was surprised they had actually managed to find a doctor and bring her back. Tang Tang cheerfully greeted him. "So, this is the doctor who created the mechs and war vehicles?" She shook the doctor's hand and introduced herself as a doctor as well. She was very happy to meet him. The doctor also introduced himself, surprised at how she knew he made those things. Tang Tang was playful. "Although you're dressed sloppily, it can't hide your mad scientist vibe." Zhang Han blushed. "Dr. Tang Tang, right? I know you, the youngest genius virology doctor, once featured in a science magazine." Hearing this, Tang Tang was happily embarrassed. Wow, that's so flattering. But it's also a great honor. Seeing her expression, Zhang Han couldn't believe she had survived out there all by herself. Finally, Tang Tang got serious and down to business. She wanted to also collaborate with Dr. Zhang Han to research the black pearls inside zombie brains. The doctor could use the black pearls to create such cool mechs, so you must understand them extremely well, right? Dr. Zhang Han was surprised that Tang Tang had black gold, but she didn't even know it was called black gold. Dr. Zhang Han thought to himself, what should I do? Should I tell her that I'm not a doctor? It feels like she also knows quite a bit about black gold. Anyway, Yibei didn't seem to want to tell him all the secrets of the black gold. Otherwise, he would have just researched it with Dr. Tang. Thinking this, he put on a happy face. When it came to black gold, he was naturally welcoming, and he even had quite a few new discoveries about it. However, before that, Dr. Zhang Han needed to ask Tang Tang for a favor. A moment later, in the hospital room where Yura was recovering, Tang Tang observed the girl's examination and began taking notes on her medical chart. Then she took off her mask. A sad expression, never seen before, appeared on her face. She asked Dr. Zhang Han what Yura was to him. Was she his granddaughter? And she could only tell Zhang Han one thing. Seeing her make an okay sign with her fingers, Zhang Han couldn't hide his joy, but it implied something else. So he guessed, could it be that Yura only had 3 years left to live? Tang Tang replied seriously, 3 months. Yura only had 3 months left. She had seen this kind of illness countless times. She wasn't trying to scare him. She didn't even know how the little girl had managed to hold on until now. Yura's current physical condition could no longer handle higher doses of chemotherapy, and moreover, she was affected by an abnormal virus. Conventional methods couldn't remove the tumor at all. Hearing this, the doctor was extremely worried, not knowing what to do next. Tang Tang took out the black gold, saying that unless they used this, there was no hope. In the quiet hospital room, Yura lay on the bed, her newly opened eyes looking around in confusion. Outside the hospital room, a man with wide eyes asked Dr. Tang in astonishment if she intended to make Yura eat this bead. She frowned, responding to him with a surprised look, and asked what he was talking about. Tang Tang gave a faint smile, explaining that this metal bead couldn't be digested, but she was researching how to use the black gold to create a new drug to replace chemotherapy. The man asked worriedly if doing so would be safe. Tang Tang stared intently at the black gold bead in her hand, her gaze a mix of confidence and curiosity, as she explained that under special conditions, this helping to regenerate surrounding cells and even form new structures. The man looked at Tang Tang worriedly, his voice grave, saying that this wasn't it just like the ability users who ate the black gold and transformed, right? They absolutely could not risk it with Yura. Tang Tang was surprised to hear about ability users, her eyes filled with doubt. She wondered who would be foolish enough to eat that black bead. The man replied that he had once witnessed a few people who, after swallowing the black gold, not only survived but also gained powerful superpowers. Tang Tang pondered for a moment, then said that this was something new and she wanted to hear more details. She emphasized that if not properly regulated, this type of energy is very unstable. Other than the possibility of their bodies exploding and dying, she couldn't imagine any other outcome. Tang Tang continued. This was the very problem they were facing. She would finish formulating the drug in a short amount of time, and throughout this process, she would need Dr. Zhang's help. He had to assist her. Dr. Zhang said he had to be careful because he didn't want to turn Yura into a monster. Tang Tang replied that they had to hurry, as they had no other choice. Inside the room, Yura seemed to have overheard everything. The scene shifts to a large room filled with rows of zombie corpses, preserved in glass containers, each holding a dismembered body. The dim light made the air in the room feel heavy and cold, and the silence only added to the gloomy atmosphere. Zhao Heng wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighing in relief that it was finally over. As he looked around at the sealed containers, the bodies inside were still, as if nothing had ever happened, and Zhao Heng looked at the severed zombie body parts. His mind filled with questions. He wondered if these bodies had any value, even as mere fragments. But in the current situation, every little thing could be useful. Just then, Tang Tang walked in. Looking at Zhao Heng with a tired yet grateful expression, she smiled and said, "You've worked hard, fatty," adding that it was only thanks to them that she was able to meet Dr. Zhang. Her voice was gentle but held a serious undertone, making Zhao Heng worried. He asked Tang Tang about Yura's condition, a faint hope flickering in his eyes. Tang Tang replied with a calm but determined voice. She said that if everything went smoothly, the chance of a cure was very promising. Her eyes shone with confidence in what she was doing. Even knowing the road ahead was fraught with challenges, Zhao Heng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Tang Tang talk about the hope for Yuer's cure. He nodded, saying that it was good as long as Yuer would be okay, and now he had to go check on Yu Bei's situation. Tang Tang smiled reassuringly, telling him he could trust Yu Bei. He's very strong, so he should be fine. Tang Tang explained that she had heard from Dr. Zhang that they were out looking for Yuer's father. Zhao Heng nodded in confirmation, his expression solemn and determined. Tang Tang added that if possible, they should bring him back safely and quickly, because that would be a great help in treating the little girl's illness. The sky was clear and bright. White clouds drifted lazily across the deep blue canvas, and the gentle morning sun brought the peaceful space to life. On the rooftop of a building, Yi Bei stood, clad in a bulky suit, his entire body covered in protective armor. It made him look powerful and imposing, but Yi Bei felt uncomfortable as the heavy armor made him overheat. Sweat beaded under the morning sun, making the suit feel even more stuffy and unbearable. Yi Bei grumbled to himself that he'd gone this far, and Zhao Heng still hadn't driven back, leaving him to suffer in this heavy suit under the scorching Sunday. Yi Bei thought he needed to find some water to quench his thirst, so he decided to fly up. Hoping to find a place with cool water to escape the sweltering heat that enveloped him, Yi Bei hovered in the air. Looking down, he spotted a large market below. Yi Bei shot through the market's glass window, his body cutting through the air like a strong gust of wind. It created a sharp, shattering sound as the glass broke into pieces. Yi Bei landed on the ground. Shards of glass flew everywhere around him, creating a chaotic scene. Yi Bei grimaced and let out a sigh. A sense of frustration welled up inside him. Yi Bei walked towards a swimming pool, but looking around, he was surprised to realize this wasn't what he expected. His thirst still bothered him, but seeing the water in the pool, he felt disappointed. Suddenly, a sound caught Yi Bei's attention. He spun around, his eyes warily scanning the area. He frowned, wondering about the source of that sound. Yi Bei looked towards a dark corner. He saw something moving, and a blurry figure slowly emerged, making him even more vigilant. Yi Bei didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing a powerful attack towards the dark corner where the object was moving. The entire space seemed to tremble under his power, as the blue light from Yi Bei's ability blazed, illuminating the whole area. At the same time, a powerful burst of energy erupted, shattering everything around and sending debris flying everywhere. Suddenly, a mutant shot out from the debris, as fast as lightning, aiming straight for Yi Bei. The mutant opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, as if it wanted to devour Yi Bei instantly. Yi Bei used all his strength to pry open the monster's sharp jaws. Pain shot through his hands, but he held on resolutely. As he faced the monster, he couldn't help but wonder, why would a mutant appear in a place like this? Yi Bei didn't hesitate, immediately attacking the mutant's mouth. A blue light flashed, piercing through its wide-open maw, causing the monster to roar in pain. It immediately released Yi Bei, its body staggering, and Yi Bei was thrown far away. His body flew through the air before hitting the ground with a loud thud. A furious glint appeared in Yi Bei's eyes. He let out a roar, charged at the mutant, and screamed, "Just die." Yi Bei's power was so immense it shattered everything nearby, as if the very space around them was cracking. Debris flew everywhere, the sound of shattering echoing through the space. Yi Bei pushed off a wall, the force of his push cracking and then shattering the wall. Pieces of brick and stone rained down as he lunged forward. With unstoppable speed and power, Yi Bei focused all his strength and charged straight towards the mutant without any hesitation. His eyes shone with determination and rage. Yi Bei relentlessly unleashed powerful blows, a barrage of attacks raining down on the mutant, forcing it to retreat continuously while showing signs of pain. Each powerful blow landed on its body, as Yi Bei's strength seemed to want to crush every part of the mutant, making it writhe in agony. Yi Bei could clearly feel the aching pain creeping into his own muscles. His energy was being drained by the mutant's fearsome power, but he gritted his teeth and poured all his willpower into every strike. The mutant's massive body suddenly thrashed violently, creating a powerful shockwave, forcing Yi Bei to step back to maintain his balance, trying not to be knocked away. Yi Bei gathered all his remaining strength for an attack, a final, powerful blow aimed straight at the mutant's weak spot, hoping to finish it in this decisive moment. The blow hit its mark, causing the mutant to roar in pain, its body shaking violently, clearly staggering under Yi Bei's overwhelming power. Yi Bei focused all his strength into one last punch, aiming straight for the mutant's neck. The blow landed, making it writhe, its massive body trembling in extreme agony. Just then, from the top of the mutant's head, a bizarre, human-shaped entity emerged. Its body was twisted and grotesque, looking like a distorted version of a person, leaving Yi Bei stunned and wary. It was a female body, with long, matted hair and a hideous appearance that made Yi Bei shudder. The body contorted strangely, exuding a dark and terrifying power. Yibei was so surprised he couldn't believe his eyes. Its presence made the surrounding air feel heavy and dark. Zhao Heng's car came to a stop in the middle of a deserted area. No people, no sounds, just an all-encompassing silence. Zhao Heng drove along the empty road. Wondering if Yibei had finished off that monster, Zhao Heng was suddenly startled when the car's speaker crackled to life, shattering the silence. Yuer's voice came through the speaker, weak yet clear, asking if Zhao Heng could hear her. Surprised, Zhao Heng quickly asked if Yuer was awake. Yuer replied that she was feeling better and asked if they were outside. She explained that she couldn't sleep no matter how hard she tried, and that perhaps she'd feel more at ease if she joined them on the search, but Zhao Heng advised her to get some rest. He told her to leave the search to them, but then reluctantly agreed, warning her not to push herself too hard. The aerial reconnaissance mission was handed over to Yuer. She replied that she understood, and the drone inside the car silently flew outside. As the aerial reconnaissance began, Yuer stared at the screen in bewilderment, her eyes wide as she watched the live feed from the drone. Hearing the anxiety in Yuer's voice, Zhao Heng asked if she had spotted Yibei. With a mix of worry and hope in her eyes, Yuer shook her head, but then she suddenly spotted a group of zombies. They were swarming around a construction site. Her eyes filled with caution as she watched the feed on the screen. Suddenly, Yuer spotted someone surrounded by the horde of zombies, and she instantly grew anxious. Her heart raced as she grasped the dangerous situation. It was a girl, standing on the roof of a shipping container at the site, her eyes filled with panic at the sight of the zombies swarming below. She could feel the girl's desperation. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng looked at the screen, a puzzled expression on his face as he wondered why it was her. As the situation grew increasingly dangerous, a surprised Yuer asked Zhao Heng if he knew the girl. She sensed something odd in his reaction. Zhao Heng explained that she was the girl who had been held captive by the thugs in the large building they had encountered earlier. After they defeated the thugs, she disappeared. He never expected she would end up here. Through the drone speaker, Yuer's voice, though weak, was filled with determination as she pleaded with Zhao Heng to help the girl. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Heng said of course he would. He even added with a confident smile that a hero saving a damsel in distress was his specialty. Without any delay, Zhao Heng gripped the steering wheel. He slammed on the accelerator and plowed straight into the zombie horde, the vehicle sending the undead flying aside as it carved a path toward the target. The girl watched the scene unfold, her face a mask of bewilderment as she saw Zhao Heng charge his vehicle right into the middle of the swarm. The drone hovered in the air, broadcasting Yuer's voice as she instructed the girl to wait for the right moment to jump onto the truck. As it charged into the horde, Zhao Heng's vehicle surged forward with immense force, crushing the zombies under its wheels. The impact created a heavy crunching sound that echoed through the area. Right at that moment, Yuer urged the girl to jump onto the truck now. The girl waited for the perfect moment and then leaped precisely into the back of the truck. Seeing that the girl was safely on board, Yuer immediately told Zhao Heng to drive away quickly. The girl then climbed into the cabin, looking at Zhao Heng warily. She asked who they were and why they had saved her. Zhao Heng answered with a smug grin that they were the invincible Apocalypse Rescue Squad, second to none. The scene then cuts to Ye Bei, who is fighting an ability user. The creature suddenly slams its large tail into Ye Bei. The powerful blow sent Ye Bei flying far into the distance. His body crashed violently against the surrounding obstacles, creating a thunderous noise as the ability user with grotesque blue eyes stared him down. The mutant's eyes, glowing with a green light, stared at him with a resentful and hostile glare, as if wanting to swallow him whole. That light seemed capable of piercing through anything, exuding a terrifying aura, while the three grotesque mouths on its body opened wide, each revealing razor-sharp teeth, ready to tear anything apart. Yibei had to shut his eyes tightly, because the green light emanating from the mutant's eyes was too blinding, making it impossible for him to look directly at it. Yibei suddenly remembered that the visor of his mask had been damaged in the previous battle and could no longer be removed. The mutant was still staring at him, its eyes emitting a blinding green light that prevented Yibei from looking directly at it. From the mutant's throat, a powerful force was exhaled, pushing towards Yibei, making the surrounding air heavy and tense. He quickly gathered his strength and retaliated, creating a powerful energy blast that shot towards the mutant. But it swiftly dodged, its agile body moving to one side, avoiding Yibei's attack. Its massive tail swept towards Yibei, the terrifying force sending him flying and leaving him utterly bewildered. Yibei gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. He thought to himself that he had been careless, and the current situation was becoming more difficult than ever. It forcefully shoved Yibei into the lake, the impact causing him to plunge into the water. Bewildered, Yibei clenched his jaw, struggling in the frigid water. The mutant glared at Yibei, its eyes cold and full of hostility. The mutant's gaze terrified Yibei. As Yibei looked directly into the mutant's eyes, his body suddenly froze, unable to move. Yibei thought, was he going to die just like that? Despair washed over him as he found himself helpless. Just then, a loud noise rang out, shattering the silence. Something crashed through the glass window, creating a deafening roar that shook the entire area. A ferocious blast of power shot straight towards the mutant, forcing it back several steps. Its grotesque body trembled from the impact of the surprise attack. Zhao Heng's vehicle burst in, breaking the silence, and he asked if Yi Bei was okay. As Heng drove into the area, he announced that the Apocalypse rescue team had arrived. The mutant was startled by the vehicle's sudden appearance, its eyes filled with unease. Suddenly, Yi Bei's hand shot out from under the water, grabbing the mutant's tail tightly. The power emanating from him was like a powerful jolt, making the mutant feel a distinct threat. Yi Bei gripped the mutant's tail firmly, his eyes resolute. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're not getting away." Yi Bei focused all his strength into his fist, aiming straight for the mutant. Yi Bei unleashed a powerful blow, aiming directly at the mutant with all his remaining strength. Yi Bei turned to Zhao Heng and told him to get ready to fire the laser if the monster turned its gaze on him. Zhao Heng stammered his agreement, his face tense. Yi Bei gathered his power, and a green light flared from his hands, shooting straight towards the monster. Yi Bei's powerful strike struck the monster's neck squarely, causing it to stagger and shriek in pain. The monster, caught off guard by the attack, stumbled and retreated in intense pain. The monster's eyes blazed with an angry green light, shining menacingly and aggressively towards Yi Bei. Yi Bei decisively slammed his hand down, forcing the monster's head down, catching it by surprise and giving it no time to react. As Yi Bei forced the monster's head down, he angrily wondered why this mongrel mutant was even here. Yi Bei was furious and suspicious. Could the Dark Organization have sent him to kill me? Yi Bei clenched his fists, his gaze turning icy as he stared at the Esper with fury. His threat hung menacingly in the air. If the Esper didn't answer, he would end his life with a single blow. Upon hearing the name Dark Organization, the Esper's face changed, his eyes filled with obvious panic and fear. Clearly, Yi Bei's words felt like a massive threat to him. The Esper frantically shook his head, stammering that he didn't want to go back and begging not to be sent there. Zhao Heng, observing from the car, asked Yi Bei why the large dog he had just fought had suddenly turned into a snake-like monster. The monster looked toward the vehicle, its surprised gaze stopping on the girl sitting inside, and it recognized that she was Lena. The monster reached a hand toward Lena, its eyes full of longing, as if pleading for rescue, while constantly calling her name. Hearing the monster's cries, Yi Bei angrily shouted that if it made any more noise, he would smash it to death. Lena heard the monster calling for her and quickly ran out of the car, heading toward it and calling out the name Ani, referring to it as her sister. Lena frantically ran toward the monster as it kept calling her name. She couldn't stand still, rushing closer, her heart filled with worry and confusion about what was happening. Zhao Heng witnessed the scene before him and couldn't help but wonder if this monster was the girl's sister, and if she was an Esper transformed by consuming some dark metal. Lena looked at the monster with a pained expression, asking why her sister had become like this, while the monster cried endlessly, its tears mixed with despair. The monster stammered that this was an experiment by the Dark Organization and that it was in immense pain, every word laced with anguish and confusion, as if it was struggling against its own mutation. Seeing the monster in such pain, Yi Bei asked if it was done talking, so you can put him out of his misery. The tone was cold, yet tinged with impatience. Seeing Yi Bei prepare to strike, Lena pleaded with a pained expression, saying that even though she didn't know who turned her sister into a monster, this was still her sister and she didn't want him to harm her. Yi Bei looked at Lena and coldly told her to get away, and not to bother him while the situation was still tense. Yi Bei coldly told Lena that her sister had been transformed into a beast-fused Esper, no longer possessing a sane mind, and was a threat that had to be eliminated immediately. At that moment, the two sisters were still hugging and crying, ignoring Yi Bei's warning. Yu Er, on the other end of the line, worriedly pleaded with Yi Bei to let Lena and her sister talk for a little while. Yi Bei didn't let Yu Er finish her sentence, angrily saying that this thing had almost killed him moments ago, so he couldn't possibly spare it. Zhao Heng, in the car, asked Yi Bei if Yu Er hadn't discovered that he was dragged into the water by the monster and given him directions to get here. Wouldn't he have been killed already? Hearing this, Yi Bei sighed and reluctantly removed his hand from the head of the monster lying on the ground. He angrily said everyone was a bunch of fools for not understanding the danger right in front of them. The monster asked, "You're not from the Dark Organization, are you?" Yu Er replied that they weren't, that they were just survivors searching the city. The monster groaned and recounted how it had escaped from the Dark Organization, but was immediately pursued here by a large dog reeking of bloodlust. Yu Er asked the monster if he had mistaken Yi Bei for the Dark Organization and was only attacking in self-defense. The monster stammered that he was scared and wasn't sure of anything anymore. He looked at Lena fearfully, stuttering that he didn't want to hurt anyone, as long as Lena was okay. Meanwhile, Lena cried out her sister's name in pain. On the other end of the line, Yu Er cheerfully made a suggestion, her voice gentle but full of hope. She said that the two of them should leave with her and the others, so they wouldn't have to keep fighting in this dangerous situation. Yu Er explained that their research was extensive, and while they didn't have many people, their team of doctors was also studying zombies. There might be a way to help Lena's sister. Hearing this, the two sisters looked at each other hopefully and asked if they could really be helped. On the other end of the line, Yu-er happily replied that she was always glad to help others. After saying that, Yu-er looked towards the car and added that there was just one problem. Their vehicle couldn't carry Lena's sister. The monster looked at Lena with a determined gaze, not moving. He said that wherever she went, he would follow. Zhao Heng looked at Yu-er with a doubtful expression, asking if she really wanted to invite that female beast back to their place. But Yu-er, with a determined look, replied that as long as the two sisters were together, she felt there would be no danger. Seeing that Yu-er was about to say more, Zhao Heng turned to look at Ye Bei, who was sitting next to him, to gauge his reaction. His expression was stern yet thoughtful, as if awaiting an important decision. Then, he said, "If Brother Yi is silent, then let's go." This indicated that Ye Bei had agreed. Then, the car began to move towards the research institute. The car drove ahead with the monster following behind, while Yu-er's drone hovered in the air, monitoring all movement below. Seeing the monster's speed, Zhao Heng remarked with admiration that it was quite fast. Lena looked at Annie, her sister, with a pained expression, her eyes filled with worry and sorrow. Finally, after a long journey, they arrived at the research institute, where they hoped to find a way to help Lena's sister return to her former self. At that moment, Dr. Zheng and Tang Tang were standing outside the institute's gate, looking up in awe, seemingly surprised by the arrival of the new group. When they saw a huge monster standing before them, Dr. Zheng and Tang Tang were both stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The strange combination of human and wild beast left them both surprised and worried. They looked towards Ye Bei, their eyes filled with doubt and concern, and asked, "What on earth is going on?" The girl stepped forward and introduced herself as Lena from the West District of N City. When the pandemic broke out, she and her sister drove south, hoping to find safety. At this point, the monster also bowed its head to everyone. The gesture made the atmosphere strange, showing respect while also hiding suffering in its eyes. Lena explained that this was Anna, her sister, and that while escaping, she was captured by an organization called the Dark Organization, who then transformed her sister into this monster. Hearing this, Tang Tang commented that the monster was cute, while Dr. Zhang wondered just what kind of organization had the ability to turn a person into a monster like that. Lena ran towards the monster and said gently, "Can I touch you for a moment? Don't be scared." But the monster suddenly ran off, startling Tang Tang, who didn't understand what was happening. The large-bodied monster fled in a hurry, leaving everyone around unable to react in time. Only the sound of its heavy footsteps echoed back. The monster dove into a nearby lake, sending water splashing everywhere, into powerful waves, making the surrounding atmosphere tense and strangely silent. Tang Tang wondered why the monster was so afraid of strangers, whether it felt ashamed or was truly afraid of the outside world, a world where it was once a creature transformed by cruel experiments. Zhao Heng then asked Lena, why was she hiding in that construction site building? There was no water or food over there, and moreover, she was all alone. Could she possibly survive there for long? Lina replied that initially, someone had taken her to hide among the zombies, but he left halfway through, leaving her at the construction site and telling her to wait there. Zhao Heng was puzzled and then asked if that person ever came back. Lena just quietly nodded, and seeing this, Zhao Heng became angry, saying that person dared to bring her to a city teeming with zombies, then immediately asked who it was. Lena explained that the person had given her a cloak soaked in zombie blood, saying that wearing it would conceal her presence so they wouldn't detect her. Hearing this, Zhao Heng seemed to realize something, his expression suddenly turning serious. Yu-er ran over breathlessly, calling out to Lena, which startled her and made her turn around, her eyes filled with worry upon seeing the little girl's haste. Yu-er, still weak, stepped forward and asked Lena if the person she just mentioned being with was a short-haired man, and if his name was Yao Hai. Lena confirmed that it was, then looked at Yu-er and asked if she was the one from that day. Yu-er stammered that he was her father, her eyes filled with shock and worry. As she spoke, the girl trembled, unable to keep her balance, and collapsed, fainting, causing everyone to rush over in a panic. Tang Tang caught Yu-er and said worriedly, "You silly girl, why did you run out here from your sickbed?" Meanwhile, Dr. Zhang hurriedly asked if she was okay. Heng turned to Ye Bei, his eyes serious, and suggested they find Yu-er's father, his voice tinged with worry about the current situation. Ye Bei stood with his arms crossed, looking down, and said in a cold yet decisive voice that it was getting dark and the situation outside would become even more dangerous. Besides, the mecha needs repairs and upgrades, and the defenses around the research institute need to be reinforced. Dr. Zhang strode quickly toward Ye Bei, his face red with anger, and asked in a tense voice, "Shouldn't you be the one explaining things to us? Did you know everything all along and just kept quiet?" Dr. Zhang looked at Ye Bei with suspicious eyes and sighed, saying he didn't understand why he insisted on keeping quiet about these secrets, and wasn't sure what exactly he was dealing with. Although he didn't want to interfere, he still felt uneasy. After hearing this, Zhao Heng nodded in agreement with Dr. Zhang. He said that if next time Yi Bei ran into some unexpected trouble that they couldn't help him with, he would definitely be in big trouble. Yi Bei thought for a moment and then decided it was time to tell everyone. He looked at the group, his expression serious, and spoke with determination, while Tang Tang, Dr. Zhang, and Zhao Heng listened in silence. Yi Bei stood before them, his gaze steady, and said that he was a time traveler who had returned from 55 years in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise and spoke up, saying he had a feeling Yi Bei wasn't an ordinary person. Dr. Zhang was bewildered, his eyes showing doubt, and he asked, "Time travel? Is this technology even real? What kind is it, physical or just consciousness?" Tang Tang was astonished. Wondering how humanity could have survived for 55 years, it was truly a miracle. Yi Bei held the piece of black metal in his hand, his eyes sharp as he said that this was the source of everything, and also the key to scientific progress. He said that they had developed a resistance to the zombie virus by studying the black metal, and their latest achievement was the time machine. It could perform a consciousness transfer across space-time within the radiation range of the black metal. Hearing this, Dr. Zhang was extremely surprised, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Bei continued, although they could return to the past, they couldn't stop the zombie virus from propagating. They could only transfer their consciousness to the time when the virus first broke out. Yi Bei told Dr. Zhang that he had also studied the composition of the black metal and realized it didn't resemble any element on Earth's surface. Due to the disappearance of data, they guessed it was most likely an object from outer space. A confused Zhao Heng asked, could it be an alien invasion? Yi Bei said perhaps, but if that were the case, the aliens would have already won during the years the virus swept across the entire globe. 55 years later, there weren't many people left in the world. At this time, Lena was still sitting by Yuer's bedside as he continued. Even so, humans still fought endlessly, slaughtering each other for resources. In his organization, all the senior members had been killed, until in the end, only Yi Bei was left to carry out the organization's final mission, which was to return to the past and rebuild the organization. Hearing this, Zhao Heng finally understood the reason why Yi Bei was always searching for the black metal, and then wondered if Yi Bei was over 50 years old. Yi Bei said he was probably over 70, but no matter what, his consciousness could only return to the moment he first saw a zombie at school. Then he continued, with the enemy at the gates, they had no more time for experiments. His teammates, after escorting him, were also responsible for blowing up the lab and destroying the time machine. Yi Bei lowered his head, his voice filled with sadness, saying he didn't know how they verified the experiment's results. Zhao Heng said this was the first time he had heard Yi Bei. He talked so much. His story could be written into an award-winning novel. Tang Tang also spoke up, if you've told us your story, then we'll be your comrades in the future. Yi Bei said he wasn't sure, but he hoped so. Zhao Heng asked what he meant by that. Was he saying the future would change? Yi Bei said it had already changed, then turned to ask Dr. Tang, you've studied the characteristics of the zombie virus, didn't you know? Tang Tang replied, it's true, I once said our survival was a miracle. The zombie virus really isn't simple. It's not just contracted after being bitten by a zombie. Tang Tang continued, in reality, this virus is airborne. After hearing this, Dr. Zhang and Zhao Heng both stood up, their faces filled with confusion, looking at Tang Tang with worried eyes as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Tang Tang said, that's why they are the chosen ones. The antibodies in their bodies have prevented the virus from spreading. It's truly miraculous. But she said there's no guarantee they won't mutate after being bitten. Zhao Heng was bewildered, worry clearly written on his face. Yi Bei agreed, saying their bodies had already been infected with the zombie virus long ago. Normally, even without being bitten, they would eventually turn into zombies. They could resist the airborne virus, but they weren't completely safe. Zhao Heng said, that's terrifying. No wonder Yi Bei didn't say anything. Yi Bei replied that he always had his suspicions before, but what happened today proved his theory. He frowned, saying that he discovered someone was accelerating the spread and mutation of the zombie virus. Everyone was bewildered, and their eyes filled with worry and confusion. They all looked at Yi Bei and asked in an urgent tone, who is it? He said it was the Dark Organization, his voice firm and serious, his gaze sweeping over the faces, waiting for an answer, hesitating slightly, as if that name carried an undeniable threat. Yi Bei recalled the moment his arms and other body parts began to change. He stammered, his voice trembling, saying that he was starting to change back. Fear appeared in his eyes as if he were facing a nightmare he couldn't escape. He was surprised, jolting upright, saying that his body had actually turned back into a human. His eyes gleamed with a mix of joy and astonishment, unable to believe the miracle that had just occurred. That guy, Song Bin, stood before him, his face beaming with success. He said that from now on, he was officially a member of the Dark Organization. His voice was full of satisfaction and contentment, and he thanked him profusely, his face ecstatic, repeatedly saying, this is great, as if he had finally achieved something he had long desired. The excitement was unconcealable in his sparkling eyes. At that moment, a girl stood quietly, looking out the window, her gaze fixed on something outside. A horde of zombies wandered, slowly shuffling forward, their soulless eyes and distorted faces, like terrifying phantoms engulfing the world around them. Returning to the present, Yibei said that in his original timeline, although the zombie virus could spread through the air, only a small portion of people were infected and mutated that way. Most cases were from zombie bites. However, now, zombies absorb sunlight to undergo a Tier 1 mutation, a process that has shortened from a few weeks to just a few days. The rate of normal people turning into ability users is also higher. Yibei was certain that the Dark Organization also sent people back from the future. He didn't know if they repaired the destroyed time machine or he trailed off at that point, his expression pensive, as if contemplating something important that he couldn't yet say. Zhao Heng said to Ye Bei, "If the Dark Organization has a way to control the zombie virus and a time machine, why don't they go back and save humanity?" His question was filled with suspicion, not understanding why the organization wouldn't intervene in the past to change the situation. Ye Bei said, "Unfortunately, the Dark Organization does anything but save humanity. They believe that ability users are a higher form of existence than humans, and they are trying to establish a world ruled by ability users, no longer caring about the fate of ordinary people." Then he turned and said in a cold voice that the Dark Organization's goal is to destroy humanity, a cruel plan, hidden under the guise of progress and power. After hearing this, Zhao Heng and Tang Tang looked at each other and said in unison, "Are they that delusional?" It was unbelievable that an organization could have such a cruel purpose, leaving them both stunned by what Yi Bei had just revealed. Dr. Zhang seemed to have realized something, his expression turning serious and his gaze sharp. As if the final pieces of a grand puzzle had just fallen into place, he pondered for a moment before speaking. As if he had realized something important, Dr. Zhang spoke up. Regarding the medicine in the black boxes that Zhao Heng had brought back earlier, he had taken a sample for analysis and discovered its components. It was similar to black gold, and the black gold within this medicinal solution appeared to be relatively potent. This might be the key factor that allows the Dark Guild to control the zombie virus and develop superhumans. He said it felt like this substance was a catalyst for black gold, possibly the key element that enhanced its power. Dr. Zhang asked Yi Bei if the Dark Guild was secretly administering this drug to people. Yi Bei confirmed this, saying they could be putting the drug into water and beverages, causing people to be gradually affected without even knowing it. Zhao Heng suddenly mentioned that this drug was found in Yuer's father's car, causing the atmosphere in the room to become tense. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei didn't hesitate, deciding they needed to go out and investigate immediately. He knew that if the Dark Guild was allowed to continue, humanity wouldn't survive for 5 years, maybe even less. Everyone gathered around, and Ye Bei looked at them before speaking to Dr. Zhang about setting up the research facility's defensive shields. He emphasized that they also needed to use the poison gas developed by Dr. Tang. Meanwhile, Dr. Tang would continue her efforts to cure Yu as Tang Tang looked at Ye Bei with sparkling eyes. She asked him, her voice a bit hesitant and curious, if he was Yuer's older brother. Yi Bei looked at Tang Tang, confused. He asked her back, a bit surprised and worried that something was wrong. But Tang Tang just smiled brightly and said gently that it was nothing. She said it was just a medical matter, but Yi Bei was still confused, not understanding what she meant. Yi Bei said there was no more time for talk. They needed to set up the defenses quickly. Then he ordered Zhao Heng to also get ready to leave. The tense situation couldn't be allowed to linger. Outside the research institute, night had fallen and darkness enveloped everything. It created a heavy, intense atmosphere. Yu was lying in a hospital bed, her body frail, but her eyes slowly began to open. The dim light from the overhead lamps slowly roused her, her mind still hazy from sleep. The young girl struggled to sit up, her body still weak, each movement an effort as her trembling hands pushed against the bed. Her face was pale with exhaustion. She turned her head, her vision blurry from weakness. She saw Lena dozing by her bedside. Looking at Lena's face, Yu could see her profound exhaustion. Her eyes were closed tightly, her brows furrowed as if she was struggling to fight off sleep. Yu got out of bed, slowly slipping her feet into a pair of slippers and glanced over at the dozing Lena. She covered Lena with a blanket and then quietly made her way to the door, taking careful steps so as not to wake her. Yu walked down the dark hallway, the faint light from the dim lamps casting a glow on her face. Soft footsteps echoed in the silence as the little girl walked up to a door. She gently placed her hand on the doorknob, feeling the cold metal against her palm as, inside, Tang Tang was sitting on a table, her eyes fixed on the glass in her hand as she spoke quietly. "That kid doesn't seem like he's just writing stories. Maybe your judgment was right after all." She raised the glass to her lips. Her eyes remained fixed on the space before her, each sip of wine bringing a wave of warmth, yet filled with contemplation. Tang Tang slumped onto the table, sighing wearily. She said between breaths that she had held out hope by coming here could solve a few problems. Who knew the problems would just keep piling up, With one difficulty after another, it seemed like there was no way out. Suddenly, Tang Tang was startled when she turned and saw Yu standing there, silently watching her. The little girl's eyes were full of curiosity but also a hint of confusion. Tang Tang saw Yu standing at the door, bewildered as to why the girl had left her hospital bed on her own. She quickly turned back, worriedly telling the girl to go back to her room immediately. Yu stood still, her eyes a bit tired but still resolute, saying she couldn't sleep and wanted to come out for a bit. Tang Tang sighed, her eyes full of worry. She knew Yu missed her father very much, but she couldn't neglect her own health. She gently said that Dr. Zhang's team had also gone to rest, and they would continue to find a way to help tomorrow. Yu said she heard Tang Tang talking to someone, so she thought everyone was here. Tang Tang gave an embarrassed laugh, having been caught by Yu talking to someone, something she thought no one would know about. She touched the container holding his zombie's head, her expression a bit complicated, and said, "It's him." Yu was stunned, her eyes widening as she saw the zombie in the container. She couldn't believe her eyes. A strange feeling welled up inside her. Tang Tang looked at the zombie head and smiled softly, her eyes filled with affection. She said that this was her childhood friend, an absolute idiot. Yu was bewildered when she heard Tang Tang say that. Surprise and worry were clearly visible on her face. The little girl couldn't understand why Tang Tang could talk about someone like that with such a strange expression. She felt like everything was becoming hazy and incomprehensible. Tang Tang recalled the image of her childhood friend, someone who was incredibly kind but also foolish, weak, and didn't know his own limits. He clearly didn't like being a doctor but still persisted in taking the exams, getting rejected many times but never giving up, like a stubborn puppy following her every step, never willing to quit. Tang Tang said with a lump in her throat, but during all that time, he was the only one who always stood by her side. No matter how the world changed, he was always her steadfast support, the only loyal friend who never left. Those old geezers sitting on their high horses at the hospital wanted to steal the rights to her research, and he was the only one who dared to speak up for her, unafraid of the danger, without regard for his own personal gain, only wanting to protect what she had dedicated herself to, what she deserved to receive. Even when disaster struck, facing the zombie horde, he still protected Tang Tang without a moment's hesitation. Even though he knew he would be in danger, he sacrificed himself just so she could be safe. Yu sympathized as she listened to Tang Tang. He was the kind of guy whose kindness made you hate him, someone who, no matter how many times he got hurt, never stopped giving his sincerity in protecting others. Tang Tang recounted in anguish during the process of testing the toxic gas. He didn't hesitate to rush into danger to protect her so she could escape, and ended up surrounded by a horde of zombies. After getting infected, he still fought desperately, refusing to give up until he was bitten by zombies and his body was torn to shreds. Tang Tang's voice was choked with emotion, as if every word was a cut to her heart. Tang Tang touched the zombie body parts stored in jars, her hands trembling as she said, "Seeing the pieces of his body scattered all over the ground, I couldn't even tell which piece belonged to him. Those fragments were like the shattered memories of her childhood sweetheart, leaving only pain and regret in her heart." Tang Tang said she always wondered if, after risking his life, he could have possibly survived. That question left Yu bewildered, unsure of how to respond. At the dinner table, Tang Tang realized she'd said too much and quickly apologized. "Just kidding. It wouldn't be fun if zombies came back to life." Tang Tang felt so embarrassed for carelessly saying something like that to Yu. Yu shyly asked Tang Tang, "You really liked him, didn't you?" Tang Tang didn't deny it. "Yes, it was a tragic fate. Seeing a fool like him, I just can't help myself." Then, Tang Tang told Yu to go back and rest, as she was going to wait a bit before diving down to play with Annie. At a vast lake, countless solar panels were set up. Yu didn't listen to Tang Tang and go back to bed. Instead, she wandered out here. The massive silhouette of Annie was submerged beneath the water, her eyes glowing red. A moment later, Annie surfaced, and oh my god, she was absolutely gigantic. Seeing this, Yu greeted Annie, but since it was their first time meeting, she was a bit shy. Annie greeted Yu back. In her eyes, Yu was a kind-hearted little sister. After introducing herself, Yu caringly asked if Annie was feeling okay. Annie had to hide now. She couldn't let those cruel people find her. The Dark Guild had done very ruthless things to her. This body made her feel extremely uncomfortable. However, she was gradually getting used to it, but sometimes, when she remembered the past, she would still feel scared, a little. Yu felt sad, her heart aching for Annie. She gently stroked Annie's body, and through that touch, Annie could feel Yu's pain. The little girl was always in agony, thinking that if she just endured it, she would get used to the pain. Annie could still sense the little girl's pain. Indeed, no matter what form they took, from the very beginning, they were still human. After saying that, Yu ran out of strength and fainted. Annie immediately used her fin to support her. Yu was in pain, letting out whimpers that grew fainter and fainter. Annie enveloped Yu's body, slowly moving towards the Annie house. Fortunately, Tang Tang came out and found her in time. She panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat despite her light clothing as she called out Yor's name. Tang Tang had already told the girl to go back to her room and rest. She couldn't understand why she was so stubborn and came out here. If Yor kept acting like this, she would truly become incurable. Yor also realized she was wrong and apologized to Tang Tang, but she had one request. She begged Tang to help her complete the surgery. At the same time, in the workshop, Yebei was still hard at work and on the mecha, while Zhao Hang was sound asleep, snoring. Yebei didn't say anything. He just focused on his task. Meanwhile, night had fallen over the high-rise buildings. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, casting a dark and gloomy pall over the scene. An AI was relentlessly searching for the cute girl. A Bang wondered where she had gone and why this place was being attacked by zombies. Theoretically, if there's no bleeding, the zombies shouldn't be able to detect you. There were tracks from large wheels on the road who could have passed through here. A ferocious, red hand suddenly appeared in the dark sky. Its abrupt appearance startled A Bang, who looked up. Terrified, he covered himself completely, not even daring to breathe as he hid in a corner to avoid the monster. It flew around, scouting the area, but left after finding nothing. Only then did A Bang dare to breathe heavily, his whole body shaking with fear. But then, he was discovered by another fierce old man who looked super creepy. At the research institute, the sky was gradually brightening. Yor had begun her surgery with Dr. Tang Tang. Tang Tang stood by, constantly monitoring the little girl's condition. Outside, Yibei and Jiang Han also watched the situation inside with anxiety. Jiang Han felt extremely uneasy. He couldn't believe they actually had to use black gold to treat Yor. Yibei crossed his arms. Dr. Tang Tang had prepared a special treatment drug, but for now, it was just a stabilization period. Yor needed a certain amount of time to adapt to the energy of the black gold. Yibei had fused parts of the mutant beast's core with the red-black gold, and Tang Tang would perform the surgery based on the formula he provided. As long as the chain reaction didn't exceed the threshold, Yor's life would not be in danger. Zhang Han couldn't believe that they had already tested this method in the future, and that Yibei had even participated in the creation of ability users. Yibei denied it, saying this method only created byproducts of ability users. Some fools considered it an elixir of immortality, offering it up to the privileged class. It did have some effect in treating illnesses, but whether it could grant immortality, Yibei didn't know. If this protective measure failed, then they would have no other choice but to find Yor's father. Therefore, Yibei had asked Zhao Hang to start searching again. The SA combat pile annihilated every zombie it passed. Zhao Hang, focusing on driving, told Lena that there were quite a few normal zombies here, so she should search to the left. They were very close to the construction site where they had first met Lena. Accepting the task, she piloted the drone to the left to search. However, being new, she wasn't familiar with the drone's controls and didn't understand computers very well. Analyzing so many monitoring screens was also very difficult. She wondered how Yor could do it. She was truly amazing. Zhao Hang guessed that Yor's father was no simple man either. He could probably see them. After observing for a while, Lena seemed to have spotted A Bang. He was running on the road over here. Zhao Hang was surprised she had found him so quickly. A Bang was using all the strength in his legs to run as fast as he could. He was trying to escape from something. A horde of level 1 zombies was relentlessly and aggressively chasing him. A Bang cleverly threw his jacket towards them. The whole horde saw the jacket and froze as if they were glued in place. The jacket was rigged with many bombs, and boom, all of them were caught in the blast. A massive explosion occurred, but it had no effect on these level 1 zombies, and they were still alive. Even a raging fire like that couldn't destroy them, because they were level 1 zombies, so a special weapon was required. The battle tank arrived just in time, shooting out a special blue beam of light. Only this beam could destroy them. After taking a hit like that, they were definitely dead, with absolutely no chance of survival. The tank then charged towards them with overwhelming force, crushing them once more just to be sure. Then, it parked heroically, towering before the bewildered gaze of Yor's father. Zhao Hang opened the hatch and asked him, "Are you Yor's father?" Seeing that A Bang was still too stunned to answer, Zhao Hang urged him to get in the vehicle. He didn't have any more time to explain. Only then did the man get into the tank. He was also very eager to see his daughter, Yor. Then the battle tank sped off at an incredible speed. The search for Yor's father was finally over, and the green-haired man watched everything from above once again. Bobby, also a member of the Dark Organization, asked Song Bin, "Are we just going to let them leave like that?" Song Bin replied, "They are all subjects of special interest to our advisor. We must treat them seriously." Bobby seemed dissatisfied. "I feel like it would be better to just rush in and take them down directly. Making these small moves isn't our style." Song Bin refused. "That's not your style either, Bobby. Besides, they didn't have enough manpower. A while ago, a little girl mutated into a high-level ability user, and even she failed when she controlled several thousand zombies to besiege them. They arrived too late and couldn't save her. Bobby was surprised. A high-level ability user who could control several thousand zombies. That's quite a significant loss. Songbin agreed. Any zombie lost is a permanent loss, even if it's just a few. A moment later, Zhao Hang had brought Yuer's father back to the research institute. When Jiang Han saw Yuer's father, he couldn't believe it. He really came back alive. Perhaps Abang couldn't believe it either. He was so happy to be able to return and felt that he had troubled everyone a great deal. But Jiang Han was overjoyed. He didn't know whether to thank the heavens or to say that Abang was just incredibly lucky. Wasting no more time, Jiang Han told Abang to quickly wash up and disinfect himself, then go see Yuer. After cleaning up and disinfecting himself, Abang went to where Yuer was undergoing surgery. He couldn't believe it. Why did his daughter have to endure so much pain? Such an unfortunate girl. Jiang Han explained, when Zhao Hang brought Yuer here, she was always stable, but her condition recently worsened. She was always busy, trying to find survivors and news of her father. Hearing this, Abang was filled with self-blame. He was a fool. If only he had returned a little sooner, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Jiang Han comforted him, saying Abang had also suffered a lot. However, he still had many things he wanted to discuss with Abang. He took out the pitch-black box that Ye Bei and Zhao Heng had retrieved from Yuer's father's vehicle and asked Abang where he got it. Abang replied that he honestly didn't know what it was or even what it was used for. This item was given to him by the Dark Organization. At first, he thought they were a social charity organization. He helped them transport and distribute this drug. Moreover, they even promised to cure Yuer. Jiang Han was in disbelief. You joined them? Do you know what this drug is for? Abang replied, I only know that the appearance of zombies in the city is related to this drug. It was because I understood how terrifying that organization was that I wanted to leave. Abang pretended to continue transporting the goods, wanting to return and take Yuer away, but unfortunately, he was blocked by a horde of zombies on the way. By the time he returned, it was too late. He had even called the little girl, telling her to lock up the shop tightly and not to go outside. But now, she was suffering, fighting through her illness over there. Abang trembled. Was this karma? I always told Uni that there are many good people in this world, that she should do good deeds, yet I went and helped the living do evil things. He felt he wasn't worthy of being a father. Tang Tang appeared, saying that Uni was still alive, and right now, she needed a few drops of Abang's blood. She hoped he was the girl's biological father. None of their blood types matched Uni's. Otherwise, they would have cured her long ago. Now, Abang was the only hope. Hearing this, Abang immediately agreed, telling Tang Tang to take as much as she needed, as long as she could save Uni. Tang Tang was overjoyed, thankful that Abang was here. Otherwise, she would have had to use the black gold to save Uni. Hearing the words black gold, Abang hurriedly stopped her, saying the black gold absolutely could not be used. Tang Tang didn't understand why they couldn't use the black gold. Did Abang know something about it? Abang didn't know how to explain it, but in short, the Dark Guild wanted to use the black gold for a large-scale experiment, one that would encompass all of the city. Many people would die. Tang Tang was confused. Everyone in this area had already turned into zombies, so there was no one left to die. But Abang still insisted. In short, the black gold could not be used. It seemed the Dark Guild once said that anything related to the black gold would be affected. Jiang Han said they were only using the black gold for resistance. Besides this, they had no other way out. Abang panicked and grabbed tightly onto Jiang Han. They absolutely had to go. No matter how far they had to travel, they had to leave, and then he vehemently demanded to take Yuer with them. But Jiang Han stopped him. Uni couldn't leave the medical pod right now. But then, Abang was hit hard on the back of the neck with a wrench. It turned out Ye Bei had struck him to quiet things down. Abang was really getting on their nerves, and now he was lying motionless on the ground. The other three just stood there looking at each other. Ye Bei told them if they were going to draw blood for the procedure, they should hurry up and stop wasting time. A heavy rain began to fall in this bleak, dark world at a rather luxurious bar that was still operating in this chaotic world. C wondered why everyone had joined the Dark Guild. B said it was because his comrades had died, and he was the only one left. Yu Feng said it was because he had to protect his own comrades. Hearing this, Xia nodded. He could understand their reasons. It was really great that they could become new comrades. However, he guessed that many more people would be coming. B was happy, saying that was a given. There are more people scattered all over the world, so everyone should help recruit new members. Yu Feng, while playing darts, was curious. He wondered what kind of society ability users could ultimately become. They no longer needed food, they could change their combat forms at will, and they were no longer afraid of zombies. But he didn't feel they were a force that could be easily united. B praised Yu Feng, saying that was a problem for the advisor. They were thinking about it. For now, they just had to listen to her. But Yu Feng was still skeptical, wondering if it was really okay to listen to someone from the future. She remembered that the advisor had mentioned Yu Feng before, saying he integrated very well in the future, and only those who integrate well can become good ability users. Yu Feng had another question. Since Ye Bei also came from the future, why didn't he want to become an ability user? Bab happily replied that it was because he didn't integrate well. Yu Feng and Ye Bei were classmates, right? He was weak and incompetent, but he couldn't stand seeing others live better than him. So he wanted to use the time machine to go back and defy his fate. Yu Feng had also met Ye Bei, and he was truly very different from his past self. All the people who had wronged Ye Bei in the past now wanted revenge, and the future advisor, of course, wanted to correct the thorn in their side that was Ye Bei and make ability users the masters of the world. Songbin appeared, clapping and praising Bab for his excellent words. The world that Ye Bei pursues is different from theirs, so they really need to eliminate him. But for now, they still need to win Ye Bei over. He has always been bound by outdated ideals, and they need to make him realize their new ideology. Songbin declared that they live for black gold, and black gold is the entire meaning of their existence. They abandon their old bodies to seize a new life. Bab completely agreed. They must conduct deeper research into black gold to make themselves stronger. They must become the strongest species on Earth and even in the universe. Then the four of them shouted in unison, "The Dark Organization will exist forever." Outside, the rain had not yet stopped. At the Research Institute, the rain was probably even heavier. Zhao Heng started to feel sleepy again, yawning repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yu Bei was still focused on repairing and upgrading the war chariot. Zhao Heng suddenly asked Yu Bei, "Where are your teammates from the future now?" He guessed, "They must all be very young now. Wouldn't it be awkward if they don't recognize you?" Ye Bei replied, "I've said before that the present and the future have changed. I don't even know if they're alive or dead, and I'm not sure I can find them where I once met them." Zhao Heng wondered, "Then what will you do? How will you rebuild your organization?" Ye Bei stated firmly, "Your teammates aren't necessarily a few specific people, but rather those who believe in the same ideal." The same ideal? It was the first time Zhao Heng had heard of it. What is that? The shared ideal is to destroy all the black gold and ability users in the world, restoring human society to its proper order. It sounds very simple, but it feels like an extremely distant ideal. That's also why Ye Bei's organization has so few members. After all, despite the greater danger, the people from the future ultimately couldn't escape their reliance on black gold. Because to continuously obtain black gold, the human cities had to frequently escort criminals, resistance members, and abandoned citizens to zombie concentration camps. However, despite such cruel rule, humans silently submitted in order to survive, and the resistance members became fewer and fewer. Zhao Heng also didn't understand. Ye Bei said he had to destroy black gold, but why did he use black gold so skillfully? That's a given. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. So, to destroy it, you naturally have to understand it. When our enemies are completely eliminated, we will be responsible for destroying all the black gold weapons in our hands. Zhao Heng deeply admired them for being able to persevere with such an ideal. However, Ye Bei didn't have the same unwavering determination as his teammates. If it weren't for them, he might have given up already. If they hadn't saved his life, then to him, they would just be a bunch of hopelessly stubborn fools. Bang, after being knocked out and having his blood drawn, finally woke up. Looking at the sky, it's been gloomy for the past few days, but thankfully, the rain has finally stopped. Bang was devastated. Could they really not escape after all? Ye Bei had already said it. The Dark Organization's test subjects were the entire world. It was useless no matter where they ran, but even so, Yu Er had never thought of running away. However, Bang disagreed, thinking she was just too naive and lacked an understanding of evil. Although this was the result of his upbringing, Zhang Han refuted it, saying Yu Er knew everything. On their way here, she had been through a lot, she had seen it all and had her own thoughts. Perhaps Yu Er was more resilient than they imagined. After all, she was the one who asked Dr. Tang to perform the surgery on her. Hearing this, Bang, as a father, still couldn't feel at ease. However, in the past, Zhang Han had also been too strict with his child out of worry, which eventually created a rift due to their disagreements. Unfortunately, by the time the boy was no longer around, they still couldn't forgive each other. Bang was surprised and asked Zhang Han if his son hadn't returned yet. Zhang Han didn't know either, but he figured that if the boy did return, he probably wouldn't want to see him. Well, let's not dwell on the past. They needed to unite to overcome this disaster. Meanwhile, after many days of research, Ye Bei had created an outstanding mech suit. Zhao Heng witnessed it and couldn't help but be amazed by the suit's magnificence. Could this be a complete mech suit? It looked very powerful and sturdy. Ye Bei said that if the Dark Organization's advisor wanted to meet him, then he would agree. He'd feel bad if he met them without wrecking their entire base. With that, he closed the mech suit, completely covering his body. Not even his face was visible. Bei assigned Zhao Heng to be in charge of protecting the research. If any ability users trespassed, they were to be killed on sight. Zhao Heng enthusiastically accepted the mission. Just let them come, this place will give them a warm welcome. Additionally, Bei reminded him that he had to take good care of Yu Air. With everything settled, Bei activated all the engines, and the mech suit soared into the sky, ready to level the ability user's hideout. Seeing the mech suit do this, Zhao Heng couldn't help but marvel. So amazing. In no time, the mech suit and Bei had traveled a considerable distance. 4 ability users were already waiting there. They hadn't expected that in such a short time, he could have created a flying machine. Songbin became even more certain. The advisor truly hadn't misjudged him. In that case, the plan could proceed smoothly. He turned to ask the other 3 if they were ready. The one named Ba Bi couldn't wait any longer, so he was sent in to fight the first battle. He quickly transformed, his fangs slowly growing longer, his ears grew just as long, his whiskers lengthened, and his limbs became much larger than before. A terrifying, hideous, beastly form appeared. Ba Bi flapped his wings powerfully and flew towards Bei. He flew relentlessly, with a burning will to destroy everything. Back at the research institute, Tang Tang was once again immersed in her research, focusing 100% of her energy on observing everything under the microscope. Jiang Han informed Bang that the test results were in. His blood type was compatible with Yu Er's. The stem cell transplant surgery can proceed normally. Bang is overjoyed, as previously, the money he earned in a lifetime wouldn't have been enough to pay for this surgery. He doesn't know how he can ever repay everyone. Jiang Han refuses, saying that for now, Bang just needs to watch the alerts and be on guard for enemies. Jiang Han feels fortunate that Bang had previously taught Yu how to use a computer. The little girl has been a great help to them. A terrifying beam of light suddenly strikes their research institute. This attack causes a significant tremor. Zhao Heng is also extremely alarmed, wondering if it's an earthquake. However, that's not the case. Bab has flown to their research institute, and he viciously strikes another blow towards the research institute. Under this attack, the research institute once again shakes violently. Now, Jiang Han suspects an attack, and he asks Bang if he can see who is attacking the main research building. Bang is also trying but can't see anything. Around the main entrance in the main building, there's no one in sight, and what's more, a few of the cameras seem to be broken. Zhao Heng quickly gets the war vehicle outside to assess the situation. He sees a winged monster in the sky hurling fireballs at the main building. Its fireballs can somehow penetrate the defensive force field and strike the main building. If he's not mistaken, it must be a monster from the Dark Guild. Zhao Heng tells the doctor to open the gate quickly, as he's going to deal with that monster. After he gets out, they must keep the electric grid and poison gas activated. Dr. Jiang Han agrees, not forgetting to remind Zhao Heng to be careful. The entire Research Institute's electric grid has been activated, and the poison gas has been released. Zhao Heng speeds out in his vehicle, ready to confront the monster. He activates the war vehicle's advanced weaponry, determined not to lose to the monster. If it dares to attack his building, then it'll get a taste of his powerful black gold railgun. Black gold railgun of Zhao Heng appears, emitting an incredibly powerful beam of light energy. The monster is also surprised by this attack. However, it quickly dodges one shot after another aimed at it, which causes it to both dodge and flee. Meanwhile, on Bei's side, he is still on his way to the Dark Guild's lair, when suddenly, the signal from the Research Institute is cut off. He speculates, could I have reached the Dark Guild's territory? He can only hope the Research Institute is alright. He's already pushing himself to the limit, but a sudden beam of light appears, blocking Bei's path. Bei has entered the Dark Guild's territory and is attacked by several mechs. The Dark Guild has mechs too, so it seems their mechanists really did transmigrate here. Bei is no pushover. He also uses his power to retaliate, but the Dark Guild's mechs activate shields, blocking everything. Bei is surprised because they also have shields that can resist light beams, and their bodies are unmanned drones with pretty high specs too. Bei pilots his mech to dodge all of their attacks, and then he powerfully lands a blow on the head of one of the Dark Guild's mechs. Bei constantly has to brake, or else he'd drift off who knows where. The mechs continue to attack him, and he dodges them with ease again. After that, he channels all the power into his mech's arm and smashes it down hard on the head of a Dark Guild mech, because they are much smaller than Bei's mech. Very quickly, Bei finished destroying the mechs blocking his path. He surveyed the situation around him from left to right, then from top to bottom, not missing a single detail. Suddenly, up in the sky, more mechs from the Dark Guild appeared. With such a large number of mechs, just how long ago did the Dark Guild arrive before Bei? Bei fired a massive volley of firepower towards the mechs, and none of them managed to dodge it, every single one getting hit. In the sky above, they exploded spectacularly like fireworks, creating a beautiful sight. More mechs continued to appear, and Bei calmly continued his assault. Meanwhile, at the research facility, unfamiliar vehicles were rushing inside. Song Bin had left BAB to fight alone, while his group took this chance to sneak into the facility. But the research institute was surrounded by an electric fence and poisonous gas, and if they tried to cross it now, they could lose their minds and be electrocuted to ashes. However, Song Bin had already anticipated this, so he had a workaround prepared. A bang was in the observation room, reporting that Zhao Heng had managed to suppress that ability user. He then asked about Yu Er's condition, wondering if her surgery had been affected, but suddenly, his shoulder started bleeding uncontrollably. Blood sprayed violently from a Bang's shoulder, a truly horrifying sight. A Bang fell from his chair, collapsing to the floor in agony. Somehow, Song Bin had managed to infiltrate the research facility through a Bang's body. He remarked that placing the silent seal on a Bang had taken a great deal of effort, and coincidentally, a Bang's position also allowed control over the electric fence. A gun barrel with multiple warheads was now ready to fire. Zhao Heng was extremely frustrated inside his combat vehicle. He cursed the monster, calling it a detestable fiend for dodging back and forth, making it impossible to land a shot. Finally, Zhao Heng decided to fire the black gold pursuit missile to take care of the stubborn monster. The monster sensed danger from behind and turned its head to look. When it did, more than 10 warheads were already aimed right at it. To avoid any surprises, it turned and generated a powerful energy blast to counter. But since both forces were so immense, they collided and exploded in the sky. But unexpectedly, the tank below fired another green blast. Unable to dodge in time, the monster was hit. A massive explosion erupted, and the creature, struck by the blast, began to freefall from the sky. Seeing this, Zhao Heng gloated. This combo is pretty awesome, right? After that series of surprise attacks, the monster's body trembled, and it struggled to stand up, but it was determined to launch a counterattack. It conjured a powerful purple energy beam and shot it straight towards Zhao Heng's combat tank. The vehicle couldn't move in time and took a direct hit. Inside, Zhao Heng was shaken violently and continuously. Now it was the monster's turn to gloat. Zhao Heng has such a powerful weapon. I'll give him a good scare. But I think I'll stop here. After saying that, the monster ran and leaped onto the tank, stomping on it aggressively without stopping. It was continuing its unfinished business of prying open the tank. But it wasn't going to be that easy, as the hatch suddenly opened. Zhao Heng popped his head out, ready for a one-on-one showdown with this persistent, stubborn monster. By the time the creature recovered from the shock and looked back, Zhao Heng already had a perfect aim. He yelled, "Go back to hell, you demon!" And with that, a bullet pierced straight through the monster's shoulder at point-blank range. The shot sent it flying backward, sprawling out on the ground. In pain, Zhao Heng stepped out to face the monster, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He finally understood the reason, why they had summoned him here. Zhao Heng was furious at the monster's carefree attitude. He asked why on earth it was grinning so sinisterly. Was there something funny? The monster kept laughing, and even greeted Ah Heng, saying it had been a while. Then the monster suddenly transformed back into its human form. Don't you recognize him? Zhao Heng was stunned. What the? Lao Xiao, why are you here? Back in the somewhat gloomy and desolate research room, Yuer was still lying quietly, barely breathing, inside the glass chamber of the laboratory. Tang Tang quickly reassured everyone. Fortunately, Yuer is okay now. In the crumbling room, Lao Zhang said that the previous attack seemed to have cut off the main power supply, and now they were using the backup power. Tang Tang also confirmed that the situation was now very bad. The container with the stem cells extracted from Yuer's body had also been crushed by debris. Now, a normal surgery was impossible, so Tang Tang proposed, let's ask Yuer's father to donate again. Lao Zhang was also considering this suggestion when suddenly, a strange man appeared out of nowhere. He stated that Yuer's father wouldn't be coming anymore. Everyone in the room became suspicious, and the stranger introduced himself as Song Bin, one of the loyal officers of the Dark Organization. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Lao Zhang was confused. How did he get in here? Has the defense system of the outer wall failed? Or have you guys already defeated Zhao Heng? Song Bin said, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just using the flesh and blood of Yao's father, which allows me to teleport freely within a 100-meter radius. Hearing this, Lao Zhang was horrified. You killed Yao Haibeng? Song Bin said smugly. For a human, yes, that's correct. But it won't be long before he turns into a zombie, which is also a pretty good thing. Lao Zhang was furious. You people are truly a bunch of lunatics, a bunch of murderous maniacs. However, Song Bin reassured him, saying he wouldn't harm him or Dr. Tang Tang. He knows who they are, and their advisor has also given the mission to protect you all well. Lao Zhang started shouting, get lost. I will never do anything to help you people. Song Bin then mentioned Yi Bei. I'm sure he's told you a lot, but do you all really trust him that much? He claimed that Yi Bei is the type of person who would do anything to survive. Outside, Yi Bei, in his armor, was still frantically fighting against the Iron Men. One by one, they were incinerated by him, when he suddenly stopped, sensing someone else. Another wave of robots began to move, and Yebei charged into attack. In the distance, a white-haired girl was witnessing everything. Swarms of robots continued to attack Yebei relentlessly, but he had created a protective barrier to shield himself from the gunfire. Finally, it was time to counterattack. Yebei unleashed fire bullets from the sides of his armor. It fired continuously at every robot fighting out there, and so, hordes of the warrior robots collapsed before Yebei's fierce assault. He didn't hesitate to voice his criticism. These clumsy artificial intelligence robots have decent firepower, but they look like modified construction robots. They're just too weak. Suddenly, looking back from a distance, a mysterious gaze from a nearby doorway caught Yebei's attention. Looking closer, the face of another monster was revealed with fierce green eyes. However, its lower body was large and muscular. It looked like a dinosaur, with a pair of somewhat withered wings on its sides, but its colors were a striking mix. Overall, the monster was incredibly grotesque, tapering towards the top with its disproportionate wings. Yebei was at a loss for words. He just thought that the Dark Guild's aesthetic had never once disappointed him, and his eyes lit up. The monster began to scream manically, ready for its prey. It raised its massive, muscular foreleg for a powerful strike at Yebei's armor. He quickly dodged the blow, but surprisingly, its wings lit up like the firepower launchers on a tank. Right after that, a barrage of energy beams fired continuously towards Yebei. The monster was now on a fierce offensive. Yebei kept dodging quickly, but this monster seemed to be much better equipped than the ones before. Its eyes emitted a strange light that caused its opponent's movements to slow down. Yebei wondered what on earth this debilitating light was. Strangely, the light beam didn't require direct eye contact to slow down an opponent. Seizing the opportunity, the dark metal creature immediately spewed another blast of energy from its mouth. It blasted towards Yebei, but with his speed greatly reduced, it was nearly impossible for him to defend against it. Yebei knew the situation was becoming more difficult than ever. The scene played out just as before. Yebei was fighting the monster while a girl stood above them, observing everything. On the battlefield where Zhao Heng had just fought a chaotic battle, he was still in disbelief that old Zhao was still alive. Ignoring Zhao Heng's suspicion, old Zhao said he had something to ask him. Zhao Heng, furious, demanded he spit it out. And why was he with the Dark Guild? Zhao Heng screamed, "Xiao, did you sell us out? Did you get a Kun and Xiao Qi killed?" Old Xiao didn't deny it, saying he had his reasons for what happened. But it wasn't entirely on purpose. Zhao Heng looked like he was going insane. Why did you have to hurt them? They had always trusted old Xiao, even looking up to him as their big brother. Old Xiao explained that fate was a cruel thing. Their activities at the border, robbing the rich to give to the poor, had attracted the attention of the authorities. On their last job, they were ambushed by the enemy. Luckily, the Dark Guild helped him escape, but by the time he got back to the others, Kun and Xiao Qi had already been gravely injured, and besides, he claimed to know nothing more. Upon hearing this, Zhao Heng asked if he had taken Kun and Xiao Qi to the Dark Guild, and if they were still alive. Old Xiao gave a vague, non-committal reply. He then tried to persuade Zhao Heng to follow him to find the others, the Fengjin gang. They could all be reunited once more. Zhao Heng erupted in anger again. Are you kidding me? Destroying humans and turning them into monsters? Is the Dark Guild any place for humans? You not only turned yourself into a monster, but you also dragged Kun and Xiao Qi into this hellhole. Zhao, what are you talking about? Old Xiao said, sure, those days of robbing the rich to give to the poor were glorious, but we couldn't live our whole lives like that. We didn't just have no status. We were also constantly being hunted by enemies. But it's different in the Dark Guild. You can be transformed into a superhuman, to become superior to all of humanity. Zhao Heng couldn't stand it any longer and swung his blade. Old Xiao screamed in pain as his tail was sliced clean off. Zhao Heng asked again if Kun and Xiao Qi were still alive. Realizing he could no longer be persuaded, old Zhao reverted to his original monster form, thinking that Zhao Heng was as stubborn as ever. The two resumed their fighting stances, and he declared that if Zhao Heng refused to listen to him, he would send him to meet the others. In the infiltrated laboratory, old Zhang was arguing fiercely. Yebei might have his reasons, but he risked his life to protect Yuer, and that's as clear as day, so stop trying to sow discord. Songbin feigned a thoughtful expression, saying he didn't quite understand what they had been through, but wondered how he should describe the current scene. Songbin claimed this was the standard transformation process for an ability user, and he added that Yebei was trying to create an ability user who would obey him, which is why he was nurturing a bond with her. He moved closer as he spoke. Don't you people know anything? It seems Yebei is quite good at hiding his identity as a mechanist. Old Zhang was still confused. Songbin explained they were all mechanists from the future, a fanatical group that researched dark metal by any means necessary, especially when it came to researching dark metal on the human body. As old Zhang and Tang Tang worried about his true intentions, Songbin simply reassured them. He was just helping Yebei finish the job, and while he wasn't a mechanist himself, He had picked up a thing or two from being around them. A scheming look crossed his face. I just need to change the configuration, and I can turn her into an ability user, loyal to the Dark Organization. Then, I'll just press the complete button, and we'll have a new ability user. We'll have another source of power. Old Jiang, unable to stand Song Bin's audacity any longer, yelled, "You absolute scum." He immediately grabbed an iron rod, intending to subdue the arrogant group, but just as he got close, a small burst of flame incinerated the iron rod. To Old Jiang's complete astonishment, it turned out that Zhu Bo had snuck in at some point. "You really know how to get on people's nerves," Song Bin remarked, reminding him not to play with fire inside the lab. Zhu Bo offered a shameless apology, flashing a wicked grin and saying he was just a bit impatient to meet their new teammate. Looking down at the poor Yuer lying in the glass chamber, Zhu Bo even had the audacity to say that he and the little girl shared a special little connection. Song Bin, continuing his work, asked Zhu Bo if all the traps around the research institute had been disabled. He replied that he checked upstairs while Feng checked downstairs, so there shouldn't be any issues. Flames suddenly erupted from Zhu Bo's hands. "Too bad there's nothing to burn," he said. "Holding it in for so long really makes me want to set someone on fire." The poor girl cowering in the corner immediately became his primary target. The shameless Zhu Bo asked, "There are no notes about her, so I can burn her, right?" Song Bin indifferently told him to take it outside. Emboldened, Zhu Bo approached her with a wicked grin. "Excellent. When I'm burning you alive, make sure to scream nicely for me, preferably even louder than my own cheers." The poor girl trembled in fear, but just as he approached, a loud crash from above caught his attention. A powerful force slammed into the ceiling, which looked like it was about to burst open. A moment later, it was completely shattered by Annie, one of the most powerful ability users. Both Old Jiang and Tang Tang were stunned by her appearance. Filled with hatred for the cruel men, Annie's eyes blazed as she unleashed a powerful aura which seemed to slow everything down, her gaze fixed on the two shameless villains, Songbin and Zhu Bo. In a single blow, its body was torn to shreds. A painful death was the fitting end for a group of villains who dared to threaten others. Old Jiang praised Annie for her destructive power, then told her to kick that bastard out of the laboratory. Tang Tang took the opportunity to quickly correct the data, however. The Hakim reaction had already begun and the energy was irreversible. Hearing this, Annie released another blast of green energy to slow down the reaction in Yuer, and sure enough, it worked. Tang Tang was surprised that the Hakim activity had weakened. Excellent. If this keeps up, they should be able to slow the mutation soon. Yi Bei had said that if an unexpected situation occurred, they should run the backup program. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot through the air, aiming directly at the fighting Annie, causing her great pain. It was emitted from the arm of a mysterious ability user as he walked in, asking Annie if she was the test subject the organization was searching for. He added that if she couldn't be brought back, she was to be killed on the spot. With that, he attacked with a blade attached to his arm, unleashing a razor-sharp force. Fortunately, Annie's large body managed to dodge it, causing it to stab straight into the wall. To counterattack, Annie used the large, hideous mouth on her stomach and began to draw a massive amount of water from it, then fired it directly at the man. But he was just as quick and dodged it, causing the powerful blast to spray everywhere and hit the cell container. As a result, all the materials collected from the live zombie fell out and shattered. Outside the research lab, the fight between Ye Bei and the winged monster was still raging on. The aftermath of the blast was a dangerous purple flame, still burning intensely. Ye Bei's armor was struggling to resist it and protect him inside. Inside the suit, he was furious because it was wasting too much of his defensive shield's energy. Realizing things had gone too far, Ye Bei decided to go all out to destroy the stubborn monster. First, the arm of his suit started to gather flames, which quickly formed into a massive fire projectile. "You want a firefight? Then I won't lose." Due to its massive size, the monster couldn't dodge the incoming flames. It had to use its activity-slowing light again to stop Ye Bei, but he quickly moved out of the way. Next, a barrage of projectiles shot out from its wings, firing continuously at Ye Bei, but this only created an opportunity for Ye Bei. The immense smoke made it difficult for the monster to move, and seizing the opportunity, Ye Bei burst out from the dust cloud. His hands transformed into two sharp saws, and he quickly closed in, slicing right into the monster's flesh, drawing fresh, red blood. The monster was driven mad with pain from the slash. It was severely injured, and the agony was so intense that it could barely stay upright, writhing uncontrollably. Before it could recover, Ye Bei appeared out of nowhere in the air, using his heavy iron foot to stomp directly into the monster's eye. From high above, a mysterious girl was observing Ye Bei's fight with the monster. She quietly noted, "He meets the standard." The stubborn monster was finally defeated, burning to ashes in a massive inferno. Ye Bei sensed that he was being watched and immediately became vigilant, starting to power up his iron arm. The power in his arm intensified, and he launched a blast of energy straight up at the mysterious figure standing on the laboratory roof. A huge explosion erupted, almost shattering the entire rooftop. The enemy analysis system quickly fled from the explosion's site. The girl had appeared beside him at some point, thinking that with Ye Bei's strength, he was worthy of the title of Mechanist. Ye Bei quickly turned to strike, but she vanished in a flash. She was now standing on the rooftop, wondering why Ye Bei hadn't joined the Mechanist Council. What a shame. Inside, Ye Bei was furious, another one who can teleport. He immediately moved towards the girl as fast as he could, but strangely, she restrained him with a strange power from her hands. Suddenly, his entire body was frozen in place, something Ye Bei hadn't expected. He lost control of his body, and his energy transmission was rapidly suppressed. Finally, Ye Bei could only stand still and question her. Who on earth are you? Are you a traitor from the council? Are you also from that point in time? The strange girl introduced herself as the Great Sage Bei, Yue the Mechanist Council, a name Ye Bei should be familiar with. After speaking, she cast another spell with her hands. It made Ye Bei's body feel incredibly heavy. She then explained, "This is the dark metal manipulation technique from 1,000 years in the future. You don't need to resist so much. Cooperating with their dark organization is the smart thing to do." Ye Bei remembered, and he laughed out loud. So it's the Great Sage Bei Yue. He had heard she was either dead or missing somewhere, but it turns out she's working as a henchman for the dark organization. Truly unbelievable. Ye Bei criticized that her actions brought shame to her grandfather, the granddaughter of the sage Dr. Jiang Yue, the Great Sage. She clarified, "I joined the dark organization to better execute the plan. My grandfather created the theory of dark metal. I am only expanding on his foundation. Turning people into mutated ability users is what you call a plan?" Ye Bei laughed. "The person from the dark organization who killed fellow mechanists must have been you, right?" Jiang Yue was unconcerned. She had told the truth, but very few people believed her. Since so many people stood in her way, she could only eliminate them all. She began to warn, if Ye Bei also opposed her, then his end would be the same as theirs. Ye Bei sneered, "All right then, let's see what brilliant ideas you have." Jiang Yue asked back, "Do you think that zombies and dark metal are all there is to the apocalypse?" Ye Bei retorted, "Isn't that the case? A meteor brought the zombie virus to Earth, infecting humanity and forming dark metal through a photosynthetic effect inside the human body." Jiang Yue revealed that this was her theory, though it hadn't been fully published. The Mechanist Council, in order to avoid a large-scale crisis, chose to shelve it, and it was eventually treated as an urban legend. She had told the council many times, but was ultimately met with a gag order. Ye Bei wasn't too surprised. "So what great secret made you willing to fake your death and kill without hesitation?" Jiang Yue simply replied, "The meteor from 5 months ago, the one that brought the zombie virus to Earth, was just a small meteoroid with a diameter of less than 30 meters. But in 100 years, a similar meteor will come to Earth, and its size will be 10,000 times larger than the previous one. If you consider them to be alien invaders, then the first one was a scout, and the main army is coming next." Ye Bei was shocked. Jiang Yue continued, "Even if it were a normal meteor, based on the weapons they have on the ground, it would be difficult to destroy, let alone a high-speed asteroid with high radiation energy. Coupled with the apocalypse, lax aerospace technology, and the utter indifference of the council, the mechanic could only watch helplessly as death drew ever closer." In the end, the council finally came to their senses, using what few resources remained to secretly build lifeboats for themselves. Ye Bei continued to listen, learning that fortunately, their destroyed time machine had been dug up and repaired. Although it could only send the consciousness of 2 people back, it was enough. Ye Bei was confused. If the Earth's destruction was inevitable, what was the point of her returning to this point in time? Compared to saving humanity, he felt she was more interested in turning people into zombies. Jiang Yue continued, saying that when the meteor was set to arrive, the irreversible outcome was that all humans would become zombies, and furthermore, those who resisted the virus would become ability users. To refine the black gold, she was merely accelerating the process, all to fight against a greater catastrophe 100 years in the future. She had to gather the strength of humans and ability users from all over the world. Back at the research institute, Ani and the ability user were still fighting. One was relentlessly swinging their blade, while the other parried and slowed down the battle, causing destruction all around them. Old Zhang was sprawled on the ground under a pile of rubble, trying to call out to Dr. Tang, who was barely breathing nearby. Song Bin reformed after being torn to shreds, muttering, "How dangerous, how dangerous." He remarked that using such a defective product was very risky, and then asked if everyone else was all right. Old Zhang was so furious he called him a monster. Song Bin simply said it was good that he was unharmed, adding that someone wanted to protect him well. "This was one of your granddaughter's few requests." Old Zhang was confused, so he explained that his granddaughter was a very great person. 35 years from now, she'll become a great sage mechanic, and 100 years from now, she'll become an advisor to the Dark Guild, leading everyone to conquer more than half of the Earth. Still in disbelief, Old Zhang asked, "Jiang Yue, my little girl is a member of the Dark Guild?" He replied, "She is one of the founders of the Dark Guild." a matriarch-like figure. However, if both of her legs were still intact, she might have achieved all this even sooner. Old Zhang still couldn't believe his ears. How could that little girl? Songbin continued, 15 years ago, an unexpected accident during an experiment caused her to lose both her legs. Your son, who had become a stranger to you, insisted on taking her abroad, and since then, no one has seen her. You know what it's like in the apocalypse. It's hard enough for anyone to survive, let alone someone with a disability. But she doesn't resent you. She even wants to protect you. Such filial piety is incredibly moving. You must miss her terribly, right? And you've always carried that shame in your heart. And old Zhang really did feel that way. After all, Songbin continued, the way you treat little Yuer, it's because she reminds you of your own granddaughter, isn't it? Songbin asked. Then, he turned to wake up Zhou Bo. Stop sleeping. Get Dr. Zhang and Dr. Tang inside to report the results. As the energy became chaotic and Songbin and Zhou Bo were about to move Dr. Zhang, a bang, now in a zombie's body, suddenly appeared, blocking the doorway. Songbin asked irritably why he had turned into a zombie and was standing there, then immediately ordered Zhou Bo to get him out of the way. But what stood before Zhou Bo now was another terrifying entity, a zombie with a horrifying physique, stretched out, covered in an incredibly disgusting slime. So, Zhou Bo decided to breathe fire to destroy him, but it had absolutely no effect. What kind of monster is this? Even fire can't burn it. Zhou Bo was terrified, and Tang Tang was also slowly waking up from her daze. She saw Xiao Cheng turning into a monster, not understanding why he was here. Songbin seemed to have no patience, and he kicked a Peng hard. Messing things up at such a critical moment made him extremely annoyed. Old Zhang watched helplessly as a Peng was beaten to a pulp, but what caught his attention even more was the glass case where Yu was lying, which suddenly surged with power. The poor girl rushed to find Annie, who was fighting the ability user, and when she looked down, she saw Annie writhing in pain. She had been defeated. The ability user said that Annie should just accept her fate, as trying to match his speed was impossible. Annie's body was covered in cuts, and the situation outside wasn't much better. Zhao Hang had been taken down by old Xiao. That shameless old Xiao claimed he had already shown mercy, and continued to entice Zhao Hang to become an ability user. Suddenly, a blue light emanated from the research lab, looking very similar to the light Hakim emitted, which caught old Xiao's attention. It grew stronger and stronger, until finally, a massive wave of energy poured down onto the research lab. Far away, Yi Bei and Zhang Yuede were still in a war of words. He told her to stop acting like some righteous little girl. For the sake of destroying a meteor 100 years from now, she wants to sacrifice all of humanity. What kind of messed up logic is that? Zhang Yude argued that as long as the black gold exists, the meteor can lock onto Earth's coordinates under its influence. All life on Earth will be annihilated. Even if they destroy it in a high orbit, the radiation will still affect humanity for 10,000 years to come. We can't escape it. Only by becoming ability users can we survive, Zhang Yude stated. Yi Bei asked back, so what exactly do you want me to do? Help you collect the 10 black golds or help you create ability users? Zhang Yudai didn't want him to create them, but to lead them like a king. Isn't this what you've always wanted? Yi Bei found it very tempting but refused. He had no interest in controlling a bunch of ticking time bombs. As a mechanist, even if he wasn't a council member, he and the ability users were mortal enemies. After saying that, Yi Bei stood up and began to attack. The first blow was aimed directly at Zhang Yude, but it was quickly blocked. Immediately after, 2 streams of fire shot out continuously like a machine gun. Zhang Yudai said, for you to be able to change your energy output mode in such a short time, you truly are NDT0. Zhang Yudai, if you don't use the black gold, how long can your normal energy last? Instantly, Zhang Yudai's power caused the ground around where Yi Bei stood to shatter, making him unable to keep his footing. Under constant attack, Yi Bei had to move quickly to avoid being destroyed, but Zhang Yude's speed was too fast. With just a single gesture from her, one of Yi Bei's arms was severed, followed by a few more fatal blows. Yi Bei quickly escaped the encirclement. He also didn't forget to counterattack by continuously detonating his ammunition, but Zhang Yudai easily dodged it thanks to her protective barrier. Yi Bei took the opportunity to fly high, ready to unleash a maximum power output. It somewhat suppressed Zhang Yuedai's ferocity. Yi Bei laughed loudly. What's wrong? Run out of ideas? Zhang Yuedai thought. If you want to neutralize her supporting energy to block her actions, then you are too naive. She felt that Yi Bei's body would soon be destroyed. From the overload, Yi Bei continued to pull her, saying going to the great beyond together wasn't impossible. Zhang Yude insisted, for people like you, isn't protecting yourselves the top priority? Yi Bei agreed, adding that it's also because he doesn't want to be controlled by others, which is why he didn't want to join the dark group. What? Zhang Yuedai asked. Yi Bei thought that although the committee was old-fashioned, they could still clearly distinguish when all humanitarian laws were lost. He thought that was also why some people in the committee placed all their hopes on him. Jiang Yudai asked him, besides avenging Li Ruoxi, what else would you do? Can you really find the fastest way to save humanity? Yi Bei was resolute. There's still 100 years. How would we know if we don't try? Jiang Yudai found that ridiculous. You, of all people, know the weakness and selfishness of humans best. Do you really agree to trust them? Yi Bei sincerely agreed. Suddenly, a strange sound caught their attention. An ability user with a dark gold light surrounding her like butterfly wings appeared in the sky. It was Yuer. Jiang Yudai smiled smugly. She thought that Yi Bei was always talking about stopping ability users, yet he himself created a high-level one. How ironic. Suddenly, Yuer's ability released a powerful surge of dark gold energy, and Jiang Yudai's power was depleted because of it, causing her to stagger and fall. The scene was somewhat spectacular. The blue power was completely suppressing the dark purple power. Yi Bei also noticed the dark gold energy spreading everywhere. Jiang Yudai's paralyzed legs couldn't move after losing her power, and she collapsed to the ground. Before he could process what had just happened, Yi Bei also looked up into the distance. Yi Bei thought that Yuer could absorb the dark gold energy. Could this be a mutation reaction between the cancer cells in her body and the dark gold? Yuer replied, she can completely separate the dark gold energy from the zombies' bodies. I can finally help everyone. However, Yi Bei was quite worried about Yuer's condition. She also didn't know how long she could maintain it, but in reality, she couldn't hold on for much longer anyway. The little girl that brother Yi Bei met in the past was the same. Yi Bei was surprised. How could she know that? Yuer didn't hide anything. She also knew that Jiang Yudai had returned to this time to save her father. He had charged into the smoke and fire for her, but was helplessly turned into a zombie. Jiang Yudai was confused. Could the little girl read minds? Yuer said gently, she has always lived with everyone's help and support. She could feel everyone's goodwill. Her father often said, there are still many good people in the world, and she has always believed that. Yuer believed that when everyone unites, they would definitely overcome this dire hardship. She decided to absorb all the dark gold on Earth, then she would fly out of the solar system and lead the meteorites to the deepest parts of the universe. After saying that, Yuer flew away, not forgetting to tell Yi Bei to be careful. In the future, she would have to be like everyone else, and Yi Bei couldn't bear to watch Yuer leave. But all that was left was a word of thanks.